Hello everyone. Good morning or good evening, good night, wherever you are. Good afternoon. I'm going to quickly make a Instagram post before we get started. Day 2. 6 hours of portfolio reviews today. Come join me. I don't think that many people actually joined the YouTube stream. I think there were more people on Twitch. So I'm gonna link Twitch this time. Think- Okay. The daylight reminds me of him brushing his teeth on stream. That which we did do. Daytime RNG, yes sir. Yes sir. How long is the stream? It'll be 6 hours. Twice in one day? Twice in one day for you, but I've already gone to bed and woken up. Okay, I guess we're gonna do a quick intro. Welcome everyone to day 2 of portfolio reviews with RNG. We are here in order to review portfolios for some of you who may not be able to attend Lightbox Expo, which is a big animation industry convention in America, where there's lots of great opportunities. But if you are living overseas, like myself in Australia, or if you can't make it, you have some certain commitments, I'm offering some free portfolio reviews for some of you, and everyone has already applied and all the spots are filled, and we have about 30 portfolios to go through today. But even if you're not getting your portfolio reviewed, I'm sure there's still lots to learn from others who may be in a similar situation to you. We will be joined by Miel, and I don't know, oh, you're hanging out here. I'm going to drag you in. I can't drag you in, hang on a second. Oh my gosh, the stage is too far apart. Hang on, I think I got this. Whoa. Alright, if you unmute. Oh my goodness. You're being YouTuber.
You like it?
It's
Hello?
beautiful. It's beautiful.
Thank you. I thought it's gonna be serious. Okay, we're gonna be talking about work. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, it's working now. Why don't we get a little bit of an intro for Miel? Tell us about yourself.
Hello. I'm
Yep.
Violette. I'm a background and color artist. I've been working in the animation industry for 5 years now. And I did went to animation school before, and I worked for a bunch of different companies, for Sun Creature, Undertap Pictures, Watch Next Media, Circus. I guess I worked for The Figure recently. I worked for a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Do you have a portfolio you want to share?
I do have one, but you can share only if you can.
We can share, or you can just put your
name.
You can put your Instagram then.
Yeah. That's better.
Oh, I need to bring up the timer.
Share in chat.
Here we go. Miel's Instagram, very beautiful work. You don't really share much of your production work, but
yeah,
maybe NDA.
It's a lot of NDA, but also I do enjoy. I kind of want to like bring my own stuff to my Instagram because it's like my personal art, and my production stuff. I usually keep it to my portfolio, professional portfolio that I share.
Do you think that posting your work on Instagram helps you get hired sometimes?
I did got a few offers on Instagram. Yeah. It does. I guess it depends on the studios. Some people prefer Instagram, some, I don't know, LinkedIn or Twitter, or it depends. You can see a bit more production work when you scroll down, but yeah. Don't have to scroll too much.
It's like, it's getting old, it's getting old. No, please.
No! Stop it!
Okay, so I think it's time to get started. We can drag our first person in. We have Nora.
Hello.
Is Nora here? So would you like to say something?
Hi.
Welcome. Awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello.
Do you like to tell us a bit
Hello.
about yourself? What kind of positions or roles you're interested in?
That's my that's not my portfolio.
That's not yours?
On your...
Have I got the wrong one? Okay, let me...
Yes, I'm the second on the list.
You're the second. Nora's not here. Okay,
yes.
so you're Leah.
That's it.
Okay, sorry about that. Mods, was Nora supposed to come today? That's okay. Let's start with Leah, and
Yes.
you've got character design and visual development. Very nice. Nice opening image. Very clear.
Thank you.
With what kind of work you want to do. And we start off with some character designs. This reminds me a lot of what's the studio? Secret of the Kells.
It's a cartoon saloon?
Yeah,
Yes,
Cartoon
that's it.
Saloon. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is this are you situated in Europe?
I'm in France.
Yeah, in France. Okay.
France gang, let's go.
Yes.
Awesome. Aside from Cartoon Saloon, do we see a lot of similar styles with other studios? I'm wondering. I'm not too familiar.
I would say it's usually, yeah, like mostly for like cartoons for younger Younger
like
people, I
TV
guess.
and
Yeah, and like
2D
puppet
TV.
animation mostly.
Yeah.
But I think this is like a nice in between. Like I can see that also animated in like traditional
Oh,
2D.
hang on a
Because it has
second. I
like
need
a
to
lot of
share my
volume.
screen so there's no delay.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna share my screen and you guys in the call can watch. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, so something that I'd like to mention is that whilst you have some nicely laid out character designs, I think in terms of like design appeal, there's a bit to work on. So I have some examples here of some actual stuff done for Cartoon Saloon, Secret of the Kells. And we can see kind of like a interesting contrast between these straights and these curves. Whereas yours kind of has, it has straights and curves as well, but it's like not as contrasty and dynamic. And it's a bit more kind of samey all around. If I look at these 4 first characters, even though they're kind of different heights, they kind of look very similar in proportion. I think something you could explore more is different shapes and proportions, like bottom heavy, top heavy, skinny, wide, all sorts of different kinds of designs. And with this last one as well, it's kind of all very curvy, and I think this would help with a bit more angles to accentuate the curves. Do you have any preference for character versus visual development?
Yes, character design I'm more interested in.
I can probably see that. Honestly, like this is pretty good stuff as well. It needs a little bit of work on the perspective, and I think getting better with the perspective work, even though it's not necessarily character based, will help you with your character work as well. So I wouldn't like not do this kind of work. I would keep up the perspective practice. This end stuff here kind of looks more similar to feature BizDev. It's a little bit more kind of sketchy and expressive, I would say, whereas these are kind of like final design look. Do you have any preference for 2D feature versus, sorry, 2D like TV versus feature film animation?
I have no preference. Both interest me, so yeah.
Mel, do you think it's important to kind of gear yourself towards one or the other?
I guess it depends if you like how much you really want to get into like one style or another, or if you don't mind like switching. I think it's a great asset to be able to switch style, because if you apply to a company, you might also switch projects, and you'll have to adapt to each different project. And some of them can be more realistic, some more stylized. I don't know, I think it's a good thing. But if you really want to get into either a show or a feature film, I guess, yeah, maybe spend more time on either of it. Though I think it's still interesting to switch styles.
I'm gonna find some here. I think in this kind of like feature film style, you could look at some artists like Steve Ahn, who's primarily a storyboard artist, but I believe that it's got lots of good stuff, lots of nice expressive poses, and I think you could work a little bit on your anatomy. Some of it is kind of missing the kind of volume. It looks a little bit flat in 2D, which for this kind of stuff is fine. But once you get into this more expressive stuff, it's you do need to kind of head more into a realistic mode, and you can kind of see how well things are kind of foreshortened. You have clothing folds which help describe the contour of the arm and stuff like that. Definitely stuff to focus on. Do you have any questions for us?
Nothing that comes to mind right now, but I appreciate the advice.
Yeah, no worries.
No worries.
Definitely keep working on it.
Yeah, this is looking great.
Thank you.
Are you currently studying or working or anything like that?
I did study 1 year in art school in France, but it was very expensive, so I had to quit.
Okay.
And now I'm a freelance illustrator and work a day job part-time.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's kind of similar to what I was doing. I didn't study animation personally, but I kind of had a job, and then I was working on my art in my spare time. So in a situation like this, I definitely recommend specializing. So whatever you want to do, really hone in on it. So if you do want to do the 2D style, like cartoon saloon kind of style, I'd say really focus on that. Get really good at drawing these simple volumes and design appeal. Otherwise, if you want to go in the other direction, really go all in on that as well, because it's kind of hard probably for you to juggle both at the same time. And you get more mileage by pushing yourself in one direction, I think.
Yeah, I mean, especially in character design, it's really hard to get a position.
Yeah, so like you really need to be really strong at what you do.
Yeah.
So it's better to have like one style. It's good to have variety, but also since you have limited time, it's better to focus on one thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. If you have no more questions, we'll move on to the next one. But yeah, appreciate it.
But thank you very much for the advice.
No worries. Good luck.
Good luck.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes, we're on schedule. Let's move on to our next participant here, Ivy. See what they wrote.
Animations.
Background layout, I don't know where to focus on or where my strength lies. Okay, we're going to have a look at where your strengths lie. Hello, Ivy.
Hi.
Hello.
I think you're a little bit quiet. I'm going to turn you up.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. I think it's just... You want to count to 5?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I've turned you up to max, but you're a little bit quiet. I think maybe speak a bit closer to your mic and that will be fine.
Is it better like this?
Yeah, that should be okay. I think chat should be able to hear that. Okay, so you are not sure where to specialize. Do you have any interest in anything personally?
I mean, mainly it is the animation.
Yep, in animation. Do you know about the different parts of the pipeline?
Not fully. I know there's like character designs, layout, storyboard, background.
Okay, so looking at your work, it reminded me of something actually, which is Golden Hour. It's this animated short from Goblin. And here's some work from Sophie Lee that she did on Golden Hour. You can see kind of a variety of different production work that was done for this short film. And you can also click on, you can go watch it and look at the other positions of some other artists. So you can see kind of like these VizDev images, they're like style frames or keyframes where they're kind of loosely sketched. They have composition, they have lighting, they have a bit of that style. And then it's also serving as a color script as well. I mean, here's more color script images where you can see that the drawings and the layout are not as detailed. It's simply focusing on the color and the different lighting scenarios. And then here we have some character design for the characters, turnarounds, poses, expressions, stuff like that. And a bit further down, here's the color scripts. And then we also have animation. You have like rough animation, tie downs in between, clean, and background paint as well. So you have the background
She
part.
really did everything.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some other artists that did some more work on it as well that we could look at, but for simplicity's sake, we'll just take a look here since there's such a good variety. So out of all of this, do you have any preference or any idea what you'd be interested in?
I think I really like making the layout for scenes.
So
but
you
I
like
don't
kind of
exactly know things.
composing a frame?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, let's take a look at this stuff. Which one do you want me to look at?
You can look at either the first or second on the top. Those are just more into details for.
Okay, so you're doing a bit of everything. Okay, this is nice in terms of layout here. I think at the moment, what we'd want to see from your portfolio is a bit more focus, because it's a bit hard to see the work that you did for this, right? The very small kind of image. It'd be cool to just see the background layout as a image on its own, so we can see. Did you do the background layout work for this as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I would put up the images nice and big, because instead of like watching an animation, if we know that you want to do backgrounds, we can just look at the backgrounds that you did. Okay, that button, I don't know if that's a limitation of Wix, but a load more button should not really be there. It should just load everything, because I almost didn't click it. I almost didn't even notice that there was more. So definitely make sure that everything is nice and cleanly displayed and easy to scroll through. I would say that some of these images are more stronger and more evocative. I definitely... Oh, now it opens a PDF. Is there a reason why it's formatted this way? I feel like just PNGs on the website would be a lot better.
Oh yeah, it's for, I guess, more backgrounds. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like
It's been a while since I put this up.
Yeah, if you just had a gallery of images, it'd be easier to see everything instead of clicking around too much. So an important thing is to make sure we don't have to click too much to find things. Yeah, this is another. So if you do want to do the kind of layout stuff, you do need to work on your perspective. I think a good place to start would be this video from BAM Animation. A nice short video, 15 minutes, but it's filled with lots of good stuff, and it's important to think about how things are like placed realistically in space. So looking at reference, breaking down perspective, understanding camera angles, especially if you want to do layout, is important, because that's the storytelling part of the layout. It's camera angles and staging. And so yeah, I would work a little bit on perspective. You can do studies. One thing that I saw was Ethan Becker has this video where he just takes a Google Maps image, breaks down the perspective, and then kind of like draws over it, draws a city over it, which is a pretty interesting exercise. Do you have any questions for us?
Well, I'm mainly most interested in the animation, and I guess I just don't know how to break in.
Okay. You will need to kind of specialize. You can't do everything. Some people can do everything, as we saw with the portfolio we looked at earlier, but not everyone can do everything, and the best way to break in is to focus on just one thing. So if you're not sure what that is yet, that's something to think about. But whatever that thing is, really hone in on it. So if you do want to do animation, then you need to focus on animation over like backgrounds and layouts and stuff. Otherwise, yeah, that makes sense.
All right then.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Not really. I guess I'll keep trying to find it.
Yeah, so my best suggestion for you is, if you've decided what you want to do, look for portfolios of people that do that job and see what they're showing in that portfolio, what kind of stuff that they are showing to recruiters, and what kind of work they're producing on productions that, you know, is required.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. I think honestly with you, we're still a little bit early on, so just keep exploring. Keep, you know, looking at art, watching animation, keep being interested in it, and I think with time you'll find where your kind of true calling is.
Yeah, I think it's really cool overall. Like it kind of brings me like indie animation vibe. I really like it.
Oh,
It's
thank
really
you.
really cool. I would say if you want to do layouts, maybe it could be nice to share some like black and white images of your like either keyframes or backgrounds, so you can show that you can do just the drawing, and you can also share the paint, of course, but usually the positions are divided between like background layout or like animation layout and the colors, so I think that would be nice.
Yeah.
Hope it can
Okay.
help.
Of
Yeah.
course, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming by, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so our next person here is Andva. Interested in character design and character layout. Let's take a look. PDF portfolio. Comic pic. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
Would you like to tell us a bit about yourself?
Yes, I've studied comics and illustration, and I'm now working as a freelance illustrator. But I would love to break into animation as a character layout, so I was hoping to get some insights from you.
Yeah, for character layout, I think these are great. It's a shame that I can't
thanks.
see these images as big. I feel like for your formatting, you should
Okay.
make it a bit easier. I think what happens if I click that? It's still a bit small, so I can't really see too clearly, but I can tell that you know how to draw and your poses are really excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really really cool.
So
Very
I
dynamic.
think
Thank you.
I think you have the skills there to be a character layout artist. I think what you
Okay.
need is presentation.
Okay.
So I can see that this is like a portfolio for an entire project, but I think it would be good to see like a specific character portfolio, have like a separate section just for characters, because that's what you want to do. And I think you're quite strong at it.
Okay.
And I see you've formatted this as kind of like a PDF portfolio, I guess, but since you're using ArtStation anyway, kind of try to separate out some of these images and let them shine a little bit more.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find an example of a... Oh, we got some TMNT stuff. Is this...
that's cool.
These
Yeah.
are really good, because like, you see some... I know sometimes people say don't do fan art, but I'm seeing something like this, and I can immediately see this in the show. Like, this is fully like a pose for the show.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I think these are great to see.
Oh, thank you. I'm
Yeah.
happy.
Like, yeah, these are really good. So I think it's all about presentation. So I didn't see initially that this is what you could do,
Yeah.
because right at the top,
Okay.
I can see like a hero image sort of, but there's a lot of text. There's like comics. I'm like, does this person want to be a comic artist or do they want to work in animation? Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the same.
So I think
Yeah.
you need to reformat the portfolio, make some of the images a bit bigger, make a character designated portfolio, and I would say work on more images similar to these ones. You don't even, the color is nice, of course, but you don't even have to have color on them. Just tones will be fine, because I think it's easier to see your skill as a character artist without the color. I know the color's nice, but if you're hired to be a character artist, you're not often going to be doing color. And if you are, it'll be more like these colors, which also help to show like your line work quite well. Like I like you have the color for the character, and then the rest of them you can see the clean line work. That's pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any favorite artists or favorite shows where you love the character designs?
Well, of course, Rise of Team T.
Yeah.
I love also many American shows like Adventure Time, Over the Garden Walls. Also some 3D ones like Arcane. But it's not my style.
Yeah, I think your style is definitely very good for 2D animations, very strong. I'll just show an example here of some actual character layout for TMNT. And I think doing more images like these and just letting them be full screen. Obviously, you don't have to keep doing TMNT fan art. You can use your own characters, or I think you have your own comic project, right? Treat your comic project as if it's an animation, and try and compose like a frame like this and draw the characters in a cool pose, in a cool key pose, in a moment of action. And if you do more stuff like this and you put it near the top, show people what you can do, I think definitely you will be hired, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of drawing, it's like, I think your stuff is very solid, so yeah.
Oh, expressions as well is quite good. I don't think I saw too many close-ups of your characters. I think a variety. Oh, there's some here. There's some here, but it's formatted as a comic. I think a variety of full body shots, like half body, and also like close-ups would be good.
Okay.
Expression sheets as well, because often as a character designer, you're also designing the expressions as well.
Okay.
I think I had a portfolio up. This is one that you brought up yesterday, Steven Universe character designs. So you can see that there's a turnaround of the character, some poses, and then you get kind of expressions as well.
Okay.
And then here's also some nice character layout. Like this is also something that you might be able to do, is the kind of promotional posters. Often this is a character layout artist job as well. And with your experience with comics, I think you probably have the skill to compose a cover image like this as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you kind of already showed one at the top, the first image. I think formatting this similar to this one would be quite good, where you can see clearly the character layout and then also the final image.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for us?
No, thank you. It's all very clear. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. I think it's just focusing your energy and like formatting your portfolio to show people what you want to do, and just be clear about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see here there's just like some sketches as well. Like sketches are nice to see. I see the construction. But otherwise, strong work. Just need to reformat the portfolio a little bit.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we still have a bit of time.
Yeah.
I saw you had storyboards as well. Are you interested in doing storyboards?
Yeah, these are quite old.
Okay.
I was interested in that, but I don't think I can do it. It's
yeah, no,
too
I
much for me.
think that's a fine thing to do. I will just note one thing, not particularly to you, but for anyone who does want to do storyboards. Have your storyboards kind of formatted like this so that recruiters can flip through them. It's easier to kind of for recruiters to kind of see what's going on in your storyboards instead of having like a big page of boards like this. It's kind of hard to tell like the flow of the action because I'm personally not a storyboard artist, so I can't tell just by looking at it like this. If I see it like this, I'm like, oh, okay, I can see what's going on. So that's not particularly to you since you're not going to do portfolio. Oh, sorry, you're not going to do storyboards. But just to anyone else. Okay, I think we'll wrap that one here. But thank you so much for joining us, Anva. Really strong work, and excited to see where you go next.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Bye.
No worries. Take care.
Bye. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Mods, are we going in order to Gianluca? Nathan? Okay. Nathan. Are we going back? Okay. Alright, Nathan. What does Nathan want to do? Run a rolls there.
Hello.
Hey, how's
Hello.
it going?
Yeah, it's going good. How are you?
Oh, just, yeah, sorry. So basically I am doing more visual development and, character design kind of stuff, like, as it says up top.
Mhm. Yeah.
I love characters, stories, just all that kind of stuff, like,
I think I see here it says that you're currently working.
oh yeah, I am working for a startup video game studio.
Okay.
Well, like, it's more of like a volunteer thing.
I see.
It's been fun.
Yeah.
Work on like a couple, well, 2 projects.
Yeah, that's a good idea to get that just to do some work whilst you're kind of beefing up your portfolio. One thing I will say is that some of your images are clickable, but then some of them aren't. Like down here, I can't click on these ones, so you might want to check on that because there's a lot of stuff here that I can't see properly. And I guess from the way it looks, you're more interested in character design.
Oh yeah, I really like characters and like telling stories about characters. Although I also love doing like environments a little bit, but definitely, as you can tell, not as much.
Yeah.
I very much love just like designing characters, their personalities, and just like trying to make something that's like appealing, I guess.
Yeah, so from what I can see, I would also recommend that you focus on characters. I think that if you do a bit too much, you might be spreading yourself too thin. And the best way to break into the industry is to have one very strong skill. One thing I will note is that I feel like some of your character work kind of lacks a sense of volume, if that makes sense. So going back to the Steven Universe stuff, even though Steven Universe is very simple, like if you just look at it, it's got very clean lines, seems very simple, but you look at the sketch, you can see the kind of construction that's happening from the volume, like the spheres, the cylinders, and that kind of stuff. And I think it's not as clear with your work, and I think that's like a draftsmanship kind of thing, like knowing where the overlaps are happening, where you can put a clothing fold to help show the contour of a shape. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
And one thing as well is I think your line weights could be more expressive. So I know that for animation, typically it's kind of drawn with a single line weight, and that's what you want, but there's a little bit of subtlety to it, you know, like even you look at an illustration like this, like a character design, you can see that there's a line weight to it that helps describe the form. So like underneath like the butt here, you have typically on the underside of something, you have a thicker line to help give it weight and keep it grounded. And then you've got these kind of cast shadows under like the earlobe and the neck and under the leg, which really help to describe the form and dimensionality. Because when you're making a character design, it's going to be animated by an animator, right? And they need to know exactly kind of what's happening with all the forms. So I think that's something that you could focus a bit more on. Yeah, and like the lines are starting to look a little bit busy, so I think a little bit of line work variation to help kind of break up the detail will be useful. Do you have any thoughts, Miel?
I'm not super well versed into character design, to be honest, but I did. I really like the posings in the left at the bottom, the left one. I think they're like very expressive, and I think they deserve to be put maybe up there a bit more. I don't know. I think they're like really interesting. I don't know what you think.
I think they're good. I'm not too familiar with this style. I don't have any I can't think of any shows that are currently being made. I'm sure there are, but whatever these shows are, definitely look into them. Do you have any shows that you like currently that inspire your artwork?
I would say like the top 3 shows that inspire my style, I guess, would be like SpongeBob. I've been told that my style is kind of similar to Ren and Stimpy by some people.
Anything that's
Chowder
okay,
is also
Chowder.
an excellent one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some stuff that's a bit more current and modern because whilst SpongeBob is still being made, I believe, I don't think their character design positions are open. So we need to think about what studios currently need. So I'm just going to Chowder's IMDb. This isn't even new anymore. This is 14 years old, but I'm going to see if I can find some character design artists here. Okay. So I found Mark Fashioned. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he worked on Chowder, and you can kind of tell. Hopefully I can open this image in a new tab.
Yeah, you can see there's volume.
Yeah, you can see how much more expressive it is and how much more kind of clean the line work is. It still has like that kind of fun 2D look. It's very goofy. It's very over exaggerated. But for example, like these little hairs and little dimples on the skin, they're done in like a lighter line weight or a colored line weight, which helps to, it's like a hierarchy. Like, where do your eyes look first? You look at the eyes. The eyes are big, they're bold, and then you see like the silly expression. It's all very clear and very expressive, and I think that's something that you could do a bit more of. Like the model is good, but we could also do some more expressive works like you've done towards the end here, which I think Miel was alluding to. Do you have any further questions?
Yeah, I guess like one of my first questions was the layout of the website itself. Like, is that working? Like, other than like clicking like being able to click on some things while
Yeah,
not
so
being
you
able
definitely
to
want to
click
be
on
able to
others.
click on things, and I feel like it's a little bit bland. And I know people aren't looking for like web design or whatever, but maybe something like a title card, like a little banner at the bottom, would help kind of tie things together, and make it a bit clearer between the sections. And I think that the work near the bottom is stronger than the work that you've put near the top. So a recruiter might not even scroll that far. They might scroll halfway, and before they've seen something that they like, they might close it, you know? So
All right.
you definitely need to start strong, and I'm not sure these pieces are necessarily your strongest. I kind of feel like some of this rat stuff, I couldn't zoom in on it. And also the expressions near the bottom. But yeah, definitely work on drawing. I'd say do a lot of sketches, do some figure drawing, work on gesture, expressiveness, all that kind of stuff. And also like different proportions, different kinds of characters. I see you have like some rats and stuff. Definitely move more into a lot of like these cartoonish looking kind of characters, different shapes, proportions, sizes, personality. Yeah.
I would add too that if you want to share stuff that are like traditional, I think it's worth it to find a way to scan it or at least clean the drawings. I think you shared a few ones in the slides, and like you
Yeah.
can't really see what is happening from far
Yeah.
away, like before clicking, and
This definitely should be
yeah.
scanned.
Yeah.
It's a little bit
I mean,
unprofessional looking as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nathan, and best of luck.
bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye. Okay, next up we have Gianluca. Let's take a look. You are unmuted. Hello, welcome.
Hey, hello.
Awesome. So here we have background paint and VizDev. I see you already have some professional works under your belt. Is that correct?
Yes. It's on the art station, right? Like, the Batman one. Yes, I did some clean layout.
Let's see. Yes, very nice. I did have a look at this before, and one thing I'll say is that I feel like this image is the strongest out of all of the ones that you've done. I'll definitely put this one at the top. And one thing about production work is that while it's good to show it, sometimes some of the production stuff can be a little bit kind of And I know it's production work and it's good to show, but I think between these two images, like having a second one doesn't really show all that much. And I think, I feel like this one is a little bit stronger because of the gradation of the armor into the distance. It kind of looks a little bit cleaner. I would probably remove this one and keep this one and move this one to the top.
Okay.
Yeah, and some of these things like the close-ups, which don't really show that much, I think we can get rid of as well. So you might think, oh, I want to put all of my cool stuff here, but you know, like 4 or so pieces from this production that you worked on is plenty. It shows that you've worked on a production before, that you can work with leads and teammates and stuff like that. Yeah.
I would probably put the layout in the thumbnail. 'Cause, like from here, where I don't know, I kind of thought it was like paintings too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
I think like if you wanted to, you could put like a little Batman in like the what do we call this, like the template or something like that on the cover, so that it's clear like what you worked on. But I definitely think displaying the layout, especially this one, would be nice.
that said, if you want to apply for colors, I think it's worth it to hide it. Because it happens often that like you get hired and you end up doing
something
the
that
wrong
you,
thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
not prepared to do. Yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough. I'll have a look at some of this other stuff as well. Are these like student projects?
Yeah, this is a personal project. It's kind of like on an ongoing yet,
Mm.
so it's like very few
Yeah, that's-
stuff I have.
That's fine. It's nice to see it.
Yeah, this is really cool.
I think this is a very nice image. This reminds me of one of the artists that worked on Spider-Verse. I think he's French as well.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't know all the French.
I'll look it up. You know what, Mel, if you want to say anything while I look it up.
You need to scroll down.
Yeah, I'll show some of these things.
Maybe, is it Rémi Salmon? Yeah, a guy who worked on, how's it called? Do you remember Moon?
Moon. Sorry, what's their name again?
The blue guy. Moon. M-U-N-E.
M-U-N-E?
Yeah. And you can.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's this person. Who's the artist?
Rémi Salmon.
Remy?
Yeah.
Salmon?
It's not exactly. I think what you do is like rounder. It has a vibe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Hang on.
But from what I see, it's already super solid, to be honest. Like, in terms of like colors and composition, I can see that for like concept art or even like color script.
Do you have any
think,
thoughts on where you want to be going?
Yeah, I would really love to have like more color script, like stuff with colors. I already did something for like animated series, and it was like super cool. So like, I really love colors. So
Okay, I found who it reminds me of.
Oh, yeah, this
Aurelian
guy.
Predel.
Yeah.
Have you seen
Yeah.
this guy's work before?
not this one.
I'll put a link
Oh
to
yeah,
it.
I know this one. Okay, yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
think
love the pastel look.
yeah, your work, like especially that one image, like a little bit evocative of that kind of look. So if you want to go in that direction, I'd say you definitely can, and definitely look at some of the stuff here. Here's Moon.
Yeah, Moon. Yeah.
Look at the stuff that he's done and the kind of designs that he's making. I think you can kind of paint in a similar way, but next thing to focus on is the design appeal of the shapes and the composition.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what it reminded me of. I think he did some... What else did I see? Just all of this stuff is really good. It's just really good. Yeah, from what I can see, you have very good fundamentals. Nothing really stands out in a bad way, which is good. So I'd say the next step is to kind of push even further with that kind of visual appeal. Like all of this, it's cool. It's cool. You got style. You have like a good sense of proportion. I would say maybe to take the next step, it would be like a little bit more polished on the way that you present things. I think this is really nice. I think this is almost better than the painted stuff, I'd say.
The more sketchy stuff.
Yes, because it's very volumetric. The way that you've shaded it, I can easily see the shape and the volume, and I could easily see this being taken by a 3D modeler. You know, like this is perfect. Yeah, these sketches are really excellent. And I'm not sure that I'm seeing that with the painted stuff. It's not displaying that kind of volume. Even this one, even though it's like just as clean, it's not really giving the same kind of information. But this is good for like
Yeah,
color
yeah.
reference.
I do agree. I tend to be like a bit I don't know how to say bolder maybe when I'm not when I'm more rough, you
Yeah.
know?
I would say that if this is like kind of difficult, like don't even do it. You don't have to color your characters. They're perfectly fine in black and white shaded like this. And I think if I saw a full portfolio of different characters like this, like I would want to hire you, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, like lots of nice expressions. I'd say that this, especially this character, stands out heaps. What do you think, Mel?
I do really like it. Yes.
This is
I
great
would
as well.
say though that spending time in like painting in volume is like I think can like bring something like some more stuff to your portfolio, because if you want to work in 3D, sometimes they ask color artists to fully render the character.
Okay, so in terms of volumetric rendering, this is excellent.
Cool.
This is what we want to see on the characters. You don't have to paint like backgrounds, but if you can paint them like this, like that would be great. This is really good.
Okay.
I would say too that if you want to apply for color script, I think it would be nice to like gather a bunch of your like color stuff together, or like maybe do small thumbnails, like very sketchy thumbnails, but like a bunch of them, you know, like very small, to show that you can do like a bunch of them and like.
Yeah, I do think that your portfolio would benefit
makes
from
sense out
being
of it.
separated by position. So have a character design section. You kind of do, but it's like there's a lot to click through. You know, it'd be
Yeah, I
really
would say
nice
maybe-
if I could see here immediately like all of the stuff.
I would say ArtStation maybe is not the best for that.
Maybe
Yeah,
a bespoke
unfortunately,
website.
my actual portfolio was full of NDA stuff. So
Yeah, it's fair enough. I
yeah.
think you had a PDF,
Yeah.
right? I'd recommend looking into making a website. There's lots of good
yeah,
free stuff like what's free? Card. You can make one on Tumblr. Is Carbon Made free or is that paid? I'm not sure.
which one? Sorry.
Carbon Made. I haven't looked into it, but yeah, definitely I'd say try, and since you're already getting professional work, maybe you don't need to. Maybe you'll continue to roll on to new projects, which is fine. But I think if you want to really capture the attention of like bigger studios, definitely a website would be good.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Beautiful work. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah,
Good luck.
this is great.
Thanks.
You got this. Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, so Maggie is... Here we go. Character design, illustration, viz dev. Nice. I love this. When people do this, it's so easy to tell. Yeah. Okay. Look. Hello Maggie. Currently you are muted. Feel free to
Hello.
speak. Oh, she's gone. Character design.
Oh, that is great.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, hello. Welcome.
Hello.
I think you're a bit quiet, so I'm going to turn you up a little bit and try to speak a bit closer to your mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Okay. So, are you more interested in character design, illustration, or viz dev?
I am more interested in characters, but I know that it's really hard to get in.
Yes, it's very competitive, and
Yeah.
there is something to be said about making a strategic choice to focus on one thing that can lead to better kind of success rate. But if you're really hell-bent on characters, you should put 100% into it. So everything I've been telling people who want to do character design is that there's another position called character layout, which has more positions available. Have you heard of that one?
I have not.
So character layout is stuff like this, where you're drawing, maybe you get a storyboard and then you draw like the final pose for the characters. and it's reference for animators. And if I can find the other example, here's from TMNT. You can see there's a storyboard, and then this is what the character layout artist will do. So they don't have to animate anything, but they do draw the characters. And if you have strong character art, like this is something that you could be doing. So definitely look into that. I'd say currently these are nice, but not quite there yet. I think it needs a bit of work on consistency, which is one of the most difficult things, of course, consistency across kind of different angles and expressions. But something to work on. And I would definitely recommend doing more sketches. I know a lot of these are kind of like final designs, but sometimes we like to see the sketches as well. Where did I put? I have so many tabs open. Oh, it's me up. Okay, Steve. So, like you see stuff like this. I think doing more of this would be quite helpful. And you can kill two birds with one stone. Like they can be poses for your character, expressions. Not every kind of sketch that you make has to be like a final clean line.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just really solid volumetric drawing. And I think you're kind of headed in this kind of direction, right? Do you have any favorite like TV shows or movies that you'd like to work on? Dream job?
Probably maybe Castlevania.
Yeah, Castlevania. No one's mentioned Castlevania yet. I'm gonna go to Castlevania IMDb, and then I'm gonna go to cast and crew, and then look for the character design stuff and see if we can find some of their portfolios. So most of it's done by Sam Dietz, I believe. So I'm gonna see if I can find his portfolio.
I agree with Orange. I feel it could be nice to have like maybe a bit more expressions and poses, but like rough, so you don't have to render all of them, you know. Like even if you have like one pose rendered, it's okay.
Oh,
like
okay.
the full body.
But that's
Sorry,
a
I
good
think
note.
it cut a little bit.
Oh, I was saying that that's a really good note because I wasn't sure if in your portfolio if you should include more sketches or if everything should just be finalized paintings.
You can definitely have sketches because it helps to show the design process as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even like a sketch of an expression, even if it's not a clean line, it can still be very helpful and very evocative. You know, like if you had a sketch sheet like this for one of your characters, like this would be fantastic. You know?
Okay.
And yeah, I'm just bringing up some Castlevania character designs. You can see that there's like a front view, a back view, some callouts as well. Now these kind of eye and mouth kind of callouts are getting very specific, and I'm not quite sure you really need them in a portfolio. But just to note that it helps with consistency for yourself as well when it comes to drawing your characters at different angles. And yeah, not everything has to be colored either. You can and this isn't, I don't think this is final line. This looks like clean. It looks pretty clean, but I don't think it's final line. So stuff like this definitely is good to see as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have any questions?
No, I think mainly it's so I actually work in live action as a concept artist, and I've been wanting to transition into animation, and that's why I've been trying to like change up my portfolio. And when I was talking to Angela Sung, she was saying that like if you just broaden your portfolio, then it's like you can just get your foot in the door. So that's what her recommendation was. And I'm not really sure what I should be doing because, you know, I love characters, but I also know that in order to get in, like, it's very, very competitive right there. So.
Yeah. So my suggestion would be, since you're already working in live action, is this like a long-term contract or full-time? Is that what the job is?
It's project to project basis.
Okay. I'd say keep doing this because you've already got a strong base for this, and I'm sure if you keep applying for this work, you can get it. Build up like your finances and stuff, and then maybe you can stop working for a little bit and focus on your portfolio for 2D, or you can do that whilst you're working and keep building up your portfolio and use your connections that you have at the jobs that you're currently taking. I'm sure some of them have worked in 2D animation or feature film animation, right? And so try to talk to some of them and see if you can get any inroads through that. But you know, it's kind of tough because this work is really strong, and I can definitely see why you're getting work for this. A pivot is quite kind of dramatic to 2D, and it's kind of like learning an entirely new skill almost.
Yeah.
Because this is more about it's almost like set dressing for a character. Like you're designing their outfit, and the colors. Whereas when it comes to 2D, there's a lot more design to the shape of the character and the proportions, and like the actual personality of the character. You're designing that as well. It's a bit of a tricky transition, but I'd say if you can keep working, and then in your free time, work on this portfolio and look at the portfolios and the designs of the work that you do want to get. For example, Castlevania. Look at like some of the work from Steve Ahn. If you're on Instagram, you can click on this little plus button and it'll show you similar artists, hopefully. I'm not saying, yeah, maybe Casey. See what kind of stuff that these people are doing. And some of them might have their portfolios public. Look at those and see how they're displaying their portfolios to get the jobs that they're getting.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot to do. I think you're still early in the transition, but since you have such a strong base, I'm sure with a lot of work, you'll definitely get there.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much. Yeah, your stuff is really good, and I think if you've gotten to this point with your live action work, you can get to the same professional level with the 2D stuff as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Good luck.
Okay, who's next? Modders. Are we going in order to Evan?
Hello.
Hello, is this Evan?
Hello.
Oh yeah. Hi, my name is Evan, and I want to be a background artist and like biz dev artist.
Yeah, awesome. One thing that stands out to me immediately is that it looks kind of like Riot kind of style. Is that one of your main inspirations?
One of my biggest inspirations is actually Jose Vega and his work at Powerhouse Studios, and I look at like Sean Vo too, like both also another artist at Powerhouse. And
Powerhouse is a Castlevania, right?
Yeah, that's that's like my dream studio.
Awesome. Okay, I like it. What do I have to say about this? I think the work is good. In order to take it to the next... Oh yeah, go ahead, Mel.
No, sorry, I was like gouache painting.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
One thing I think that will help take your work to the next level is a bit more kind of realism in your design. So I'll show you an example here from Toma Moya. He worked on Arcane, and if you look at this image here, it's got like this railing at the front. It's kind of similar to your windows here, but your windows look very 2D. Like I can see like a little bit of a rim light here, but it doesn't really look super realistic. Because like if you imagine that there's glass here, the glass wouldn't be sitting on such a like thin pane, right? And so something with a bit more structure would look a bit more realistic. Like these things here, the structural stuff for this pipes here, like a bit more thickness to things, so it's less 2D looking. And then also like these columns, are they round or are they square? You know, like I can't really tell from this. So really really make clear like what the volumes of the space is doing. Also with these kind of patterning up here, it's like how are they molded? Like are they protruding? Are they round? Are they like kind of pointed? Like are they like a pyramid kind of shape? All this stuff is opportunity for you to make your designs clearer, because the job that you're probably doing will be background painting, right? And on a screen this wouldn't hold up, if that makes sense. Like you watch a TV show, this would look clearly kind of too sketchy, right? Do you have any works that are examples of like a finished background painting?
Those are my examples.
So these need like a little bit more polish. These are good for kind of early concept, but even with early concept stuff, like I'd argue that with early concept stuff, you have to be even more kind of specific, because this will be reference for a background layout artist. And if they can't tell what's going on with, you know, the molding, they don't know what to draw. Like it's hard to, they have to design it, you know, whereas you kind of should be designing that. That makes sense.
More specific, like activate the space more and add more forms. Like I said, if you can't tell what's going on, make it clear. So I'll show another example. One of my favorites, Cosmin, and his work on Lego Monkey Kid. These are some of his set design. So from these, it's obviously a different style, but you can tell what's going on with everything here, you know? There's nothing ambiguous about it. All the forms are clear. If it's round, it looks round. If it's square, it looks square. I'd argue maybe some of this foreground stuff is a little bit unclear, but that's clearly not the focus of the design. So there's like a couple different things, and I'd say being good at design will help you with background paint. Being good at painting will help you with designing. So I'd say to work on that. Where did your portfolio go? Here it is. Yeah. So I think everything that you have here, you can kind of take it a step further. This one's nice, this daytime image. I feel like it'd be cool to see that one fleshed out as well. Like maybe if you can't be bothered to paint this one, try to flesh out the daytime one and get that.
Yeah, I think it would be nice to have like more different moods in your paintings, because I think there's like mostly a very dark ambience.
They're all kind of like existing in a similar space, similar lighting scenario, and we want to see you can paint in all different lighting scenarios. So like one of the exercises I see people do, which is great to put in your portfolio, is like a room with 4 different lighting schemes. But definitely some more variety in the lighting would be great. Do you have any questions for us?
So to recap, like I need to be more specific in the forms I'm drawing. I need to account for more light logic. I need more structure and form and more polish. Like people should look at like every part of my painting and be like, oh, that's how the space works, and that's not what my piece is at right now.
So like this one, I'd say like the level at which the chairs and stuff are it's really good. But your hero piece definitely needs to be the focal point, so it needs more attention to it.
Can we see the other stuff?
The other tab.
Yeah.
Keyframe design. Yeah,
That's
so I'd
cool.
say it's a little bit sketchy. This would suffice, I think, as a color script. But in terms of like keyframe design, it's not quite there.
Okay.
But for color scripts, like maybe if you're interested in doing color scripts, these would be really cool.
I would say the main difference between keyframes and color script, I think it depends between studios, to be honest. But for me, the main difference is keyframes have more texture and more compositing, I would say.
Okay.
It's like a final look
color script.
of what the
Yeah.
image will look like on the screen. So you do have to take into account like compositing,
Yeah.
textural stuff, and design as well.
Like here, I think the color is solid, but I think we're missing a bit like materials and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's good though. I think this stuff is nice.
Yeah.
We just need to flesh out the
Yeah.
portfolio a bit more, take some stuff a bit further. And you're definitely on the right track.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. Any last questions?
Yeah, so trying to find the words for this. You mentioned like hero piece versus like background pieces. Like how should I like, so as a general rule, like I'm working a lot on like level of finish, and I will say the purple piece is probably the one with the spider, is probably the one like that's the most rendered I can do right now as a student. So when you say more attention, does that mean like even smaller and smaller shapes?
Yes. So you can think about something like shape kind of contrast, big, medium, small, and kind of distribution of detail. So if you use smaller shapes, it gets more detailed, and then that will contrast against your larger, like broader shapes. So for example, the reason why I think these kind of chairs stand out so well is because you've got the nice broad shapes and then atmospheric lighting in the background. So you got like big kind of rectangles of color. And then you have like these tiny little like details, these little highlights on the chairs. And that contrast is really good because like I know I'm not supposed to be focusing too much on the background. You don't have to kill yourself detailing every specular highlight on this this like molding, but you can do that on like this chair section where it's closer to the light, you know?
Okay.
And definitely look at, you know, some stuff for Arcane. I think that's probably your best bet.
Yeah.
And you can see how they kind of handle it. You can see like up close, like big broad shapes, but then like tiny little details, these little windows, little things. You might notice even as well that it's not that tight. It's not like that super finely rendered either. You know, it's a little bit blocky, but you just need to pick and choose where you place the detail.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, and great work. I'm sure keep working on it. You'll get there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who is next? Are we going in order? So, Eric?
Hello?
Is this Eric?
Hi, yes. How
Hello.
are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Alrighty,
Good,
so got visual development. You want to tell us a bit about yourself?
My name's Eric. I'm currently an animation student, but I want to go into visual development and character design in the future. So that's what I focus more on my portfolio.
Nice.
And maybe some color and like painting as well for backgrounds or like color scripts and stuff like that.
My favorite thing so far is this color script and
really cool.
These props. I think they're working quite well. I think the props, even though they're simple, there's a style to them, and I can definitely see these being like on a production. These character designs are nice as well. I almost want to say that this is it a particular project? This one, are they all from one project or separate.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're from my second year short film.
I would say put Hydro at the top over this one. I think the work that you've done on Hydro is a lot stronger. I say that because the character designs, there's way more variety and personality. Like, I really like this. You can immediately see the personality of each of the characters based on their pose and their shape language. Whereas I don't really see that from this first project. They all have very similar kind of shapes. So definitely put this one at the top. The props are really nice. Props are really nice because it's a good entry level position. And if you can draw things volumetrically detailed and you can match styles, like that's a good entry level position. And backgrounds as well is a good entry level position. So if you eventually want to do viz dev, it is a really difficult role to get into. It's good to start with backgrounds and props.
Okay.
Yeah. I will say the kind of perspective on a lot of your work is quite stylized, which is better for 2D. But there's not often a lot of kind of 2D viz dev work. Like each 2D production might have one viz dev artist. So you either have to my recommendation would be to get more solid with your perspective. Make it a bit more realistic, even though like stylized perspective it's fine. Like for example in this shot, I think this shot would work better if it had more realistic perspective. And it just shows that like you can do perspective as well. Because if everything is stylized, I'm like, do you know how perspective works? You know?
Yeah.
Even this project, I think this project is also better than the first one. And you've even got the separated pieces for like rigging.
That's cool.
Yeah, this was like a project that I did when I was learning cutout animation, like rigging and stuff.
This is great. You should definitely have this project at the top.
Yeah. I think it would be great to gather all the character designs in like one page, because I think you have a lot of stuff.
Yes, so it's a lot to scroll through, and like by the time I've scrolled up to here, I've like seen already like 10 images, and I'm like oh my goodness, there's like still 3/4 to go through. So I think it'd be nice to separate a character design, and then maybe like a viz dev section that has props and color scripts and background designs and stuff.
I think, to be honest, like even if you can keep this page, but maybe not at the.
Yeah, if you're applying to like a certain position, it's good to have a separate tab for it.
Yeah,
so they don't have to
it's
click
okay
too
if you
much.
post the same thing twice too.
Yeah.
If you want to keep the project together.
Yeah, so if you have a separate tab with just character design and like say you're applying the character design, you give them that link.
Okay.
Yeah, I think your props are really nice. I think this is excellent. Like you have
yeah, this is really clean.
You have like the elevation view, the plan top down view. You have color design. Like this works really well. This is really nice. One thing I'll say is slightly weak is the perspective view. I feel like there's like something a little bit wonky about it. Did you draw this with a perspective grid? Because I don't think you did.
No.
Yeah, so I'd say that when drawing in perspective, always use the perspective grid. Even professionals, they're always using perspective grids to just make sure that their work is correct. And I think you'd greatly benefit from that because this doesn't look like it used a perspective grid either. Yeah. Have you worked with perspective grids before? Do you know how to use them?
I tried a bit, but I don't really know specifically.
Okay. Here's a video for you to watch. I put it in the chat here. So don't know if it is something that easily illustrates. Like something like this, it's sketched first without a grid, I think. And then afterwards, they put the grid in place and fix up all of the lines. And then you go from something that like maybe was a bit wonky at first, and then you end up with something that's really, really solid. Like every line is perfectly in place. You can wonk it a little bit for a bit of personality, but you can tell like how grounded in kind of reality the perspective is here. So yeah, definitely
I'll
check
it out later. For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, like something like this could be a really difficult scene to draw because of how many curves there are and how like natural landscapes combined with structures. So this is a scenario where, you know, a perspective grid will help you immensely with drawing this. Yeah.
I would say if you want to go more to do more backgrounds, definitely some stuff that are more structured would be great.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to just dive into something like this initially.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this kind of stuff, like, it's okay if there's not too much perspective. It's mostly about the shape, and it's the same for the vegetation, I guess. Having like maybe like establishing with like buildings and stuff could be interesting.
This is really nice though. Like you clearly have a good
really
knack for designing and composing a scene with kind of natural elements. I think you tend to struggle when there's like more perspective in the scene. Yeah, so that's something to work on. But character designs are looking really nice. Prop designs are looking really nice. Have you started applying for any jobs yet?
I'm currently doing a freelance job for like a bit of character design, background design and background painting. And that's been helping me a lot with like learning how to
definitely
work and stuff and like perspective. But yeah, it's just,
learn as much as you can
new to it,
on the productions. So like you've got leads and supervisors, learn as much as you can from them and really build up those skills. But otherwise, pretty strong. Just maybe do some separations for separate roles, and this page specifically, the second two projects I think are far stronger. Your character stuff I think is currently stronger than your background stuff, so in terms of ordering it, put the character stuff all at the top. The prop stuff as well is really nice, and yeah, just start with a bang, make it clear what you're all about.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Any last questions?
So should I put the Hydra one at the top or the other one, the third one at the top?
What do you think, Miel?
Not taking decisions.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I guess, to be fair, I think if you just gather all the characters together, you don't have to answer this question.
Yeah.
But I would put any of these two on top.
Yeah, these two I think are much stronger. I like them all.
Yeah.
I mean, flip a coin, take your pick. They're both good.
Yeah. Maybe I would say this one. Maybe
this one. Yeah, this one maybe has a bit more like breakdown. Like this is very impressive. This is.
Yeah, this is really cool.
Thank you.
This is awesome. All right, thank you so much, and best of luck.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay. Are we moving on next to rap? Hello, is this rap?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for having me. Apologies in advance if you hear my cat.
We're good. All right. Do you wanna?
It's a good thing, I think.
Okay. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, I'm Rap. I'm self-taught. Currently, I'm doing freelance. Recently, I've been just doing graphic design under an agency and a bit of illustrative work under them. But in my personal time, I focus mostly on commissions, personal work for friends and family, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I started with traditional first and then went digital.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it about me. Oh, and currently I am having my eyes on dabbling into some pixel art. If you saw like some of the stuff I've seen, I've posted on digital under the digital tab. There's like some pixel portraits below. Because I have a D&D game right now. I'm planning to make like sprites for my characters.
Oh, that's cool.
Whatnot.
Oh, that's so cool.
Your friends are lucky.
Yeah, so that's it for me.
Awesome. So I see that this is, I guess, your day job. But I guess you want to transition into animation.
Oh, yeah, that's what I also want to consult about, because so far I'm just doing like daily studies of like people, and I try to churn in some plein air if I can. And maybe you could like give me an insight on what my strengths are based on what you're seeing.
So whatever you did here, this is excellent. This study is really, really good. Really great simplification. Really good values and color. Do more of these.
Thank you.
Yeah, so these are, at the same time, they're really excellent and nice to look at, but also as you do them, you're going to learn lots as well. So I have an example here for you, which is one of my co-workers, Lyndon, and these are his plein air paintings. So he does heaps of plein air paintings. And I kind of see a similar, you have a similar knack for this kind of stuff, which I see here. And I think it's fine to keep doing those because you're going to learn lots from them. And this also leads into kind of the ability to be able to do work like this as well, which is background painting for animation productions. So I think that could be a direction that you go into based on your current skills.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. I was not expecting that because background is like my kryptonite right now.
Okay, so it's not it doesn't seem like immediately obvious because you think that this stuff is like beyond what you can do, but it's not. You're not too far away from it, you know, because wrong one. If you can paint like this, like you're pretty damn close. What you will need to kind of do is learn a little bit about like layering and pipeline. What did you paint this on? Is this heavy paint or?
I used a square brush on Procreate.
On Procreate, right?
Yeah.
So this kind of painting is really great. When you do work on productions, you'll need to learn about layering and stuff like that. I'll put this in chat for reference. And like this is pretty close to what you've done, honestly. Except that this is a background for animation that's staged for characters. Whereas this is a study. So that's kind of the difference between a background design and a study, is that it's staging for a character. Supposed to support the character and the story moment. That's something to think about.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely altering the lighting to favor the foreground.
Exactly. Yeah. And then you might not think it either, but your skills can also lend to more kind of stylized looking painting as well, because you kind of have like the knowledge of how light works, and you can apply that to even stylized painting as well. If that makes sense. So what do you think he should work on next, Meow, in terms of building up the skills in a portfolio to apply for this kind of work?
I mean, definitely having stuff like working with like layers.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know coming from traditional, it can be hard. But you need to have layers to be able to like do camera movements, stage characters, add effects, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And this will kind of build also like another type of style, I would say. Not exactly, but yeah, you get the idea, hopefully.
Yeah. I totally do. I am notorious for painting on a single layer. So
Yeah.
It's really good though because it just
yeah,
inspires
it's really good.
confidence. I think I'd rather see this than see someone that is using layers but doesn't is not clear with what they're doing.
Yeah.
You know?
That said, if you want to do concept art, for example, or color script, I think doing stuff on a single layer is usually a bit more okay. And yeah, maybe you want to go towards that kind of stuff that Orange is sharing.
Yeah, this is some
that is
stuff
like more illustrative, but I like mostly you're sharing like a mood without like too many details.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do believe that for Lyndon, this is some of the stuff that got him hired. It wasn't even some of his professional stuff. It was just some of his personal paintings. And so it's not so crazy to just keep doing personal paintings. And then maybe along the way, you're just going to have inspiration to make a story or something like that. And you'll want to paint it out and paint out story moments. That's fine as well. But yeah, if you can end up doing stuff like this, yeah, you can definitely lend your skills to things like background paint, color script.
Yeah. Maybe you can check out also the work of like Dice Susumi and Robert Kondo from like wait, how's it called? The Dam Keeper. Wait, the studio name.
Tonko House?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think they have like a more illustrative look. And it's like kinda rough. And they
Tonko
shared
House
like a
is a
bunch of
very
videos on
specific.
their YouTube account.
Yeah, Tonko House is a very
sharing their
specific style.
process.
I'm kind of afraid to give you Tonko House because I don't want you to go away from your nice graphic look. I'm like, I want you to keep doing
fair.
that. Because
I think we also do like some kind of graphic stuff, but like in a different way. I mean, it's like I don't know how to explain, but
yeah. For example, something like this
resonates with gouache.
Something like this can look similar to like some of the paintings that you're doing for like a plein air painting or a study or something like that. But it's a story moment. You know, you got the character, you've got the lighting. It's telling a story with these paintings. You know, so maybe start doing some more stuff like this. Like, get a bit more creative. Like, if you have a nice reference from a museum, think about what story moment could this be. Maybe I could stage the lighting to like show this moment. That would be really cool. I think Lyndon has a couple paintings where he's done that, where he's taken, he's done like SpongeBob, where he's taken probably some kind of like lighting reference and used it to make like this funny like cartoon fan art kind of stuff.
That's great.
It works really well.
Yeah. Like if you have like a single layout, you can try to like switch moods. Like towards like like every time of the day. I think it's a very cool exercise. And it kind of forces you to have like different layers sometimes that you want to adjust and like experiments with Procreate, I guess you're using. And
all right, thank you so much.
Yeah, so this is Cat's Eye. See if I can find the color. Yeah, here it is. Like, here's just painted a room, and then using layers, you have to turn your room into different lighting scenarios. You know, I think that could be a really interesting exercise for you that will challenge you to use layers and to learn how to use them. Yeah, do you have any questions for us?
Oh yeah. Before I ask questions, I am very grateful for your feedback.
No,
the two of you. I do have a question about like ideating because I have a difficulty in like I do have like a working knowledge on like what I see, but like translating something original and transposing it onto like what I've been studying about. How do you go on about that process? Because I've been meaning to do like more original work as opposed to like training studies, you know?
So something that I kind of generally do is I'll have like this is based on a photo reference, but like obviously maybe it's not obvious. It's not the exact colors that were in the photo, but it was about translating that reference into a kind of story moment. So I'm adding like this lighting, I'm adding these characters, I'm staging and framing, I'm making a scene out of it. So I guess the advice would be to try and tell a story with what you're doing and try to make modifications in order to support that. So for example, if you have this image here, maybe there's like a little boy gone to his grandparents' house on the holidays and they're hanging out together, and I don't know, what would the story moment be? It could just be that. And then like, what would you do to support that? You know, maybe you'd show what kind of work they're going to be doing. Maybe they're going to go onto the farm. You can see that there's tools and stuff on the ground, and there's like a rucksack in the back and some drapery on over the side of this ute, and you know, maybe there's like some like dangly things on the like wind charms and stuff like that. Maybe you can see grandma through a window and she's cooking, you know, like try to add these story moments and try to modify the scene to support that. I think that'd be a good place to start.
I think looking at like a lot of different references, but like not really related with like what you want to look for can also bring you ideas. Like you can scroll your references and like just to change the mood of your image, for example, and like you know, like you take like this mood of this image and you put it in this image this way, but only this part. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh, I just had a thought. You can do film studies as well. I think that'll really help you with studying
cool.
storytelling. At the same time, you're also going to get to, you know, practice your painting. Well.
Okay, thank you so much for your advice.
No worries. This is really excellent work, and best of luck to you.
Yeah, I love your traditional stuff, really.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
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 Okay. We just fell a bit behind, but that's okay. Are we moving on to Serena?
Hello.
Gonna try saying something?
Hello.
Welcome. Okay. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
Sure, yeah, thank you so much. I'm currently a senior year 2D animation major, and I would really love to get into character design, visual development, and character animation as well. Currently, this is a general portfolio. Oh, and I'm also interested in storyboarding.
Okay. So you're currently studying, right? How long do you have left?
Yeah, I have about, I guess, well, I graduate in May, so now until May.
Okay. I think between now and May, you have to pick one thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So whether it's character design or viz dev or animation, you got to focus on one thing, because otherwise you're stretching yourself too thin and you're not going to be able to get good enough at anything to break into the industry, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of direction that you're currently thinking about?
Yes. Currently what I'm thinking about the most is visual development.
So with visual development, the easiest way to get in is through props and backgrounds. So we have some props here, but what was this? Is this? Oh, it's 3D. Okay. I think we'll need to see more of props and background if you want to do viz dev. So I'll just bring up an example. Viz dev portfolio. Link Kim, so you can see that there's kind of like thumbnails of scenes and background designs. It's very focused on color as well. VizDev is very linked with color. That's something that you'll need to work on as well. And then, you know, there's also prop design. As you can see here, you've got like the design of a prop, a call out of the texture, and then an even further call out of like this individual tile piece for this prop. So these are the kind of things that you'll want to be including in your portfolio.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, this is really great work, and if you're not there yet, that's fine. But definitely do look at portfolios of professionals to see what kind of standard we want to reach. And it is also a design-based role as well, so you'll often have to do things like cutouts and shoeboxes, elevations, sections, stuff like that.
If you don't mind me asking, with the way my general portfolio looks at the moment, like what do you think is my strength?
Okay, so I'm tending to see more character work. If I didn't talk to you and I was just looking at it, I'd think that you wanted to do character. And if that is something that you're interested in, I would put more energy into that. Currently, from what I can see in your portfolio, that's the direction that I would push in. But you did just say that you wanted to do VizDev, and you are still studying, so it's not uncommon for people to continue practicing and stuff for 2 years after graduation before breaking through. So I think there's still plenty of time. It's hard to tell right now based off of your current work, I think.
Mm. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
my recommendation would be to kind of choose something and really try your best in it, and see where it goes from there.
Gotcha.
If you do want to do characters, I would practice gesture drawing, and let's see, keep bringing up Steve on, but stuff like this, you know, drawing characters at different angles, different poses, different expressions, stuff like that. You know, so take your characters and see if you can draw them in different scenarios. Do you have any further question?
I was wondering if you think like I heard that apparently the animation industry right now isn't doing too well.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if you had any advice as to like how do I say this, like without sounding too negative.
Yeah,
But,
so
do you...
so it kind of comes in waves. It has like ups and downs, and right now it's kind of a down period, but it will eventually pick up again. And since you're not like currently working and you're still studying anyway, it's like the best time for you to skill up. So when it's hard to find jobs, you can like do some self-study, take some short courses, build up your portfolio more. There's lots of things you can do to continue to practice. And then when the industry does eventually pick up again, then your portfolio will be ready for that, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
And whilst it kind of sucks in the downtime, like some people, you know, unfortunately have to live and will take part-time jobs, like work at the cafe or the grocery store or something. And yeah, that's nothing to be ashamed of. That's something that everyone does. And so if you do need to take like a menial job to support yourself in the meantime, do so, but keep practicing your art, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah, because I don't think that there's anyone that like can't make it. If you put in the work and time, it's difficult, it's a lot of hard work, but if you push yourself in the right direction, and you keep practicing, like I think anyone can make it. But yeah, if you don't have any other questions, my suggestion would be to kind of focus on a direction, look at other people who are doing that thing that you want to do, and practice the skills that you're kind of missing to get to there. And I'd say focus on perspective. I think whether it's for character or for backgrounds, perspective is super important, and definitely work on that.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah. Do you have any comments, Mel?
I would say the first thing that I saw when you entered was this picture on top, on the very top, I think.
Oh yeah.
I would put a drawing instead.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would want to see your stuff there. I think also the text in your portfolio is very big for some reason.
Yeah, there's a lot of text.
And yeah, and also I don't know, I would love to see like more images or more drawings, I guess, at the same time, and maybe divide, because I think there's like all the videos at the top, but if you are playing for like character design, for example, you kind of want to have the not moving drawings first.
Yeah, I would say almost like show don't tell. I think there's too much text. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Otherwise, that's cool.
Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was really, really helpful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks for sharing. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we're going in order, we have Clayton next, is it? I'm gonna close some of these tabs. Feel free to say hi and introduce yourself, Clayton.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, you're a bit quiet. I'm going to turn you up.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe you can try speaking closer to your mic and I'll turn you up.
Hello? Testing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
My name's Clayton. I am essentially like, mainly an illustrator, but I dabble in a bit of animation, I reckon.
Mm-hmm. So what kind of part of the animation pipeline would you be interested in working in?
Say either storyboarding or like character design. Mainly, I reckon.
Okay. Do you have any favorite shows or artists that inspire you?
I know Dana Terrace is certainly one of them, and the Owl House, and all that. Rebecca Sugar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Not sure if I'll be able to find. I'll just bring up some Steven Universe stuff, maybe. So you say character design and storyboards, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
and I guess a bit of viz dev as well.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have experience in storyboards, so I can't really speak much about that. And I don't have much experience in character either, but we've been looking at some character stuff lately because a lot of people want to do character design. And here's some Steven Universe character designs. And what you'll want to do is, for the positions that you want to get, you want to look at what the professionals are doing. So these are done for Steven Universe, as you can see. It's a really solid turnaround with final line, some poses, and a few expressions and stuff like that as well. And it's very solid, consistent, really good line weights. Like on the bottom side of things, you have a thicker line, you have some cast shadows, and it's very clear and volumetric. So if you give this to an animator, they should know exactly how to animate this character without asking any questions. As well as that, we've got a bit of color design and character layout as well. So if this is the direction that you want to head in, this is the kind of stuff you want to be working on. I think currently your character art is a little bit stiff. You're kind of missing a bit of gesture. I kind of like this expression here. He's like kind of leaning forward, giving a bit of attitude. But you'll want to work a bit more on gesture as well as clothing folds as well, like how the clothing hangs. And at the moment, the design that you have, the one that you've shown here, is very kind of generic. Whereas in character
yeah.
design for 2D animation, you want to have lots of different silhouettes, lots of different shapes, like bottom heavy versus like top heavy versus like very skinny, very wide, very short, very tall. You want lots of variety in your designs. So if that's something that you're headed in, I would work on that. Otherwise, if you prefer more kind of realistic proportions, you can look at stuff like Steve Ahn, and also like Studio Mia, like Avatar, Korra kind of look. And you will kind of have to choose to go in one direction or the other, because at the moment I think it's a bit too much to try and do both. And in terms of just draftsmanship in general, I think we need to work on perspective. The strongest piece I see in terms of perspective is probably this one. I think this one might be a good one for you to flesh out a bit further. So here's a really good video on perspective, and I think what would be helpful to you is to watch this video and learn how to use a perspective grid, and then use it to kind of solidify your drawing. So you can take it from something like this, which is a sketch that is done without a perspective grid, and take it towards something that's a bit more solid. Like you put on the perspective grid, you draw according to it, and then you end up with this really beautiful, strong, well drawn layout. So I think that piece would be a really good target for this one. And yeah, do more of that. I think practice that more, and always keep that in mind when you draw perspective. Do you have any questions?
No, I think it's like writing notes down here.
Yep.
But yeah, should be all good.
Do you have any suggestions or thoughts, Miel?
I've been looking for an artist, and I can't find it. I guess it's gone from the internet. But your art reminds me of Alex Rimbaud, and it's
Alex
like
Honnold.
very stylized. I don't know if you know.
No. I think. Who's? Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
It's doing like very stylized stuff, and I think you would maybe like it. It's like very using like a lot of very geometric very geometric lines and shapes. And I would say maybe like trying to like simplify your characters with like more simple shapes. Maybe could help you with like shape designing, not shape designing, but you know, maybe simplifying the characters is what I mean. We're using like very simple shapes rather than doing how do I say? Sorry, I need my images to make you understand.
What should I Google?
I'll send it to you.
Okay, you can put it in chat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the first image is very simplified. I think.
This reminds me
I
of
don't
like
know,
a
it
view.
gave me like a similar vibe. I think maybe you would enjoy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you happen to know who the artist is?
It's Alex Rimbaud, but I think they don't have any socials anymore.
Oh.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah,
But they
maybe.
do like they did a lot of like very moody but simple stuff. It's not really that.
Yeah, I don't know if I can find it.
That's certainly interesting.
But yeah.
I had like another artist.
I have been
in mind,
meaning
but-
to like what is it? Kind of push the whole shape aspect of like character designs.
Mhm.
And you know, Yeah, just
Yeah, that's
just
yeah.
you need to like improve on that. It does. Like.
Yeah, I think, and it's also like very fun because like, it's really easier to give character to your character, I guess.
Yeah.
When you're starting off with like very expressive shape, like it's I guess it's like you know, like round for like softer character, square for I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it would be nice. Though I don't know, like I saw the first image on your portfolio, and I think it's pretty interesting. I really like this done with the triangles. I think it's really interesting. Sorry, on top.
Oh, this
here these
like kind of Steven Universe-esque.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting.
Yeah.
I would love to see more, and but maybe you know, kind of since the background is like very stylized, maybe having like a more stylized character could work, maybe fit better.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm yapping a lot, but I hope
That's
it
okay.
helps.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
All right. That's about it, I think. Thank you so much, Clayton.
Thank you for having me.
Good luck.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our next person here. We have Approver.
Traditional paint. Let's go. This is oil, right?
Yeah, looks like oil.
This is oil. I'll take issue.
Tech issue. Wait, are we going to Marina? Or are we doing this one? I don't know what the order.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
We're waiting.
Yeah, bathroom break.
I'll be right back.
What's going on, mods? What's going on, chat? I haven't talked to chat. How you guys going? How are we enjoying the reviews so far? Marina can't hear me, but I can hear her, so tech issue still. Okay. Is Apurva here or no? If Ella is here, we could jump to Ella. We could do Ella first. Okay, no one else is here. Any waitlisters?
I'm so back.
Hello. Having tech difficulties. I'm wondering if we can do someone on the waitlist. Is anyone here on the waitlist for Saturday? Well, there's a couple more, but we're having tech issues and also some others aren't here. That's okay, we'll just talk about this work. These are oil, these like traditional drawings are really
this
nice.
charcoal? This is so clean. Charcoal is a really hard medium.
I haven't done charcoal before. This is
I
really
did a
good.
bit and these are strong values.
Yeah.
This is really cool.
Chiascudo. Oh, this is nice.
Oh, I love the texture in oil paint. It's really cool.
Yeah. Oh,
These
this
are
is
really cool.
really good as well. If you watch the VOD Apurva, we like this.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see that on these designs.
Yeah, for
that
sure.
kind of shading, because if you're capable of painting like this, you can definitely apply it to your design. What should we do? RNG? Yes, Jay. Waitlist in. Okay, who's on?
Okay.
Dragging them in. Who is it?
Who? Hello.
Hello. You will need to unmute. Sanik. Sanik. Gotcha. Can you get the mic to work, Sanik? You want to try saying something?
Demon, let's go. Hired.
More tech issues? That was nice.
No.
Jay, do you want to try dragging Sanik in and out? So many tech diff.
I really like the first one here.
This one?
Yeah, it's a bit sketchy, but I like the vibe.
Reminds me of Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Color.
Mm.
Okay. Right off the bat, a little bit difficult to navigate. Where do I go now? I have to go back to home. And then all the tabs are down here. I probably don't want that.
Oh yeah.
Kind of hard to find the work.
I don't know if they want to do animation.
It says.
I guess if putting this on.
Yeah, right. If someone's
yeah.
someone's clicking on the website, they see animation first.
Yeah.
This is quite good.
Mm.
I think maybe some little bit more refined line work would help. Prop design.
Oh, it's nice. Cool. They're pretty cool, I feel. I would love to see them like maybe like with like darker background or something. I'm not too fond of white background to be honest in portfolio. It depends for what. But
Oh, you're getting a bit
like maybe
robot-y. I
stage
think my
difference.
internet's doing well.
No.
Okay, we cannot hear Sanik and Marina can't hear us. Oh gosh. We could do them and we'll just get them to chat and ask a couple of questions. I might just do a monologue. Me and Mel can just discuss and then questions at the end.
Yeah.
If that works.
Animation was pretty cool to be honest. I think, yeah. I guess it depends what they want to do though. Is it one here?
Okay. Anyway, we already talked a bit about this.
Your models?
I guess the question would be like, what do you want to do, Sanik? This is 3D.
The Canada is back. Let's go.
I wonder why there was like a 2D version of this.
I guess it's to show the design of it, and maybe they did it in 3D then after.
Feels like it should be
Maybe
together.
if they wanted to showcase 3D, that would have been nice to have like both.
Yeah.
Next to each other to show process.
Yeah, it is a little bit difficult to navigate this this portfolio. Some of the gestures are quite nice. We don't have to see these in a portfolio, but definitely keep working on them. Keep practicing.
Yeah.
If you're watching Sanic, feel free to leave any questions in the chat. 2D was original planning, gotcha. My question to you would be, what do you want to do? Apart from the issues with navigating your portfolio, which one do you want to do? Because you have lots of different things here and you can't do all of them. 2D animation.
They're inside in chat.
I can
Is
see.
that you, Sanimon?
Yes. So in 2D animation, what part? Because you can do animation, you can do character design, you can do concept art, biz dev. Which one would you to focus on?
I think they're saying 2D animation.
What part of the pipeline?
Are you talking in like 2D animation in overall, or just like animation?
Yeah.
I guess the demo reel was on top, so maybe it's animation.
Animation itself. I see. Okay, that's why it's first in the portfolio. That makes sense.
Yeah. Overall, I think it's like pretty cool.
This looks really good. This one.
Yeah. I would say though that it would have been. I think you need to like work a bit in some of the timings in your animation and add some. Wait, how do you say? Like this exactly. Actually, this. You know, like wait, how is it called again? Sorry, it's been a while since I did animation. But like when it's like it's getting slower at the end. And,
yeah. Ramp or timing.
It's a timing
ease
thing
in, ease
overall.
out.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
sometimes the animation looks a little bit stiff because there isn't any of this.
Like the pacing of the movement.
Exactly.
I do think that one cut is the best thing on here. The one of the dog after this. This is very solid. And also like you're keeping it on model. The form is quite nice.
Though I would say the tail wagging, maybe the timing is a little bit off. Like it's not very.
Yeah, not very natural. One thing I will say is that for 2D animation, a lot of it these days is rigged, and there's not a lot of work for 2D hand-drawn animation, and so it might be necessary to put more rigged animation. Like this is rigged probably, but like rigged 2D animation for shows like Rick and Morty and stuff like that.
That's really cool that you have some more rough stuff and also finished stuff too. That's cool, I think.
It's definitely a good start, but definitely look at portfolios of your favorite animators and stuff and see what they're doing.
Also, if you want to get into animation, you might want to look into layouts, like character layout position. They can also be entry position for animation as well as character design.
Let me see if I can find like a Rick and Morty character layout. Right. It exists, you can Google it. I don't know if I can find it right now.
Indian industry usually hires generalists in the beginning as opposed to specialists. Oh, that's interesting.
They just hire people that can do everything and then get them to do everything.
Yes. Even in like 2D specialized studio, because I know it's a thing in like 3D in some 3D animation studios. to hire like 2D generalists.
But yeah, I would probably agree and say that animation is probably your strongest skill, and do continue to work on that.
Yeah. This is really cool.
To edit. Oh my goodness.
Editing for social media.
I'm so sorry. That is.
Oh god.
That is not the way it's supposed to. Unfortunately, if that's what it's like, then that's what you're gonna have to deal with. It's not right, but you gotta deal with it.
That said, I think, to be honest, overall, I think it's cool to be able to switch position from time to time, because like in animation, sometimes they like separate all the tasks in like very little tasks, and if you're only specialized to do that very single small task, it can feel repetitive. So I think being a generalist is not a bad thing. I think it's pretty fun.
Yeah. Okay.
It depends if you're willing to like switch often. I guess it depends on people.
Do you have any last questions for us, Sanic? I think since we did kind of linger here for a little while, we might try and wrap this one up and move to the last one or two.
I think that last one with IQ is really cool, to be honest. I would love to see a tiny bit more. I don't know if it's details, but yeah, maybe.
I think like more volumetric kind of drawing. I think like the keyframes can work on drawing them a bit more solidly.
Yeah.
Like take a bit more time with each frame.
Also, I would say if it's because like if you plan to keep the background simple, I believe this was a choice. I don't know. I think it's okay to keep it in like black and white.
Oh, true. Yeah. Don't need to be in color.
Someone is gonna be. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. We can move on to our next one. Thank you, Sanic, for submitting. And good luck to you.
Thank you.
If we've figured out the the mic for the other person, we can put them in.
Hope that can help.
Just good morning. Welcome.
Hello.
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 Is this Marina?
Yes.
Marina. Okay, excellent. Let's take a look at your portfolio. Okay, so immediately I'm seeing a very strong kind of direction towards VizDev, it seems to me. Am I right?
Yes.
So
that dragon.
So this stuff, when I saw
nice.
this, especially this image, it immediately made me think of Kung Fu Panda. So got some examples here.
I really love Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, of like some of the VizDev that was done on the film. And what I would say with your current paintings that you're displaying is that they need to be more specific and detailed. So the purpose of these images in VizDev is that they're supposed to be like further fleshed out by most typically a 3D team. They're going to model it and create the environment in 3D, or it's going to be a 2D painted background, either or. So your paintings need to have less kind of unresolved areas. So I'm looking into the background, and even though stuff is receding into the background and it's like pushed back by atmospheric perspective, it still needs to be accurate and well defined. So that's something that I would work on. Something that is also a bit tricky is the perspective. You kind of have a top-down shot, but then if I just look at these mountains here, it doesn't really look like that. So definitely look at reference of like a top-down mountainscape. Like this is top-down, and here's a good example of how mountains should look, even though it's stylized.
Yeah.
you can kind of see how that's working as well. But definitely, yeah, this one as well. This is stylized as well, but you have a really nice sense of distance. So that's something that you probably want to look into. And yeah, better define your shapes as well. Like in terms of painting, you want to be really specific about where you have soft and hard edges, and really make the most out of that to describe the dimensionality of things.
Oh, makes sense. Thank you.
So for example, here you've got like hard edges around the edges of, you know, the object. You have the silhouette of this foreground element. You have kind of a hard edge for this beam here, and then for these kind of tree shapes, you have a bit more of a soft transition. So that's kind of stuff you want to look out for. I'll put this link in chat as well. It's a really great portfolio.
Okay. Yeah,
I've yapped. Do you have
Lots
any
of
questions?
dragons.
Sorry?
Lots of dragons. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've yapped for a bit. Do you have any questions, Marina?
I would like to ask about organizing my portfolio in a better way, because I really like characters and BizDev and backgrounds, but I never know if I should sort my art by projects or by specialty.
I think whatever you have now is good. Because if you were, say, applying for a role that is BizDev or concept art, then, you know, I would look at this and I'd be like, okay, like I can see what's going on here. This is BizDev. This is what we'd be looking for. And then if you're applying for a character position, then you can apply using the link to your character tab. So I think this is a fine way to lay things out. I will say that I feel like there's a bit too much text going on. No one's going to read it, unfortunately. The recruiters take like a couple minutes to look at each portfolio, and they're not going to read these words. So either cut them out or reduce them a lot, because you don't want them to take too much space on the screen. You know, you want your drawings to be the star of the show.
Okay, we'll change that. Thank you.
And like I feel like it's probably from the formatting from card, but like this image kind of feels like it needs to go full screen, it needs to go full width, because it's quite small right now.
Do you mean the turnaround?
Yeah, I think this one would be great if it took the full width of the screen, like the rest of these images. Yeah, but these are really nice. I think these character design, like silhouettes and stuff, are really good. I think this character design is really good. Great turnaround. Really fun and playful details and shapes.
Thank you so much.
And then lots of variety. Like this is a very cool character that is very different from what probably a lot of people are submitting. It's very interesting. I'd say that your character work currently is a bit stronger than your VizDev / concept. And I think for the VizDev stuff, you'll need to work on perspective a bit more. And also just general kind of painting fundamentals. And so I'd recommend doing photo studies or plein air paintings. Use like 100% opacity brush. And oh, these are really nice. I feel like you should put these in like character.
Yeah, I was about to say the same.
This stuff. I know it's like creature design more so, but like character, creature, it's kind of in the same area.
Yeah.
This
I like the layout of the page. It's really cool. The sketchbook.
Yeah, I think this is cool. Prop design. This is quite nice. Kind of like it. It's like watercolor. I was about to say that like it's not really the right kind of style for like a show or a movie, but I think it has its strength, like especially this one.
Yeah.
This one is actually concept art for the indie video game that I'm working on. And I incorporated traditional art into the concept art. because I really enjoy traditional art.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think you would really benefit from like learning your painting fundamentals, like really getting solid with understanding how light works, like key light, fill light, like core shadows, bounce light, refraction, subsurface scattering, all that kind of stuff. And try to paint like materials and textures. And like I said before, perspective as well.
I think the ones at the
that's
bottom were like pretty solid. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, like this stuff in terms of like character art is really good. Like I want to see this zoomed in, like this thing. This image in the corner here, like I want to see this as a full width image. This is really nice. Yeah. And then put that in the character tab.
Yeah.
Do you have any further questions?
Not so far. Do you have any other recommendations or advice?
Yeah, so like I said, try to look through your works and try to categorize them and find the strongest work that you have and put it at the top. So this is a bit of a small image, so I can't see it too clear, but to me it looks quite strong. And it would be really cool to see this as like a first image in your character design tab. Even without this image, like I get this is like the hero image, but in terms of character design, I think I'd like to see the other one a bit more. This is very nice as well. These are nice. I think we can like leave out these illustrations in terms of character design. I think. What do you think, Mil?
Okay.
Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah.
Wait, was it in the illustration? It was in the VizDev tab. I think there were like some images at the very bottom. I think they were like pretty strong, and this and
This.
bottom under. Yeah, this.
Oh, this.
I think they look a bit more like production work, to be honest.
Mm.
I would put them higher, maybe.
This one, this image in particular, with this, with the cam move, definitely, that's a lot stronger than the stuff at the top.
Also, I really like the illustration with the archer, the watercolor archer, but I think the image is a bit big.
Yeah.
This one, yeah.
Like, why is it?
And it's
why is it so much bigger than all of them? Yeah. This could be like a smaller thumbnail.
Okay.
Overall, I think it's great. Yeah. I would say maybe like put the characters in the character type. I think they belong.
Yeah.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
No worries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This was really helpful.
Yeah, you're welcome. Do we have anyone else after Marina? Is Ella here? Mods?
One minute.
5 minutes? 1 minute? Yeah, we can do Ella now.
Thank you.
Hello. Oh. Ella is.
Hello.
No. They might be still figuring out the mic. Hello. Can you try speaking?
Hello.
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 Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Welcome. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
Lovely. So my name is Ella. I am a recent graduate from CU Denver in Colorado, and I'm just kind of in that weird post-grad unemployment limbo. Trying to go into animation, storyboarding. I know I have a lot to build on in my portfolio, but I just love some feedback on how it's going so far.
Yeah, first thing, with your formatting, it's a little bit hard to kind of see your artwork because since your images are vertical, they're not full screen and they're very small. So I would say think about how your images are displaying. So maybe separate out like this storyboard image as like its own, or have each panel as its own image, and use I forgot what it's called, something deck, shot deck, I don't know, to display them so that recruiters can flip through them. And I would say you don't need all this text. It's not necessary, and people aren't, recruiters aren't going to really read it, you know? I think this image as well is quite nice. I don't know why there's another image here. It looks very similar to the first one. I feel like if all your storyboards look like this, it would be very good. Storyboards don't need to have color. Yeah. I think post-it note is cool, but this kind of, the way that you've like photographed them, it's like a little bit like inconsistent lighting and hard to really see. Like the lighting is distracting a little bit, so I would recommend that you scan this. Character design. Yeah, like this is, I cannot see any of this in here, you know? Like you've shown the references, but I can't really see it. And this looks like a nice prop, but I can't tell. You know? I can't say much about it because I can't actually see it. So definitely think about how you're formatting everything.
Is it normal that it's on the side? Or...
Oh, this? Yeah. Why is this like this? Like this should be a landscape. Oh, this is cool.
Yeah.
Clay background. This is really nice. I think this should be closer to the top. Yeah, so...
Well, thank you.
So I'm assuming that this is all like one project. I'd say there's like a lot of, not fluff, but like a lot of stuff that you don't need to have. I feel like the strongest stuff is definitely these backgrounds. And the prop looks nice, but once again, it's so small, I can't really tell. And yeah, the storyboards, the first image with the storyboards, was that? What was it? This one? This one as well. You also have a storyboarding tab. An animatic boards. I try to find the example that I was showing earlier, how to display storyboard. So here, you can like flick through them like this. So recruiters prefer this typically, and they can flick through your boards and see the action as it's happening. They can go back and forth, stuff like that. So this is what I recommend to use to display. I think it's called Speaker Deck. When using Speaker Deck. Yep. Let's go back to your portfolio. What are you personally most interested in out of all of these things?
I definitely, I need to expand on the storyboarding tab a little bit more because that's what I'd like to focus on.
Okay.
So I'd say between that and then also the like project specific tab for cat food.
Yep.
Are the two like personally most interesting things to me, but I think they also have the least amount of content.
Yeah, so I think the storyboards are quite good. Like especially this bottom image, like it's very loose but very evocative. Like I said before, I feel like if all your storyboards were in this style and had this level of personality, like that would be very good. I think like storyboards typically do look like this. Like this is a fine storyboard. So if you don't want to work on storyboards, this is the direction I would head in. And don't worry too much about color. It's not necessary for storyboards.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts, Mia?
I'm thinking overall the same as you, I guess. If you want to, yeah, you can probably. I think it's okay to like double down the storyboard and put it as well in the storyboard tab.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. Can we see the storyboard? Yeah. But yeah, overall, I agree with RNG. I don't have much more to say. I would say if you can't really use the thing RNG shared with your thumbnails just under the video, maybe having like a little bit of space between the images would be nice to help like
Visualize.
understand, yeah, like in which order you need to read them.
Yeah, when they're all stuck to each other like this, it kind of messes with the way that you read each image. I think we go back to
But
Tonico.
these are great though, I think. I really like those.
I think Tonico has some examples of boards where he just like has a big slab of boards. Let me find them.
Also, I think something that I really enjoy with your portfolio is that it has like a strong personality, like lots of colors everywhere. I think it's really cool. And people will probably remember that too.
Yeah. Just like this, like just have each image displayed clearly. Don't have them too small. If they're too small, you can't really see them. And these black bars just really help with framing as well. So it's not like a big like slab of boards. Like I can read them right to left, right to left, right to left. It's clear that way.
Also, there's a little bit of colors, but I think they're like used to explain some important elements.
Yeah, like the way that the color is used here is very strategic, and we're not just trying to color the board. We're not adding color to it. We're using the color to communicate like the lighting or the mood. Yeah. And also it's very reduced, like just the red and yellow. Yeah. You have any further questions?
No questions in particular. Just thank you so much for taking the time to look over what I have. It means a lot to me because I haven't really had a lot of feedback outside of occasional class settings, so I'm just looking for every criticism I can possibly get.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Do you have anyone else from the waitlist? We could do like a rapid fire. 2 minutes each. I have to eat some lunch as well, but... What time is it for you?
The title with the buttons. Oh, it's like 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, you need to go to bed as well.
Yes.
You're welcome to leave at any time, by the way. Don't have to stick around for this.
It's okay, I can stay for a few more.
What time is it for me?
I drink too much coffee.
It's 12:40 here in the afternoon, just past noon.
That's cool. We had like a lot of different types of like portfolio.
Yeah, this is fun. Cool. Have you done portfolio reviews before?
No, never. That's the first time. I was a bit scared.
That's really cool. I think
hopefully it can help people.
It's very like rewarding when I see someone who's like doing a good job, and I feel like that I can help them. You know, it's like, oh, you should do this. You know, it's gonna be sick. It's gonna be epic. Do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a 3D artist.
I think it's important because I feel lots of students and like aspiring people who want to work in the industry are like being like very demotivated because of all that is going on.
Yeah.
In animation.
I think I'm a little bit like too optimistic because I keep telling people that it's okay. I don't know if it's actually okay, but I feel like it will be fine.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I think it's harder for us maybe to understand because we are in a kind of privileged position, you know?
Yeah, I have to say that like
position.
it is privileged because like I haven't had to look for work for many years now.
Yeah.
Ping waitlisters. If the waitlisters don't come within 2 minutes, they're not getting in. I'm gonna go eat some lunch.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep.
Yes, and then Mia's gonna go to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, overall, thanks for having me. It was
yeah, of course. Thank you so much for joining. Super thankful for your insights. And yeah, thank you for taking the time.
Yeah, no worries.
Mukbang already end. I'm gonna keep it on. I think I'll play this video for you guys while I go make some lunch. It's been a minute, so I think we're
One more
done.
minute.
Okay. I'll let you go then, Miel. Take care. Have a great weekend, and thank
Okay.
you once again. If you guys want to check out Miel's work, command, I don't know what the command is, but go find Miel's links. Her work is fantastic. She also streams on Twitch. You guys should go watch her
it's
Twitch as well.
crazy. Bro, it's
Yeah.
been a while since I streamed, but I'll be back. I promise.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye bye. All right. I'm gonna play this video, you guys, and I'm gonna go make some lunch and come back. So enjoy this video. I keep mentioning it. I think it's a really good one. So yeah, learn something. And I should pause this music. How do I make it loud?
We can establish certain expectations about a scene by its location. We can use them to frame our characters, to push the story forward using environmental storytelling.
We love exploring them in video games, and we love going to places with epic environments. But why is it that so few artists are interested in drawing them? Less than 4% of the art we get contain even an indication of a background. Is it because we tend to learn about drawing by approaching the figure?
I think it's because backgrounds aren't as sexy. There's no boobs on a background.
Yeah, well, I can't say for sure, but maybe it's just because artists haven't been given the tools to start drawing and appreciating backgrounds. So today, we're going to take 3 characters that you guys submitted and draw backgrounds for them. And we're going to show you all about composition, staging, and perspective to help you start drawing better backgrounds today.
I can already see the first comment. It's going to be like, why are you doing a background episode? You guys can just trace 3D models. I mean, who would write such a thing?
I don't know. Who would, Max?
Who would write such a thing?
BAM is the show where professional animation artists redraw the art that you send in. And if you like supporting that sort of thing, check out our Patreon linked below.
To draw a background or any environment, you first need to stop thinking about it as something that is behind the character. Rather, an environment is a character. In that, it makes you feel something. It could be fun or sterile, inviting or intimidating.
We understand these as 2 very different locations, with each conveying very different feelings. There are artistic design choices that make each of these environments feel a certain way. This one is brightly lit, with stark, clean edges, tall, overbearing ceilings, with a focus on intense technical accuracy.
Versus this environment is loose. Dim lighting that is relaxed and inviting, makeshift furniture that's askew and worn in. All these visual cues tell us about these locations and the choices that are being made. Even in a place that doesn't seem like it's been designed, it actually has been. All of these locations are sets made by professional set dressers, which are kind of like background designers, but in real life.
But these are real-life relatable locations. In animation, we can do anything. We can go much further than what is possible in real life by playing with composition, shape, color, and style.
Okay, so you've never actually drawn a background before. Here's a great way to start. Instead of thinking about backgrounds in terms of complex buildings and cars, we can practice with simpler shapes. Grab some things from around your house and place them on a table. Try to stage them in a way to create an interesting composition. One which has a foreground, middle ground, and background, and maybe even a space for a character. Like the opposite of an art school still life where your teacher places a bunch of random props 10 feet away from you on a stool.
The key to drawing these objects is understanding how they relate to the horizon line. This is the line at which the receding edges of objects merge towards. Try to draw the horizon and scene from your point of view. Practicing this will strengthen your ability to observe objects in perspective.
And speaking of which, you can actually do this whole assignment with a perspective grid, which we did an entire video about right here. So check that out when you get a chance.
Notice that most of the objects converge towards the same point, and objects that are rotated have their own vanishing points. It's possible to have an infinite number of vanishing points depending on how the objects are rotated.
And dropping in a layer of simple shading is really going to help sell these forms.
how big is a background for animation?
Although we are designing for an HD screen, we actually want our backgrounds to be made much larger. Otherwise, for raster art, there just isn't going to be enough pixel information and all the paint edges are going to get all weird. I haven't seen a standard size for backgrounds in animation, but usually they are around 16:9 at 300 DPI with bleeds on all sides in case they need to reframe the shot in post.
And if you want to do a pan, you can just extend out the shot for whichever way the camera is moving. There's a mock-up template if you want to use the one we have, linked below. Let's create a background for this fan-submitted artwork.
Jedi sent us this angsty-looking teenage character, and I chose this guy because we have all met someone like him. He has sort of a don't-care attitude. He looks like he hangs around mall parking lots and scoffs at you for not being able to do an ollie. To me, this character screams parking lots, skateboards, convenience stores, not quite a city, but also not quite a suburb. So let's find a place like that, because usually the first step in drawing a background is
gather reference. The most important thing before you start drawing is to look at reference of types of places that you want to draw. And for us, in the 21st century, it's really easy because we have Google Maps and you don't even have to leave your apartment.
This donut shop has the kind of gritty yet suburban vibe that we need, so this will be my jumping off point. The type of background I want to draw is called an establishing shot, which is an overview shot of the entire location that gives the audience a sense of the time and place. So I'm going to start off by roughly blocking out the buildings and streets and try to find the horizon line.
The horizon line gives us a sense of the camera angle. Are we looking up, down, straight on? And what angle would be best to stage the location?
For this scene, I'll keep the camera angle at just above eye level, so perhaps here, closer to the center. That way we can balance out the buildings with the sky and have room for tall elements like this sign. I like to block out my entire composition with simple, rough shapes. It's easier to adjust the perspective of rectangles than a fully drawn building.
Don't be afraid to show more. When you're trying to draw a large establishing shot, it can be hard to fit everything you want onto a page. But with digital art, we can fix this by simply selecting the sketch and scaling it down. Now you can add more around it, making the location feel more impressive. And here's another tip for you. Cities are usually made of straight lines. You can use a hard round brush with 0 pressure sensitivity for sketching buildings. Now you can shift click to quickly indicate buildings and roads. You can always go back over the lines again to add more hand-drawn variation.
Although I usually start my drawings freehand, at a certain point, I add a perspective grid to help me nail down the buildings. Using the star shape, I try and find roughly where the vanishing points are by averaging where the lines recede to. The first one seems to be over here, and the second one will be on the same horizon line, but over here somewhere. Then, I just match my drawing to that. Again, watch the BAM perspective video to learn more about this. I'm also playing with the arrangement of objects. Even though we are drawing a scene based on reality, you don't have to adhere to realistic proportions. You can move buildings around so that their layering and size variation is more interesting and clearer than in real life. For example, I want this sign to be really clear, so I made sure that it didn't overlap too much with anything behind it.
The silhouette of an object is the most important thing, just like when you're designing a character.
I then did a clean pass over my rough drawing and added more details like signs, type, donuts, and finished out all of the cars.
Only the area in focus needs to be detailed, but as things go further away, simplify the amount of detail so you don't distract the viewer with excess visual information. We are mimicking how a real camera would see the place to focus the viewer's attention.
The last thing I'm going to do is add some value to this. I could just select areas and either add a flat fill or a gradient with a soft brush. In animation, we do this so that we can see the composition better. In a future episode, I'm going to color this, but not today. That's background paint is too much for one video, so smash that subscribe button.
Joey submitted this drawing of a wolf, who looks a bit like he could be in a D&D game or some sort of fantasy setting.
For this environment, I wanted to reference some of the buildings from the Texas Renaissance Festival. I love the 70s cartoony theme park aesthetic of these fantasy buildings, and then maybe some Skyrim locations as well, because there is something about these Norse-inspired roof shapes that I really like.
Repeating shape elements help unify the feeling of a design. In our last background, we dealt mostly with rectangles and straight lines, all very grounded elements of a city. But since this is a medieval place, let's try something else, like triangles and curves.
I want these buildings to all point up, like a steeple or pine trees, and have a gently curving road to offset all of that. I wouldn't do a straight road here because old villages are organic places that form over time. And picking up on visual cues like that will make our medieval village look different than our suburban one. And then I just continued to add more stuff. I tried to fill in the background with as much as possible so that it really felt lived in.
Don't leave your backgrounds empty. This is animation. We can always add more. We can put things closer together than in real life, and we can cheat them towards the camera to make it more interesting. A great example of this idea is in the I Spy book series.
Hello chat, what did I miss?
Okay, and now I could just add some gray tones.
I have 10 minutes to eat. Alright, let's chow down. Oh, sorry.
Arturo sent us this space cadet, and I want to put her on an alien planet, like a serene landscape from No Man's Sky. I'll start off by drawing a valley with a low horizon line to emphasize the tall shapes.
The pros and cons of low and high horizon lines are well explained in this Disney manual for drawing comics.
Alright, Leo's gonna join us after lunch as well, so he's going to pop into a voice chat at some time, and then mods can drag him in.
Character size relationships can be more difficult, but low horizon lines can be simpler because things can be drawn head on. You can get maximum use of the space and achieve a greater feeling of depth. And that's not to say that high horizon lines are bad or something, but they should be used when there are interesting things to look down at. We'll have a link to the whole book in the description below.
This is an organic place, so I don't need to use a perspective grid. Instead, I'm just going to indicate depth by scaling objects in the distance. And I'd also like to give her a spaceship, and for something like that, it really helps to have reference.
Sketchfab is a gallery for 3D artists. People have uploaded all kinds of models here, and you can view them right from your browser. It's mostly for games, but it's super useful reference when you're drawing things like complex vehicles.
I just looked at a few of these and took certain elements from ones that I liked and combined them into my own design. I wanted this scene to feel serene, yet alien, so I made the landscape out of round shapes and then added some weird vegetation on top of that. And right here I moved this tree because it was getting clipped off the canvas in a weird way, creating a tangent.
Tangents are compositional elements that overlap in confusing or unsettling ways. Like when two shapes overlap just barely and create these confusing lines, it's better to have your shapes and character silhouettes be clear.
Okay, so now we can finish out these floating rocks and add some tones. And I made these foreground elements really dramatic so that along with the valley, they will help frame our composition.
Sometimes we shoot through elements in the foreground to create more interesting compositions. That way, we can draw the viewer's attention to something important. We use this in cinema all the time, sometimes to highlight a story beat, or sometimes to create a sense of tension. There are a million other reasons too, but that's for another video, so hit that bell. There is a reason why we don't just trace photographs or 3D models for backgrounds.
And it's because in animation, we can exaggerate shapes and make them more interesting than their real-life counterparts.
Animated characters are exaggerated, and the environments they live in should be as well.
Backgrounds.
Oh, my YouTube chat isn't loaded either.
They may not have speaking roles, but the feelings they convey are clear. You feel a certain way when confronted by City 17, or when you step out onto the ring the first time, when you ride through an Elder Scrolls game.
Or in an anime, when you see a character existing in a space, the environment can say more about the character than the character design itself.
Oh yeah, I'm not directly speaking into the mic because I'm eating, so I don't want you to hear me chewing.
Interesting locations. But this is not the channel where we make video essays about why the things you already love are great. Instead, if you want to get better at backgrounds, the place to start is right where you are. Turn around and draw the things you see in front of you, because the biggest background tip is
observational drawing. Practice sketching out your surroundings, and you can make it look pretty cool. Lots of people have
observational drawing. Let's go.
Ways, and you can too. I challenge you to start by drawing your own environment or something close to you. You need to put in the line mileage before any of this will click.
And in the meantime, I'm going to get started on coloring those
Why are
backgrounds
you guys
because
even
there
watching
will
me?
be
Just
a
watch
part
this
2
video.
where we talk about coloring, lighting, and atmospheric perspective.
So until next time, feel free to join our Discord if you want to be a part of the community, or check out our second channel.
And if you want to see us redraw your art,
send it to bam.redrawmyart@gmail.com.
Right. I should be starting soon, but I'm still eating, so I'll load up the follow-up video. Could you use the Google Sheet? Is the Google Sheet different? What up?
We can add more details.
you can polygon select areas of this cube and control
I had one
use
that
some
I
of
would
these
use.
colors to make this side look darker. And I could paint this cone darker
What happened to this video?
color and atmosphere, along with some practical tips for painting backgrounds for TV animation in
I feel like I'm
Photoshop.
gonna use
Brent,
my
isn't
own
there
because
like
I
some
can
kind of robot
see
or
like
AI plugin that can paint these backgrounds for us?
Well, I don't think the internet has just batch
you
uploaded
may have
a
changed
bunch
the
of
board.
hand-drawn, cartoony Gravity Falls style backgrounds, so we haven't lost our jobs yet.
BAM is the show where professional animation artists redraw the art.
I'll keep
that
using
you
mine and
send
I'll ask
in.
you questions
And if you like
if
supporting that
anything is
sort of
different.
thing, check out our Patreon linked below.
So, what is the difference between painting for art and painting for animation?
Although they can share similar techniques, I would argue that the goal of any background painting is to actually manipulate and stylize representational art into such a way that it helps tell a story.
Because animation and all its parts are for telling stories.
Backgrounds can transcend styles
that's
from
Leo's.
realistic to stylized, abstract to multimedia, but no matter the style, they tend to use color, lighting, and
That is
atmosphere
Leo's.
to emphasize characters or storytelling elements. Let us look at some examples.
The colors used in backgrounds can tell us a lot about the mood of the scene.
The peaceful areas of Fern Gully are painted with these incredibly lush, cool greens and warm browns, telling the viewer that this area is safe, healthy, and living. But just a short distance over, notice how the same greens and browns near the human-infested areas sort of become yellowed and evoke a sense of blight and decay.
Colors like red and orange can invoke a sense of danger. Look at these backgrounds from Batman the Animated Series, or this one from Kid Cosmic.
Blue colors can invoke a sense of magic.
Thank you, Jay and Delphi.
But desaturated blues, mixed with grays, can create harsh and unforgiving environments.
Look at this Star Wars matte painting. All of the cold steel here gives us a sense of the unrelenting authority of this location. And the cool thing about this background is that the black part right here was composited with the live action footage, making it look like the actors were really in this hangar. In this background from Final Space, we immediately notice this derelict spaceship. Because the hangar is almost all of the same color, it is clear that the most important thing here is the ship. And we also notice it because it is being hit by a ray of light. Also notice that half of the ship is being obscured by this completely black shadow, and this creates a sense of contrast that the audience cannot look away from.
The lighting and color choices in this painting make the viewer's eyes go like this. This type of painting creates an extremely obvious vignette and frames the storytelling element.
So, as you have probably noticed in real life, things that are far away tend to look quite faded. Dust and moisture in the air
You're welcome,
obscure
Tangy.
objects at a distance, and we call this phenomenon atmospheric perspective.
And
And it can actually be
169,420
quite
out of 10.
useful for focusing the viewer's attention. By adding more atmosphere, you
Okay, I'm gonna go through these tabs. I'll close off all the ones that were the portfolios from last session, but I'll keep some of these example portfolios in case I want to come back to them later. and then we'll get right into it. Okay, music back on. All right, tab open. So are we starting with Moon? Or Arcel? Seems that we have Arcel. What's going on, moderators? Arcel is ready. Okay, let's get Arcel in the chat. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome. Would you like to tell us a bit about yourself?
So currently I'm working on a portfolio to apply for art school right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm looking more into like stuff with like color design and background art for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
all that I can say for now, I think.
So, I'm not sure of what the requirements are for the school that you want to get into, so I won't comment on that, but since you did say that you want to do background art, that's what I'm gonna focus on. I'll say right off the bat, looking at this traditional work, we need to work a little bit on perspective. I don't know when you made these pieces compared to some of the other ones, but they perhaps look a bit older.
The first ones are the newest ones, while
Yeah.
the last ones are like the oldest ones
Yeah.
from like last year.
So I think you don't really need to show these last three because they're not really showing knowledge of perspective, which you currently do have with this first image here. From the red line, I can see that there's some knowledge, certainly better than these last three, so I wouldn't include those. This one, I might not even include this either. If it's for a school submission, that's fine. In general, I think for applying for jobs and stuff like that, if you have traditional work, you want it to be properly scanned, because I can see that there's inconsistent lighting. Probably took it with your phone. Just for future reference. The background work, I think it's quite nice. I think to take your work to the next level, I would focus on detailing the pieces. So, like, what does the ornamentation specifically look like on these columns? what's the construction? Do you have like a seam somewhere? Do you have like some cracks? What is going on with this balustrade? Because right now it's just a single flat color. There's no indication of what the volume is like. Is it round? How's everything connected? Is it made out of stone? Is it made out of like some shiny polished marble? Some stuff like that would be something to think about. And also like designing the background itself, because all of these arches, they're all the same size really. So even up here, like these areas are the same. The dome is kind of a similar shape. So try and think a bit more about big, medium, small shapes and how you can compose the image using these design principles.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you have any questions?
I was like wondering more about like how, like if there's any like something that I specifically need to work on with perspective, because like I feel like I do struggle with that a little bit.
Yeah, so we were just looking at a very good video before about perspective. This one. I'll put it into chat again. So this one is really good. It shows how to use a perspective grid. So if you've never made a perspective grid before on like a digital application, learn how to do that and then learn how to use it to follow along with it and to draw an accurate perspective. So do check out this video. It's very, very helpful.
Down the buildings using the star
Might
shape.
mute it. So yeah, aside from that, something to think about further into the future is about like the staging of a scene, because that affects the perspective where your horizon line is. Are we looking up? Are we looking down? Like, is it a 2-point? And we're seeing horizon line in each direction. That's all something to think about, and it's a big topic, perspective. I would start by, as they suggest in this video, observational drawing. So, you know, draw any object on your desk. Something easy. Like a post-it, post-it notes, or like your keyboard mouse or your keyboard itself. And try to use vanishing points to draw them accurately. There's also Draw a Box, which is, I believe, free, but also apparently quite tedious, but I'm sure that if you follow that, you will get very good very quickly with perspective. Buy my book. Yeah, I'm not going to advertise that, but yeah, there's lots of books out there that are helpful as well. So yeah, I recommend just kind of learning perspective from scratch, and just learn the fundamentals and work your way up. Yeah.
Yep. I think I also wanted to like learn more about like character design stuff.
Yeah,
like,
so
I expand more on that because most of my characters are like human, and like, you know, I do want to try things with like creature studies and like, you know, robots and stuff. And so would you possibly have any advice on that?
I mean, for now, I think where you are, it's good to just explore the things that you want to explore. So if you want to try creatures, try creatures. If you want to draw like a robot, try that. Look at character designs of stuff from like your favorite shows or movies. Is there anything that you particularly like that inspires you?
Well, recently I watched The Wild Robot, and so I was
Yeah, okay. Let's have a look at The Wild Robot. So I'm just going to go to Wild Robot IMDb, and then there's a section that says other cast and crew. And if you go there, you will get to see all the production staff, and you can just Control F, find character artist or VizDev artist. And I am having trouble finding it. How come? Here we go. So I found character designer Nico Marlet. So I'm going to Google this person and hopefully I can find their portfolio. Yes, excellent. So this is the work of someone who worked on the Wild Robot. Probably the kind of stuff that they did that the recruiter saw that they liked and got them the position for the production. So as you can see, there's lots of interesting and dynamic shape design, lots of personality, very good draftsmanship and volumetric drawing, so you can tell like the volume of all of these characters, even though at times it can look a little bit flat. There's still volume to it. I think these are for Kung Fu Panda. You can see some good creature character design here. But yeah, definitely look into this kind of stuff, expression sheets. Look at the stuff that other people are doing and try your hand at some of them yourself. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, this is all fantastic stuff. Take a look at it and try to learn. Otherwise, if there's nothing else, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity as well.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Okay. Who's next? Everyone has been so demure. No one's in the waiting room? Are we doomed? Where is everybody? Did I start early? No. I didn't start early, did I? Where is everybody? You snooze, you lose. Do we have anybody in chat who's in the Discord who would like to submit a portfolio? Fiona loves crafting. Hello, welcome. Now's your chance. I did say that we didn't have any room for anybody because everyone had already applied and submitted, but no one is showing up right now, so if you'd like to get in, this is your chance. If you're in the Discord and you have a working mic and you have a portfolio, please do let us know and we can put you in straight away. I have Instagram, is that enough? Sure. If you want to jump in, certainly can. To where? You can put your Instagram in chat. Oh, we have a person here. Alright, Tangy, be on standby. If I call for you later, join a random voice chat and then a mod will drag you in. You can be on standby. We do have someone that just popped in and I got good apparently, so do you have any questions from chat? Anybody have any questions so far? Holly is ready? Okay, bring Holly in.
Hello.
Hello, Holly. Welcome. Let me just bring your portfolio up. Is this your portfolio?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
I'm currently doing animation in England,
Mhm.
and I mainly do like animate illustrations and stuff. And I wish to get into like the film industry with like maybe like I don't know, visual development or like being an animator or something like that.
Yeah, okay. I really like this piece. This is a really nice painting. I'd say that definitely you have transferable skills for animation production. Are there any favorite artists or favorite movies that inspire you?
I really like Ghibli movies, but with my favorite artists, I've got like a lot. But recently, I really like. Do you know Shea?
Can you spell out their name?
Sheya.
Oh, Shea, right. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
really
they
like
have
her.
really beautiful work. I'm not sure if they're... I feel like they're still studying right now or something. I can't tell, but I think they're working on like a thesis project. So we don't have any like production work to see from them just yet. But there was a portfolio that we were looking at earlier. If I can find it. Just give me a second to Google this.
That's all right.
From Sophie Lee. You may have seen her work before.
Yeah, I've
she
seen
worked on
her.
this cool Goblin shorts. And you can see from here like a lot of different parts of the pipeline being covered. So we've got like a style frame trying to capture the look of the film. And these are kind of like keyframe explorations. And then we've got kind of color scripting, and as well as character design, as well as more color scripts here, some animation, background painting, character layouts. So between all of this different stuff that you're seeing, like, is there anything in particular that interests you?
I'm really interested in how like colors and light brings to the film. Like, I really like to explore different color combinations and stuff. So yeah, like this portfolio is basically what I want to do.
Yeah,
but I feel like my portfolio is a bit like lacking of like in this sense, like this kind of work. I don't know why. I feel like because I focus on characters a lot instead of like the entire environment, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so if that's something you're interested in, you'll need to start to create more work that's got more of an emphasis on the entire look of the scene. Look at some digital art here. I don't know. Okay. This one's quite good. I saw this one on the front page. This is more closer to illustration, especially with the portrait format. I would try to start to create more landscape images, and stuff that has more story. Like, I'm sure this has some storytelling in it, but some more overt storytelling in the sense of, like, this one's quite good, I think, as a storytelling image. This one as well, maybe, but you want to think about as like staging it as like a scene in a movie, for example. You know, what is the moment that you're capturing? Yeah, a lot of your stuff feels more illustrative than it is kind of like for production. I'm not necessarily a bad thing, but I think generally there is a more kind of emphasis on bold choices, because you know, we can't paint like 1,000 leaves and stuff on a. I mean, you can. Some productions can, but I'm gonna try and make some more bolder design choices and help simplify some things. And especially the characters as well. I think part of the reason why it looks a little bit off is because your characters look very illustrative.
Right.
In animation, characters will be more simplified so that they can be animated. And so like a cell shaded character will really help to kind of communicate that this is something for a film or a TV show, for example.
Do you think like I should like move away from that? Like not move away, but like, do you think I should do like a completely new style?
I don't think you need a new style per se.
Is it the way I present it?
Okay, since you like anime style, let's have a look at some oh, I know what to look at. Ranking of King background painting. So hopefully this will kind of illustrate what I'm talking about. So the difference between the backgrounds that you're kind of making and these ones is that these ones are kind of staged for a scene. So this is like a pan that probably goes like from top to down, and you can kind of see area for the characters to be in. And they're very your backgrounds feel very cropped in, probably because it's like vertical, but it kind of feels like we're not seeing enough of the environment. So we need a variety of close-up shots as well as like wide shots. So the reason why I think you have a lot of close-ups and medium shots is because they're character focused. Whereas if you're making backgrounds for animation, you're trying to tell a story, and that story sometimes means that, you know, you have an establishing shot. Sometimes it means that you have close-ups. There's not many examples of that here. Let's see. Friend background. Okay, here's some examples. This is from Seiko Yoshioka. I think they live in LA, but this is some of their work done for Freerun, and these are background designs. They're kind of set designs, paintings to communicate the look, and then you have some line drawings as well. And hopefully you can see how they tell more of a story in a more cinematic kind of way. And there's definitely room for characters. A lot of these are establishing shots. Hopefully we'll get to see some medium shots and close-ups as well. But I guess typically for background design, it's going to be more of a establishing shot. Yeah. Hopefully you can kind of see the difference between what these images are communicating versus what yours are, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think you have a very strong base. You clearly are well on your way with drawing and painting. That's really good to see. I'd say that I'm seeing a lot of natural landscape. Try and challenge yourself with some urban landscapes, some buildings, as we see here. Some more solid perspective drawing. And
I've been running away from that.
yeah. So if that's something that you're interested in, definitely go towards that direction. Do you have any other questions?
I think you've been really helpful. Thank you so much.
No worries. I'm happy to help, and really nice work. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Bye, thank you.
Okay, who do we have next Jenny. Jenny with VizDev, illustration, arts and gallery. Is Jenny ready to pop in?
Hello.
Oh, hello. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
Sure. Okay. Right now I'm still in school. I'm studying computational media at Georgia Tech, and I'll be graduating this December. And I didn't study art, but I'm trying to work on my portfolio to improve it. To be honest, most of my visual development stuff is that I have in there right now is stuff that I did pretty quickly. So I'm trying to like slowly transition to more polished stuff, more like the mushroom thing in the first picture.
Yeah, okay. So my suggestion would be to take your time. It's not going to happen overnight, and rushing isn't going to help. So even if your portfolio is like sparse and not really ready yet, just take your time to work on it. If you want to be doing VizDev, my biggest recommendation would be to work on your perspective drawing and draftsmanship. So something like this, we really want to see, you know, where the lines are and where the perspective is receding towards where the vanishing points and everything are. So if that's something that you haven't really looked into yet, I recommend this video, which I've been recommending to everybody, on perspective drawing. If it's maybe a bit too advanced for now, we can start off with things like Drawbox and just understanding what vanishing points are, the horizon line and stuff like that. In terms of painting, the best place to get started is with photo studies, which I assume some of these are.
Yeah, a lot of these are.
My recommendation with your studies is to use a brush that is hard and doesn't have texture and has 100% opacity. So you're really going to be forced to make a choice with your brush strokes, and you're going to be forced to decide the edge of your shapes more. And I'd recommend you spend a bit more time on them. Like 10-25 minutes isn't going to really get you anywhere at this point. Don't spend too long, but do like take your time. So I'd say 2 hours would be a good start. See what you can do in 2 hours. I can maybe find some of my own studies that I've done, where the purpose of a study is to learn something, right? So you're not just trying to copy the image, but you're trying to break it down. You're trying to learn like techniques of how to paint things a certain way, or how light reflects off of something. So something like this, for example, it's like, okay, we're trying to capture the light. The perspective isn't perfect. It's kind of wonky, but you're seeing like, okay, we have the shadow side of this this tree branch, this trunk, and then you've got the direct light hitting this part of what is like a cylindrical structure. So you're getting this highlight. You're getting like this dappled sunlight, and we're focusing on the color. So do take your time. Things don't have to be perfect. We've got some weird blocky trees and stuff like that, but we're trying to capture things using color. We're seeing like the reflection of the pink sky on these cars, and the reflection of these headlights on the road. So maybe the road is a bit wet right now. Try to be thinking about these things as you do your studies, and try to be very purposeful with what you're doing. So yeah, hard brush, no opacity, make bold color choices. Don't color pick from your reference. Guess and check. So something I like to do a lot is I'll pick a color, I'll put it down, and then I'll decide if it looks right or not. If it doesn't look right, I'm going to try again. Tweak the hue, maybe desaturate a little bit, change, like increase the value, and then try again. And That's going to get you a long way. Okay, where did your portfolio? I lost it.
The orange one right there. Yeah. I need to change the icon also.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that's where I would start with you. And take your time with each piece. It's gonna take a while for you to build up a portfolio. And the piece that you make now, like if you make one within the next month, it's probably not going to end up in your final portfolio, because by the time that you're ready, you're gonna be like, this is old work, it's not good, I have to make a new one. That's just how it's gonna be, you know? So take your time with it. It's gonna take a while. Are you currently studying or working? Oh, you're studying, right?
Yeah, I'm studying right now.
And it's something that's not art related. So
yeah, it's not art related.
My suggestion is that to keep going with that. I mean, it depends. Okay, so you have kind of two paths. What you can say is, what you can do is continue studying and then continue going into whatever industry that is related to. Work in that industry and keep working on your art along the side the whole way. And then until your art is kind of ready to start applying, you can start to try and transition from the work that you currently do into animation. That's one path. The other path is, if you're really dead set on something, to drop whatever it is you're currently doing, drop your course and enroll in like an animation related course. Or if that's a bit too decisive, you can finish your current course, but then take like a year or two off, and don't go like looking for work, but maybe take some short courses, study some stuff, maybe do a 1 year short course or something like that, to focus on your art. So there's kind of a few different things you can do. Depends on your circumstances, of course. Like if you can live at home and your parents can like feed you and stuff like that, that's great. Take advantage of that. If you can't, then maybe you have to work and do your art on the side. That's the circumstance that a lot of people are in as well. But
yeah,
the biggest thing is that if you're really dead set on doing art, try your best and do the best that you can whilst being responsible, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Do you have any thoughts on what you want to be doing within the next like 2 or 3 years?
So right now I'm applying to both like jobs in the animation industry, like mainly production type jobs, and then also
like production
just, like,
coordinator kind of
project-
stuff?
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
I think
And
that's
I'm
a good
also
idea
applying for,
actually, because if you do get a production coordinator job, you can kind of stay there for a little while, and you'll just be surrounding yourself with the animation industry, and then you can work on your portfolio on the side. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the ideal plan right now. But I'm also applying for non-animation jobs as well.
That's a good plan as well. Yeah, honestly, we're at a stage where it can be a little bit overwhelming and it's very tough. But it's just how it is. If you really want it that badly, then you're gonna have to work very hard. But it's not something that's impossible by any means.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
awesome.
then I also wanted to ask, so I have more art in the like illustration tab. But some of it's like fan art, so I don't know if I can put it in the VizDev. Because this is
I'd
more
say,
just like illustration.
Yeah, I'd say if it's VizDev, if it's fan art, don't put it in the VizDev section, because you don't want to confuse recruiters. You know, they'll be like, wait, they worked on this? Wait, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Try not to do that. Do keep them in illustration. And yeah, do you have any other questions?
I guess. So you already talked about like the perspective part. But is there any other like big things that people look for like visual development or background paint?
It's going to be design related, but I would say design will come later. You need to have your foundations first before you can like design effectively. So work on color studies, plein air paintings, photo studies and stuff like that, and also perspective drawing for now. And then once you get more confident in just foundational skills like that, like drawing and painting, then you can start to bring your designs to life, and they'll really like the two things have to come together And if you have one without the other, it's not going to work quite yet. So I'd work on the foundation first.
Okay.
Alrighty, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care. Bye.
You too. How do I?
Yeah, you can just quit the call. Okay, who's next? Are we going on to Michelle? Olivia, okay. Hello, Olivia. You'll need to unmute and feel free to introduce yourself while I watch the reel. Oh, this is Olivia on the waiting list. Wrong person? Okay, let me check. Okay. Better. You are currently muted, Olivia. Oh, I see Leo's here. I'm gonna drag you in, Leo. Leo, hello. Can you hear me? I have dragged in now. Leo, I saw you just move, but I can't hear you. Let me see if I have to turn you up.
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you now.
Hi.
Would you like to introduce yourself to everyone here?
Oh, yep. Hi everyone. I'm Leo or Levinky. I'm a freelance illustrator and mainly specialize on like splash illustration, but yeah, I've been doing a little bit of dev as well, I guess. But yeah, mainly do splash illustration.
What's some stuff that you've worked on?
So yeah, I've worked on a couple of like very initial stages for a couple of TV shows over at DreamWorks, and right now I'm doing some like card art for Magic the Gathering.
Nice, awesome.
And yeah,
right.
Thanks for inviting me, man.
Yeah,
I've been listening to your crits. Like it's been really insightful for me.
Oh, no way. Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah, of course.
Alright, I think we're having some tech issues right now. Do you want to try speaking? Oh, hello, I hear you, Olivia.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I wasn't sure what was happening just now, but for some reason my push to talk wasn't working, but
oh, that's
thank you
all
for
good.
waiting for me.
No worries. Would you like to tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, so currently I'm doing my 4th year and I am studying animation. I also sort of freelance for some like game design studios and a few like indie animation studios on the side. And I mainly like to focus on visual development and backgrounds. So I really like, I think character design isn't like my strongest point, but I am also interested in it. But mostly I would like to do like location designs, concept art, and like key art paintings in the future if I can.
I want to
so
say right off the bat that this is really strong work.
Yeah.
Like it's
thank you
really
so much.
cohesive, and like even something like the logo design and your name in the corner, like it all comes together really nicely. I could easily see this being production work.
Thank you. Yeah, I made this for like an original project at an internship. So I was given the prompt of basically like rewriting a story based on Hansel and Gretel, and I wanted to turn it into like a sci-fi world about like two robots and their journey to sort of, following the candy trail, but it's for this like alien creature that took over their planet. So yeah, that was a little bit of a concept that I did. And yeah, so these two other projects for Cinderella, it was I did some sort of beatboard paintings in black and white to sort of explore how like the story would unfold. And yeah, so it's based off of also like another adaptation from like the Grimm's fairy tales. So yeah, just I try to put some thought behind like the story when I try to do the designs, so that I can give me like sort of a jumping off point on what I can
Yeah,
like put into my work. But
it's really good. I think this first 2 pages are really excellent kind of displays of character concept art. I think that this character is a little bit more ambiguous. Like I don't know what's going on with his head or his body. It's a little bit hard to tell. That might be something to consider. Whereas these other 3 characters are very clear because of the breakup of the color blocking on the character design and the shapes as well. It's very clear what these characters are doing. A little bit more difficult to tell with the rock guy.
yeah, definitely.
Aside from that, I think this image is very strong. This one on the left side, it's a very tight, it's like kind of a loose painting, but it's like very evocative of like a story moment. Very expressive. I think that you can definitely bring some of what you have here into these lighting explorations. I know you say they're lighting explorations, but there's still opportunity for you to display like your skill in composing a set or a scene, and to really sell these paintings even more than you currently do.
Yeah, thank you so much. I can work on that definitely.
Yeah. I would say that currently your work is already very strong. If you do want to focus more on backgrounds, you will need to have more backgrounds. Currently it's not a whole, like what you've shown is strong, but there's not a whole lot of them. Yeah, and also we want to think a little bit about big, medium, small, and detailed distribution. So the reason why this one works so much better than these ones, for example, is because this one has very strong detailed distribution. So you've got like all of these like mess on the side, all these junk and stuff like that. And then you've got like these tiled details, and then you have like this massive big section of like empty floor space, and then you have a character with a shadow against it. Like this is all really nice. Whereas here, all of the shapes are kind of a similar size. And then similarly with these like beat boards, you have like some small shapes as well, but it's kind of all over the place. It's a little bit noisy. I'd say, for example, if you wanted to clean this up a bit, maybe in this mirror section, take out, maybe like push the background of like these notes and stuff back in atmospheric perspective, and let the character stand out more. If you have like negative space around the character, that contrast of negative space versus like detail will help make this focal point stand out. Yeah. And then, for example, in the foreground here, it's getting a bit noisy as well. My recommendation would be like the details are nice, but tighten the value range in it. Just make it all kind of dark, so that it doesn't stand out too much and my eyes don't get too drawn towards this, especially this lighter part of the cape section. Like my eye kind of seems to go there somehow. So you really want to try and think about how you're using shapes and detail to draw the eye towards the focal point.
Yeah, I think I really particularly struggle with like sort of cluttering my environments,
Yeah.
or just with value control and like scaling objects and perspective. So I definitely want to work on that more. And
Yeah.
I think I use like texture brushes a little too heavy, like on the noise. So
Yeah, so I
I'll
think
definitely scale that back.
this image, for example, one thing I notice is that you have the Jack in the Box and then you have the character, but they're the same size, right? Like if you have like this kind of strong perspective, like maybe you want to make the Jack in the Box much bigger than the character. So even though the Jack in the Box is behind, but it's like visually bigger than the character, it makes it look even bigger. Like it's even more of a striking kind of scene. That's something that you want to think about. And then also value grouping is important. Like if I kind of squint my eyes, like I'm seeing the brightest value here, here, and here. It's basically everywhere. Like there's no kind of focus with the values, and like with the darker stuff I see it here and also here as well. So in terms of value grouping, you could maybe reduce the darks on this character to push him back, and then reduce the highlights on like the stars and maybe on this character as well, and then you're basically focusing your highlights around this kind of focal point of this Jack in the Box creature. Yeah, so that's something to think about, and honestly, like it won't take too much work. Like you put a darken layer over the top, paint some things in, a lighten layer, maybe some curves, some levels to even things out a little bit, and I'm sure you have layer separations which will give you control as well.
Yeah, I was wondering, yeah, I have a bit more backgrounds and stuff in the layout page, and also I have some more background work in the client work page. I think I have a problem with also like sort of keeping like I think a lot of my work is I use like detail to sort of hide mistakes or like over clutter everything again. So I was wondering if you have any sort of advice for how I can really make use of like shape design and language to make my scenes look sort of like still like visually interesting to look at, but not like overly much.
So looking at these sketches, they're actually quite good. Like the way that you've done this here, you have empty floor space, you have like details in the background, you have a foreground element. Like these are pretty strong layouts in my opinion. And it would be cool to see some of these being taken to kind of the level of that one painting with the shadow that I really liked. What do you think, Leo?
Yeah, 100% agree. I think you got a really, really strong like visual library for detail. But yeah, just simplifying it down like the way you did here. Like
this is really great as well.
Yeah.
Like it's like cluttered, but like there's areas of rest. You know, there's like the ground here. There's this doorway with the stairs up. This one's interesting because it's like, I think the clutter is very purposeful. I think it makes a lot of sense for it to be cluttered. Like you don't need to have area of rest because I think this is, you know, supports a story point. Maybe this one as well. I think it may be purposeful. It seems to make sense when I see this. But yeah, it doesn't have to be on everything, you know? And I think your value kind of structure here is really good as well. I think focus more on these kind of layouts, and then when you do take them to like a final look, refer back to the layouts you did initially and make sure you're not straying too far away or kind of changing the composition as you're adding more detail and color to things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah. If you don't have any other questions, I think that'll be it. But this is really good stuff. And I especially really like, I know you said you prefer to do backgrounds, but I really love these first two images. They're really nicely done.
So good. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It means a lot. If you don't mind, I just have one question I really wanted to ask. So I really want to get started with doing more like photo studies and plein air paintings. Do you have a particular process with yours that makes it a bit easier? Because I find out like sometimes I'm not sure like if I should block in everything and then start shading, or if I should like sort of focus on one area to really like polish that up. So do you have any advice for that?
So my advice would be to limit the time that you spend on these studies, so like 1 to 2 hours, and use a hard 100% opacity brush with no texture. So you're really just focusing on capturing the color relationships and the values, and forcing you to make kind of decisive choices with your shapes and your edges. Yeah. Does that help?
That's super helpful. Yes, thank you so much again for doing this portfolio review.
No worries, thank you for sharing your stuff. Really good work, and you'll be well on your way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, time's up. Thank you, Delphi. Who's next? Who we got next? Leo, are you allowed to say what you've been working on? Is that NDA?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll just say that we may have seen something related to it already, chat. Anyways, let's move on now to Kelly. Bring up my Kelly first. Environment design, environment concept and design. No. Hello, Kelly. If you can say hi and say something. Yep. Do you wanna share a bit about yourself?
Yeah. So my background is actually in architecture. I studied that in university. Right now though, I'm working at a game studio. My job title is VizDev artist, but I feel like in reality I do more like level design and set dressing.
Okay.
So yeah, so I
is
want to
VizDev something you'd like to transition into?
I think maybe in the future I'm just like working on my personal body of 2D artwork to kind of make it more aligned with like kind of like the industry standard for VizDev.
Yeah. To comment on your background in architecture, kind of funny because both Leo and I studied architecture.
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah. And look where we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to start off by saying that your layout work is quite good. Still a little bit kind of fuzzy around the edges, but it's a really great starting point. And a simple choice to color this section of the line work in gray does so much for this piece. So you clearly have a good kind of sense for this. Compared to your painting is a little bit lacking. I feel like this painting would benefit from a stronger layout. So I don't know if you started with a line drawing like this, but it feels like if you did start with a drawing and were more considerate about a composition like this, it would have made your painting stronger.
Okay.
Yeah, I see. You start off with like a value painting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think your line work here is quite strong, so I would make use of that. Try to construct your things using the lines, and not just values. With this finished background layout kind of stuff, I feel like it's kind of losing a little bit of what you had with the more sketchy lines that you had here. It might be because of like line weights or maybe consideration about the kind of materiality and the wear and tear, you know, like everything here looks so clean and perfect. You really do want to try and add, I'll show you some examples, some like elements of patina, or like, you know, there's a wood grain, or there's like some tufts of like fluffy stuff in the carpet, or like you have ground, or this thing, it's like all beat up, stuff like that. There are times when you'll have stuff that's like clean and pristine, but it has to make sense, right? Because I'm looking at this piece you have here. It's like outdoors. It looks like an outdoor cooking like area. Like I don't think it would look quite so clean and pristine. So that's something to think about. And like these tiles, like it's kind of tedious, but I would like draw each tile separately, because that's probably going to give it more personality and more realistic to maybe the kind of setting that this is.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this is a bit more successful in terms of like that kind of what I was talking about just then. But we could definitely push it further. You know, like this wood grain, like I'd like to see like some cracks in it. Maybe some chips on the edges. I'd say we need a bit of work on perspective. When you said 2D, am I right to assume that you do your game work in 3D?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say you can leverage that as well. Like look at how a tiled rocky ground like this would look as it recedes in perspective. Because right now I don't think it's reading as it should. And since you do have experience in 3D, I think leveraging that and using that as reference would be really useful.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned it now because like all the 2D background art I did is like not using a 3D base, but the castle one that you pointed out earlier was like I used like a little bit of like a rough 3D.
Yeah, so
layout.
I think you can use all of it together. So if you can do like a rough 3D block out and you can draw over it with line and add detail and like little intricacies, and then you can take that to paint. So I think that's a very typical pipeline for visual development artists working in animation. And if you have all three of these skills, like that's very good. Do you have any thoughts, Leo?
Yeah, like on like the background line drawings you did, I think like over time as you get more comfortable, you can bring that looseness that you had in like your more rougher sketches. It just because I think maybe because you're early on that you're focused on like getting things geometrically perfect and stuff, but then as you get comfortable, I think you already have that looseness from like your sketches and stuff. You're just gonna slowly bring in.
Yeah, it'll come with experience.
Over time. Yeah.
Okay.
But here's some example of some ridiculously good line work to see like how it can be executed. Like the lines are just as clean, but it's so much more descriptive, and it's all in the line weight. This is so hard to execute, but you can see how far it can be pushed and how successful it can be. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
I'll put this in the chat. Love Claire's work. It's really awesome. And then, yeah, just something like this. You can see how she's kind of implemented this kind of bit of patina on like the walls, and like the ground isn't perfect. It's kind of a bit wobbly, which is normal, right? Because you know, you've done architecture, you know, concrete expands and stuff like that. You'll get cracks. You'll get like bumps in the road. I think just try to think about like these more kind of realistic things, and try to implement them more into your artwork.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions?
I guess like I had a little bit of trouble laying out my website. Like I wasn't really sure if it was like a good way of organizing my work.
I think it's fine. There's an about page, and then you've got this. I assume is your client work. Oh no, this is a competition.
Yeah.
This is fine. This is fine. This is all fine. I'd say that over time you're just going to create more artwork to flesh out your portfolio, and to display more skills. But I think for now this is perfectly fine. I'd say like maybe put this one closer to the top. This one, like I said before, I think your paintings are still a little bit not quite there yet.
Yeah.
You can keep working on that, definitely. But it would be nice to see some of these lined backgrounds toned as well, like this one is.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. Like a shadow pass would do a lot to help communicate what's going on, because it's quite detailed. So just a little bit of bit of like a cast shadow pass will help a lot with this.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And best of luck from 2 former architecture students.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Okay.
Take care.
All right, who we got next? Mods. The way RNG has a library of artist links. Yeah, you guys should have like a bookmark folder for all of your favorite artists. Do you do this, Leo?
No, not really. That's a good idea though.
Yeah, sometimes I'll be thinking of an artist. I'm like, what is their name again? Oh my goodness, I can't find it. Just bookmark it.
Yeah.
When should an artist consider business cards? I know that people going to Lightbox Expo this weekend are printing business cards, and I think that's a good idea. I think you can prepare them for networking events. It can be a little bit full on, but I think for something like a convention where you're going to be meeting heaps of people, I think it's a fine idea. And you maybe want to hand them out to recruiters. So maybe for networking events. Or if you do conventions, or artist markets and stuff like that. Oh man, I love Claire's work so much. I wish I was this guy.
It's insane line work.
Yeah.
Yeah. First time I heard of
It's
this
so
artist.
expressive and so clean. I have a feeling maybe she studied architecture as well. Because look at this.
Yeah, the line work.
And like look at her writing as well. Look at that. That's
Yeah.
architecture.
Yes, an architect want. Yeah.
Alright, Nathaniel is next. Open it up. Close some tab. Alright, Nathaniel, can you try saying something?
Hi.
Welcome. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
Sure. My name's Nathaniel. I live in Southern California. I've been trying to get my work suitable to work in animation for backgrounds specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm just really happy to be here.
Awesome. So I see you've got very clearly background paint and background layout. That's very nice. I'd say this background paint work is very solid. Did you do the layout for this as well?
Sorry, I'm loading up the stream.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
you should.
I did the layout for that.
What was I saying? You should join the what is this? You should join this in the Discord. I'm screen sharing, so there's no delay.
Yeah. I just popped it up right now.
Okay. So you said you did the layout as well?
Yes, pretty much everything on there. I did the layouts as well.
Okay, cool. I think it's a good layout, and you should probably show it in the layout tab as well.
Gotcha.
Okay. One thing I'll say for this one in particular is that it's looking a little bit sparse and not a lot of personality. Same with this one as well. So I'd say at this point, you know, with background design, even for background paint and background layout, you do need to have a little bit of knowledge in design. I'd say do some more set dressing. So, you know, like maybe is there like shoes in the shoe box at the back or something, or bags, or is there a bag hanging on some of these desks? Are all the students outside because it's recess, or is this after school and all the kids have left and like the tables are like a little bit off angle and stuff like that? Like have a think about these kind of story elements and use them to drive your storytelling and set dressing with this these background.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good advice.
Yeah, I think maybe also the choice for some of these settings is a little bit boring. It's hard to make like a locker hallway interesting. unless you're like insanely good at painting. There's not a whole lot you can do with set dressing, apart from just like painting like really nice textures and stuff like that. Something like this is really cool. Something I would be aware a little bit more of is big, medium, small. You're already exhibiting a bit of it, but all the kind of sizes of the shapes look a bit samey. I think what would really help is if you had some smaller shapes, like some little cracks here and there. Some more of this brick texture. So when you draw like brick texture, you don't have to draw every single brick, but just accentuate a couple more of these like cracks. And yeah, just some more smaller details will help a lot. And also make it look really big, make it look more monumental as well, because without the small details, it kind of looks a little bit miniature, if that makes sense. Like a...
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Like a Lego set.
Like putting something in to like scale it, to like show the scale.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a small figure or something.
Yeah, or you can make like the windows like really tiny, for example. If you think about like Blade Runner, that kind of...
Yeah.
Or Star Wars, the kind of way that they cell scale like that, with like these tiny little like windows or little details. Have a look at background layout. One thing I want to note here is something that I was talking about yesterday. When you have a thing that's receding into the distance, I don't know, here it is. So let's say you have a rectangular window like this. When you start to view it on an angle, immediately, if you look at the stream, immediately it becomes to be skinnier than it is tall visually. And that's something to be aware of when you're drawing things receding into the distance. It's because they're not quite foreshortening correctly. For example, this door kind of looks okay. The Chinese dragon, the red dragon Chinese food one. This kind of looks okay. But then as soon as we go to this one, like the proportion of this looks a lot wider, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something you have to be careful of. Even if your perspective is correct, you might not be foreshortening correctly. So this door, this door as well, and these windows and stuff should be a lot skinnier. So that's something to be aware of. And the way that you kind of pick up on that is by using reference and being aware of these things. So do consider that. I'd say you can add a lot more variety towards the way that you're designing buildings. So, like all of these buildings have flat tops. Like, do they have like some kind of corrugated iron roofing, or is there some kind of satellite on top, or do they have like a gutter along the edge, maybe a gutter running down the side of the building? Like all of these details, and you're going to get all of that from reference. So definitely beef up a lot of your design. You can definitely beef up a lot of your designs with reference. And you know, something like this, like you have a windowsill. It's like, what's happening with this, like mullion and this, I forgot what this thing is called, but this part of the window, like how are they connecting together? It kind of looks like there's just two blocks stacked with each other, but that's not really how windows are made, right? So it's just being a little bit more aware of these things. And then with this kind of recessed shelf, like maybe there should be like a wooden kind of base here. Maybe there might be, I don't know, like a little latch for the window to open, or these like everything is very square and stuff. What if you made a cylindrical handle for the shelves here? What if these handles are like little knobs? You know, try to use like different shapes and different different like scales of things to try and add more interest. And yeah, consider like all these little details, these little seams and stuff like that. That will help increase like the visual appeal of your layout.
Yeah, gotcha. Great advice. Thank you. Didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back again to this portfolio because it's just so amazing. But it's obviously quite realistic. It's not quite as cartoony, but even with like a small sketch like this, you can kind of see how there's like a good distribution of detail. It's like, and also different shapes. We've got like some round cylindrical pipes and stuff. We've got long, tall kind of shelves, and then we have this low, wide desk, like wide monitors. You have like this data kind of station with lots of compressed detail, and then you have a little bit more space to breathe with these long kind of lockers. Just try to break things up into something that's visually appealing. Even right here, you look at this, there's kind of like a detail concentration towards the left side, and then the right side is still kind of cluttered but has a little bit more room to breathe. So it's all about these kind of contrasts. And then a good example of kind of detail in here is like all these little buttons and knobs and stuff, and then you've got a really good consideration for how this trolley is actually constructed and how it's all connected together with like these little clamps and like maybe this is a extendable kind of rod, and you have like little wheels on the bottom that probably swivel. So there's a lot of information being conveyed and lots of room, I think, for you to add this kind of information in your layout. Same thing can be with props as well. Your props look quite a bit more detailed than your layouts. Add some of this kind of detail into there, you know? That would be great to see. But yeah, do you have any questions?
No, you gave me a lot of great advice already. I know exactly where I should start adjusting.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. I really like the layout of your portfolio. It's very clear what you want to do. So just keep at it. Keep adding more strong pieces, and you'll do well.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think I just I spoke so much that Leo didn't say anything. Did you have any comments?
This is your field, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
When there's more like viz dev stuff or character or illustration stuff, I'll leave that to you. Okay, Olivia is next. Oh, the other Olivia that we had up before. I'll close these. This. No, we looked at this one.
Hello.
Hi there. I need to find your portfolio. Oh, this one, right? Yeah.
I
Oh, wait,
can't
no.
even see your screen, so I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I don't usually do this on my laptop.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
You're in now?
That's good. Oh, yep, that's my
Yeah, awesome.
portfolio, yeah.
Okay. Why don't you introduce yourself and let us know a bit about what you do?
So yeah, I'm Olivia. I am a senior in the animation program at my college. I specialize in 2D cell animation. I kind of just do. I focus mostly on character animation, but truly, I'm just good at animating whatever and doing what needs to be done at the end of the day.
Okay, so is what you're interested in, I guess, animation, if you were to pick a role in the industry?
Yeah, just generally animation. I like animating.
Awesome.
Fun. I like bringing things to life.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither of us here are animators, so we'll try our best to give you advice. Do you have any favorite shows or movies that inspire you? That, you know, if you want.
So the big one for me, you'll see it more in my storytelling than my actual stylization, is Madoka Magica.
Okay.
It's a really big one for me.
What about in terms of like shows that you would want to work on?
To work on, that's a hard. I'd love to work if it was still going on. I would have loved to work on the Owl House. I think it's really well animated.
Okay.
I love the fight scenes they did in it. It would have been something so cool to animate. In general, if I got the opportunity, even though it doesn't pay a lot, I would also love to work on anime-based stuff, truly just because the experience of it. I like the high detail work. It's tedious, but it's also a lot of fun.
I think this is really quite strong, this piece you have here. Like I almost thought it was rigged, but it appears to be hand drawn animation,
No,
right?
that's hand drawn.
Yeah, it's
hand drawn with
really,
a bit of transformation used on the final pass.
yeah, it's really
Well,
good. Like
cost
I can
consistency.
see this working for like advertising agencies and stuff.
Yeah, that's the big goal of mine. Like, I'd love to work in entertainment, don't get me wrong, but advertising
Yeah.
seems to have a bit more consistent work.
Yeah, advertising was more
I'm just
consistent
looking wherever
work.
the work takes me.
And I'd say
And I'd
it's
rather
not
stay
a,
in my home area, which is Detroit.
yeah, it's not a bad idea to focus on it in terms of just like career prospect. I'd say definitely keep it like in the back of your mind, because like that animation on its own is quite strong. And I think, you know, I don't know anything about animation, but I feel like I would hire you based on that to do like an ad or something like that. I think what you've got going there, if you could bring some of that into your other stuff, it would be really good. I'll just have a look at this clean. I just feel like the level of animation, the level of work you've done on this piece is a lot higher than the rest. It's like so much smoother and consistent. If you could do more work like this, it would be really great.
Oh, absolutely. The other place you'd see that is the Magical Girl tech.
Yeah.
Just because these were both done under my independent study teacher.
I see.
She did pre-production work, and then I did all the animation on it under her guidance because she specializes in 2D cell animation.
Yeah. Do we get the clean? Let's look. Yeah, I think if this is stuff that you want to do, keep working on it. You seem to have like a pretty good knack for timing. I'd say like that's the part I think is really solid, and I think that's a part that a lot of people struggle with. So that's good. I'd say what you should work on is anatomy and like volumetric drawing. So the way that like the timing is good, but I think you could do like a better pass over the keyframes to get like really appealing poses. Because at the moment, I don't think we're really getting like the best kind of like key poses. Definitely study a bit on that. Because a lot of this, you have to make stuff that looks cool. You know, it's like has to be cool and appealing.
Yeah.
And that's a difficult thing to do, but that's kind of where you want to head towards. I'm gonna try and find an artist. You know Tom Barkel?
No, I don't.
Since you mentioned Owl House, he did some of the really cool sequences on Owl House.
Oh, him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. It's fantastic.
This is obviously very advanced work, but like if you can just pause any frame, and that's like a sick pose. You know, it's so strong, so dynamic. So that's kind of what you want to do. Obviously, this is like the best of the best, so don't be scared and disappointed if you're not this good. But I think, yeah, something that we want to focus on is those key poses, along with the animation that you have. Yeah, do you have any?
Of course, that makes sense.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, this is gonna sound kind of dumb, but I graduate next semester,
Mm-hmm.
and this is the first really outside perspective I've gotten. So I was wondering if you think I have a possibility of like being able to land a job with my portfolio I'm currently working with, or at least heading in that direction.
I think we need I think I see like glimpses of it in this animation. It's this, what this has that's really strong is a consistency and volumetric kind of drawing to it. Like this is very solid, this pose here. Like it's very simple, but I can just so clearly tell like the 3D form of it, you know? And so try and have a look at, you know, what's going on with this cut that you made here, especially this one, just this one in particular. Like this one drawing is really good. And try and get to that point with your other pieces. I think that, you know, it's a tough question. It's like, do you think I can work in the industry? And I think at the moment it might be difficult to find work for you, but it's not impossible if you just keep working on it. And the focus would be to look at portfolios of artists that do the job that you want to do. So, you know, maybe you don't think you're going to quite get to this point anytime soon. This is more of a long-term, maybe goal. But you can look at some more simpler things like maybe Hilda. I think Hilda is... I don't know if Hilda is rigged or 2D animated. I can't remember. Either way, look for stuff that's 2D animated.
Honestly, a lot of the stuff is.
Yeah. Look for some stuff. Maybe like some stuff from Cartoon Saloon. And or like some of the more recent shows like Steven Universe, Adventure Time. And look for those artists and look at their portfolios. Try and see if you can find like entry level kind of people working on those things, like maybe in-betweeners and stuff like that, and see what they're showing in their portfolios and what kind of standard they're at, and strive towards that. And then you can kind of like work your way up until you maybe one day get to this point. Yeah, that's kind of the way I would think about it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. Just one more thing I would like to suggest is look at your local studios, see if you can find them on LinkedIn, and then go through like the employee list and look for people who are character animators. Try and find their portfolios. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Thank you so much, and best of luck.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Thank you.
Lugia Draw, thank you for the raid. We're just doing portfolio reviews right now. Feel free to hang out. Hope you had a great stream, and appreciate it. Welcome. Who do we have next, mods? Have you done any animation work, Leo?
No.
Yeah.
I don't feel qualified to comment.
Fair enough. Neither have I, but it's difficult. Like I can look at an animation and be like, this is good, and like this is not quite there, but
yeah,
it's hard to tell someone how they can improve on it. Tech check right now, all goods? I think this is the next portfolio, so we can maybe have a bit of... What's the kind of viz dev work you've been doing, Leo? Is it like environments, characters, creatures?
It's a bit of a mix. So mainly like just coming up with characters based on like their specified kind of
characteristic
art style, and and then doing scenes basically with the characters. So just trying to add some kind of concept of a narrative
okay.
for the characters, and so it's just like a little bit of everything.
You get storyboards, or is this
basically I had to create the storyboard and come up with the ideas. But yeah, it sort of depends on the different projects, like how much they want to take control over like the story and characters, really.
What do they generally use your artwork for? Does it become like reference for the animators or the designers?
Yeah, that part I'm not really.
You don't really know what happens afterwards?
With it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. But I think at least I saw like a 3D model based on like one of my characters.
Okay, yeah. So reference to 3D.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
and then like I had to redraw on top of that to sort of add like a style to the 3D what they were going, because it's like exploration stuff. And
I've seen a lot of that stuff. I look at like the like Shiyun Kim's work. See a lot of his stuff where he draws over maybe not here, I don't know where I saw it, but he'll draw over a 3D model. But I can't find it.
Oh, so good.
Yeah. Hyung is ready? Yeah, you can pop her in. Audio might be loud. Okay, I'll be prepared to turn it down. Hello?
Hello.
Welcome. Let me find your portfolio. Here it is. Would you like to tell us a bit about yourself?
I switched it. Okay. Hi, I'm Hayoung. I majored in 2D, 3D animation in Korea, where I gained experience designing concept art, modeling, and animating. Now I'm passionate about visual development, so I'm studying it in San Francisco.
Beautiful.
Overall, I enjoy drawing characters, and lately I've been learning about backgrounds. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. What do you think, Leo, of this background? Sorry, this VizDev portfolio? I think it's quite comprehensive. You're covering a lot of different things, like props and characters, backgrounds, like shoebox designs, lighting scenarios. I think you're covering a lot of things, which is great. I think the next step would be to... I really like this. Oh, this reminds me of a Tekkon Concrete. It's like a...
Yeah, right. That style.
Yeah. I love it. This is great. I really like this. I like the exploration of these vehicles. The prop kind of detail here is really nice. Like the rust on this little toy car is really good. I quite like this a lot. I think it's very strong. I'm gonna have a look back at this one. So this kind of stuff I'm looking at, well, especially this first image, I'm thinking you could look at an artist like, let me find them. Give me a second to bring up a portfolio. Leo, would you like to comment on anything?
Yeah, I think with these 3 different projects you've shown, like it shows like you're able to adapt to different styles.
Yes.
And it, like what Orange said, is very comprehensive. Like you have a very solid foundation. I guess my comment would be like the last page that Orange was showing. I think the top drawing shows like a really like a strong style, and like I think for visual development they usually want to push for, like initially at least, like a style that is unique and they haven't seen before, and I feel like that first image especially
this helps you
like really
stand
strong.
out, and the colors are really nice. I really like it a lot. I think this is solid and fine, but it's a little bit generic. Not generic in the sense that it's bad, but I think a lot of people can do this, and we've seen a lot of people do this. But I haven't seen many people do this, which, like Leo said, will help you stand out. So the example I wanted to show you was Rebecca Shear, and this is some of her work on Turning Red, the Pixar film. And I think having these kind of explorations for your background designs would be good to see. So I think at the moment your backgrounds are a little bit kind of like a little bit kind of stale looking. They're a little bit like a little dollhouse kind of, in the way that everything's placed like perfect, and you've got like this stuff. Got a good amount of detail, but it'd be good to explore some more kind of human characteristics. So, you know, you've got like some of these like clothing and stuff hanging on the back of the door. Like you got a radio or boombox thing, and you got calendars with like things circled around it. You know, exploring what the bathroom may look like. It, you know, in real life things like messy. They're not perfect, and you know, you've got a newspaper hanging here. You've got clutter of like different teapots and bowls and stuff in the kitchen. You've got some fruit on the table, and like that's some stuff, you know, would be interesting to see here. Because there's no way that this character's room looks like this 24/7. You know, it'll get messed up from time to time. So it'd be good to see stuff like that.
Can you please check weather shop too? The
Yeah,
first
weather shop.
one.
Yep.
Yeah, that is my recent one.
Okay, yeah.
This project.
I assume these are like color script.
Yes.
I think your color scripts here almost make it look like an advertising campaign. I'm not sure if that's necessarily the goal here, but it doesn't quite look like feature film animation color scripting, which is a bit more cinematic and a little less symbolic, because this is very symbolic. So it's like really good communication, and typically we see it more with things like advertising. So that might be something to think about, is like more cinematic compositions. So study film and see how story is told through film. These are really good sketches here. I would say, I don't know. I think you lose a little bit of that energy with these like more on model poses. I assume that you've put these here since they're like more well defined, but like these ones have a lot more personality and gesture towards them. And I think taking these ones and, you know, fleshing out some of the expression to be more on model would be really helpful. I think you need more exaggeration, because the expressions are very kind of muted. Like they're not quite as expressive as this. Like he's angry here, maybe like he's like really angry. You know, he's happy here, maybe he's like really happy. He's tired, you can make him look really tired. Whereas you have like this, like I'm a little bit sad. Oh, this is kind of cool. Oh, I'm a bit happy. I'm a bit mad. Like it's not exaggerated enough for animation. It has to be really expressive. And I think you have like potential with these ones. Yeah, like I think these expressions are more expressive than the one that you did of the man up here. I must think that this character, I feel like I'd like to see it nearer to the top. So yeah, I'd say that you should try to order things with like your strongest pieces first. I think that the color scripts are fine, but I think this character sheet is quite strong, and so is this one. If you do want to have like a hero image at the top, I think this is a fine image to start off with. Like this shows like background design, a good amount of expressiveness in the characters. You can leave this as like a first image to kind of kick it off. These images are really good as well, to be honest. I feel like in terms of color, they're a bit more successful than these ones, because like I said, this almost looks like an advertising campaign or something, whereas these show a story moment. You know, it's like late in the afternoon and mum is like working at home or something like that, and then you have this ominous kind of lighting with the man coming through. Yeah, I would say, yeah, it's a bit difficult because you've done a lot of work for this project, but you just have to scroll for so long to see all of it. I would try to, I don't know if it's possible. It's probably not possible with Wix, probably why, but have more images side to side. But if that's not possible, I would say maybe try to combine some of these images. I think this is just one image, which is good. Maybe you don't need this one. I don't think this one really displays much of the skills that you haven't already shown. Like I've already seen, you know how to draw and you can design like things. This, if you do want to include it, can be a lot smaller. You know, I don't need to see 10 versions of him wearing different clothes. This is really nice. You know, like these could be the same size as like a sketch page like this. Could definitely consolidate it. This should definitely be nearer to the top. This is one of the strongest character designs you have here. Yep. And then some of these nearer to the top as well. They're quite good background design. I think they're quite successful. Yeah. But yeah, in terms of background design, have a look at Rebecca's work. It's very good with how it handles like detail and adding story elements and personality. Also like detail distribution. It's like it's not just a little bit of detail everywhere. It's like a concentration of it here, but then you get a nice area to breathe, which is how a real space would be. It wouldn't be like perfectly distributed. It's a little bit random, you know, a little bit haphazard. And I think that's something that would really help. You know, for example, something like this. You know, like are the bottles going to be perfectly lined up, or are they going to be different size bottles, big ones, small ones, ones with labels on them, ones that are turned around different colors? There's a lot of stuff to think about, but I think this would help create a stronger portfolio. Yeah, do you have any questions for us?
Thank you. Thank you for the advice.
Yeah, no worries. Me and Leo love this one. This is beautiful. I love
This
this
is so
image.
good. Yeah.
Definitely there's something going on here, so try to revisit this and try to channel some of this into the future. It's very nice. Yeah, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good portfolio, very strong. Mods, do we have someone up next? Demi is up next? Okay. Patchwork Beast. Hello Demi, welcome.
Hi Angie, thanks for having me.
No worries. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Demi. I'm a senior design student. I don't really do much with the animation industry because I study design and not animation, but it is something I'm really interested in as a hobby.
Would you say that your work is more aligned with games?
Sort of half games, half UX and interaction design.
So is this a situation where you're you studied one thing but you'd like to move into something else if you can in the future?
More like I want to keep my passion and skill for animation and concept art alive.
Okay. What would you like to be doing in 3 years from now? If ideally you could be doing whatever, what would you want to be doing in 3 years from now?
In 3 years, I think if possible, I'd love to be part of an indie game studio doing creative direction.
Okay, nice. That's a good direction to go in. I think that's a great goal to have. If you do want to be heading towards indie game, game dev, art and design, I think there's a few things that maybe I could suggest. Oh, this is such a cool little animation. Yeah. That's really cute.
I have a Patrick Beast right here. This is my primary game dev stuff. So on this project, I was the game artist, creative director, writer, and sound person. It's a 3-person team.
Alright. Okay, so where can I start? Do you have any comments, Leo?
Yeah, it's cool you're doing all of this different stuff with games. Yeah.
I'm gonna bring up a portfolio of one of my friends. They work on a game called Puff Pals as a game dev artist, and this is some of the work that he's been producing. It's like environment and set design and prop design as well. And so just an example of some of the stuff that is required for games. Like you need to design, this is a 3D top-down game, so you gotta design like shoeboxes of the houses and stuff and the rooms and the props and stuff like that. And it really is like a design focused kind of job. So it requires a lot of drawing and possibly a bit of 3D as well. Where did your portfolio go? I think looking at your stuff, oh, you do a bit of 3D. Looking at some of the stuff you did on this game, it's a little bit kind of like illustrative rather than design, if that makes sense. I feel like you've kind of treated this as an illustration rather than a design, because the design is kind of a little bit generic looking, whereas I feel like for the purposes of game dev, you need to be putting like that energy into coming up with interesting and appealing designs, visually appealing things, because in essence that's what you're doing, designing the look of the game so that when people are playing the game, you know, they're pleased by what they're seeing and it's like cute and fun and stuff like that. So that would be something I would focus on more. Because you were undertaking so many responsibilities, maybe you were stretched a bit thin, but in an ideal world you would only be doing like one thing at a time. And so it would be interesting to see how you would tackle this if you didn't have to do color, you're only doing line work. Like how would you spend your time in designing these different pieces, like this fountain in this house, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Should I have I guess like layouts explaining my design choices?
Yeah,
or
I
having
think
like different variations like these apples?
yeah, definitely, like different variations and really making them well defined and polished. I think going forward, if you were to build up your portfolio, for example, what you could do is like draw different versions of these houses, because you know sometimes in games they're not populating like the area with the same house. There's like variations of different houses, right? And so that's something that might be required for a game dev artist. And so you can do that kind of thing. You can like design houses, different kinds of houses, and the purpose of that may be to place them in the game, like all over the place, you know? Do you have any questions about anything?
Yeah, so the portfolio I sent was actually more of my design portfolio and not my visual development stuff.
Do you have
the bulk
another
of
one?
my work is on Instagram.
Okay.
Would it be okay to take a look at that like really quick?
Of course. Can you link it in the chat somewhere? Like, if you want, you can also. It's not the worst thing to put your Instagram on your portfolio page. Like you might be like, oh, I gotta keep it professional, but it doesn't really
I have
matter.
such different like. Oh, sorry.
It's fine. Even if it's different, like who's gonna care? It's not like, oh no, they do different stuff on their Instagram, I'm not gonna hire them. No, it's like whatever. Just put it there. Like maybe someone's gonna see it and be like, wait, this is really cool. Like I like it. You know? Okay, so here's Instagram. Okay, so it's very, very illustrative, very illustration based. One thing that I mentioned, you know, before, if you're going to be doing design for animation or games, it really is design, right? You have to focus on really fleshing out things. So like here, like the character is the main point. This is, if this was to be anything, it'd almost be like a character design rather than anything to do with the environment or the background. And then here, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for you to really flesh out this background. Like, you know, look at reference photos and look at how actually these windows are constructed. Like, are they nailed in? Are they like screwed in? Like these, obviously it's not going to be made out of one piece of wood. It's going to be made out of multiple pieces of woods, and they're going to be connected at some point, or glued together, or wedged together with like interlocking pieces and stuff like that. So, you know, that's something to think about when you're doing your paintings like these. Is all of these intricacies, you know, which are kind of missing and a big part of design in games and animation. Does that make sense?
Let's see. That's really good advice. Thank you.
Yeah. I'd say this might be one of your more successful pieces when it comes to thinking about how everything is working, how everything actually comes together in a set. Like maybe something to think about is like, are there any seams in the fabric? Like if it were to be actually constructed, how would it be constructed? You know, would there be like a welding joint somewhere here with this like tray, or would it be like screwed in, something like that? You know, so a lot of stuff to think about related to design. And I think if you do want to work in game dev, that's you do want to be thinking about all of these intricacies. You know, like it can be kind of tedious, but if you want to work in game dev, this is a lot of stuff that you might be doing. Yeah. Any other questions?
No, that makes sense. Thank you so much for the feedback.
Awesome. No worries. Thank you for sharing, and cool stuff. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we're running through. Do we have Kyle next? Is it? Have you done any stuff for games, Leo?
Can't think of any in the top of my head. Maybe like a startup thing, but like, well, it's not really like a digital game, I guess. Yeah, very different. I think different stuff we worked on that.
Kyle is next. Awesome. Yeah, Kyle.
See, can you all hear me all right?
Hello, welcome. Kyle, would you like to tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, so my name's Kyle. I am from Austin, Texas. And so I originally studied 3D animation in college, but I've kind of been more interested in the pre-production side, so I decided to kind of focus more on visual development and concept art.
And more like 2D artwork?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Let's take a look. Okay. Nice. Did you use a 3D for this? For the layout?
No.
No. Very nice. Strong perspective work.
Thank you.
Do you think that perspective is one of your strengths?
Yeah, I would say it's probably my main strength if I had to pick one.
You'd say probably generally you don't really struggle with it, right?
No.
Yeah, excellent. That's great. That's a really strong foundation. So, would you say that you're more interested in working in games or animation?
So, I think originally, like, if you asked me a few years ago, I would have said animation. But living in Austin, generally, there's just more game companies in the area.
Fair enough. So
I think if you were to ask me my most favorite, like, top company I'd want to work for, though, it'd still be like Powerhouse out here in Austin.
Oh yeah, okay. In that case, if I were you, I would definitely focus on that. Because if it's something that you really want to do and there's an opportunity there, go for it. You're probably, I don't know, do you know if they hire outside of Austin, or is it mainly local for them?
I imagine they hire just about from anywhere. I know if I'm not mistaken, the guy who ran it ended up he went to the same college as me out here in Texas. But
yeah, I would
that's
take
just through
I would take a look at their LinkedIn and have a look at their employees and see if you can find like any background painters or background designers and look at their portfolios. And yeah, just try to see what the level of work is that's required. I'm assuming this is older work here.
yeah, this is a little older.
Yeah, so I think definitely your newest work is your strongest work. This one's quite nice as well, this layout. What would we focus on? I think we want to focus a little bit on painting now. Since your perspective work is quite good, you also have to focus on layout as well. But since your foundation is quite strong with layout, I think it might be a bit easier to learn, which would be to focus on details like these. You have very good broad strokes that now we need to think a bit about like big, medium, small. So work this. We're kind of seeing only kind of big and medium shapes. Like there's not really that many small shapes in your pieces. And I think really adding the small shapes will help sell the scale of your pieces and add more realism to them. So have a look at this, for example, from Toma Moya, who worked on Arcane. You can see that you know, you've got a big building, but then you have like these tiny little like drainage pipe things, and you can see like the water stains from them, and then you see like tiny windows, and with this up close piece you can see like these tiny little ladders. And so you see these and you're like, immediately you can tell how massive this is, right? Because if this is a ladder for a human, like this is a ginormous like sewage pipe thing, you know. So adding these kind of scale cues will help add a good believability to your pieces, and it's just an aspect of design that'll kind of be required as part of any job that's like background design or visual development, and just is good practice to learn to paint small details as well. Would you say that you maybe struggle a little bit with that, with painting small details?
Oh yeah, actually, I have a couple questions here, and a lot of them were about how to, I guess, develop more small shapes and kind of get better at that.
I'd say like at this stage, once you get to this point with your pieces, what you can do is do like a line work path. So from here, you jump in and use line to add the detail, because painting detail can end up being quite tricky if you're not experienced with it. But I'm sure you could come in and draw over the top of it, right? And so it's like a similar process to like what some artists do and is common in productions, is to draw over a 3D model. Because your layouts are like quite strong, it's almost like drawing over a 3D model. So you can go over the top of it and use line work to add detail. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess it does. Do you have any artists you would recommend? I see the one here. I know
Yeah,
you were
I'll put this
showing
one.
her and some other earlier in the stream.
Yeah, I'll put this one in chat. This is Claire Sim. I think it's really, really, really strong work. Let me think and see if I can. Angela. Like for example, some of this stuff that she did on Kipo, it's really good as well. Because I think you have such a strong base with those like kind of broad strokes. I think it would be really beneficial to kind of jump in and add line to add detail.
Okay, and do you, I guess, so I think I've been avoiding small shapes because I find that I tend to kind of get in the weeds whenever I focus on them. Do you have any suggestions on kind of where to focus small shapes and kind of exercises that I can use to kind of better my eye for that?
One thing is like detailed distribution. So let me find another example. So it can be easy to get in the weeds with things, but you have to remember that what you're doing is designing, right? So like where you place the details doesn't have to be everywhere. Like you only want to put them in like some certain places. So for example, something like this airship hangar, it's like, looks like it has a lot of detail, but you realize, oh, it also has a lot of space to breathe. Like a lot of this like ground space, a lot of these kind of walls, they're just kind of empty space. And then you only have the detail where it needs to be, like this clutter in the corner. There's like a computer, the plastic chair. Maybe even this like airship. A lot of this area, you can tell that it's just kind of blank space, and then we've focused the detail into this cockpit area. So it doesn't have to be everywhere, but you just pick certain spots that you think you could like kind of flesh out a bit more that might help tell the story. So go back to yours. Like for example, I might be interested to see how this signage is working. It looks like kind of a hero part of this building. You know, maybe I want to see where the bolts are and how it's all pieced together, where the scaffolding for it is that helps hold it up. And then maybe down here I see like some kind of like computer screens or TVs and stuff like that. That might be a good area to like kind of add like little buttons for the TV. And like if there's boxes, like I want to see where the seams of the boxes are, because a box isn't just a solid piece of cardboard. It's got places where it's folded, it's got places where it's been taped together. And then for example, on the ground, like it's not, like I said before, the ground can be kind of empty, but just a little bit of, oh, I'm losing myself. Just a little bit of indication of like the materiality. It's like some kind of cracked kind of pavement or something like that, with some grass growing in between it. It's not a lot of detail to add, but once you add it, it'll really bring your piece to life, I think. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I'm getting it.
Yeah. And like for example, this back part, these kind of little lines that you've done, these shadow parts, like do a bit more of those to kind of flesh it out a bit. But because it's in the background, it's not super important. Just focus more energy into some of these foreground areas. I think it would really help.
Okay.
And one more thing to consider is patina, which is like the way that the place is like aged. And you know, you can see here that this is colored, but yours is painted as well, so that you can do it as well. There's like discoloration, and there's, you know, the water stains, and there's rust and dents and scratches and chips and stuff like that. That's the kind of small detail that you can be adding as well. That will really help your pieces come together. And like before, they don't have to be everywhere. You just pick and choose the places and try to distribute the detail in a way that looks appealing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries at all. If you don't have any more questions, I think that's about it. But
see, I do actually have one more super quick one, if you don't mind.
Of course.
So how do you feel about the characters being in there? That was another big question I had.
Okay. Do you want to do character work?
Not really. I only have those in there because I've applied to a few jobs, and some of them, their feedback was to see more character work, so I kind of decided to include them just because of that.
I mean, if you wanted to work for Powerhouse, you're not exactly applying to Powerhouse to be a character designer. So, based on that, I don't think it's necessary. It's fine to have there, but since you have separate tabs, you know, if I'm applying, you just give them this link, and there's no characters for them to see. Like, all good, you know, no worries. If maybe you're applying to like a game artist job, maybe you give them the one that has environments and characters, for example, because often you might be doing both. So I don't really think it's an issue, because you do have a separate tab. And I just saw this. You kind of do have an example of where you've done that kind of detail thing. I think it's good. You should revisit this and what you did here a little bit. Yeah, and maybe learn to paint these as well. So it seems to me that you can draw. Try and see if you can paint these details as well, which is going to be quite difficult, but since you have the drawing base, you have the layout, definitely something to try.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Strong work, and good luck.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Okay. Okay, who's up next? You've been silent for like 40 minutes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. You know, you're
No,
saying
it's
a
all
lot of
good.
good stuff.
If you have anything that you want to say, feel free to do so. I don't want to just yap and yap. Next
It's good stuff, man. It's not yeah, but pretty much agree with everything you said. Yeah, I think he already has the skills for the details. Just is zooming in and zooming out like repetitively as practice.
Yeah, like the perspective work.
Really solid, yeah.
Okay, so next we have Michelle.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. I'm just finding your portfolio and welcome. Would you like to tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. Well, hi, my name is Michelle. I'm a Dublin-based artist. I just graduated from animation with a thesis film, so there's a lot of development work in my portfolio. At the moment, I'm kind of split between wanting to do more environment-based portfolios, or if I really want to do characters. There's a lot of environments in my portfolio just from my film, but I'm also really interested in looking at character design as a possible stream.
Okay.
So yeah, that's me anyway. Thank you for having me.
No worries. So I think just right off the bat, I think you've got strong work in both directions. One thing to be considerate of is that character design positions are a lot more competitive, and there's less, or competitive in the sense there's more people doing it, and also that there's less positions available for character design. Like a typical show might have 1 or 2 character designers. So if you do want to do character, it is quite competitive and you do have to really stand out above the rest. That being said, you do stand out quite a bit and I think it's quite strong. And if you really do want to do character, you should definitely go headfirst into it and really try to get really good at it. From what I can see here, there's a lot of good explorations and poses and gesture drawings. I think what's missing is a bit of design. So the character, your fundamentals are quite good, but I'm not seeing quite as much kind of design, if that makes sense. So for a character designer, you're probably gonna have to do things like turnarounds, expression sheets, and different poses, which you have a lot of, which is cool. But yeah, have a look at some production work. Do you have any favorite shows that you've watched recently where you like the character design?
Yeah, well, sorry,
Yeah.
nothing's coming to mind, but yeah, absolutely. I'm always like referencing different shows, and I think one thing I'm missing from my lineup is diversity in body shapes. I feel like a lot of them are quite similar in terms of weight and stature, so that's definitely something I want to come back to.
Yeah, I would say so. So yeah, if you do want to do that, do flesh that out a bit more. I'm just gonna bring up, I found this from Army Thompson. So you can see like this is kind of some of the work that might be required of you, like these expressions and moments and stuff like that. And it'd be cool to see a bit more of that, because right now your work is very gestural, which is great, but we're not getting as much kind of story moments from it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. That being said, your biz dev stuff, I want to say that the strongest thing is probably color. One thing that's I think a little bit lacking from your backgrounds, I know these are for a student film, so it's a little bit of a different standard, but for stronger and more kind of appealing background work, you need more detail and yeah, more detail and more like well-defined kind of edges and designs of props and big, medium, small kind of distributions and stuff like that. So that might be something, if you want to do backgrounds and biz dev, might be something that you want to hone in on. But also I've noticed, like I said, that your color is quite good. So you could do color work. For example, here is Sophie Lee. Do you know of her work?
Yes.
So this is some of her color work, and you can see that, you know, it's quite similar to some of your thesis film backgrounds where they're not like super fleshed out. But the purpose of this is reference for like a background painter and a character color artist of like what colors should be being used in the scene, you know? Is this something that you
Yeah.
might be interested in? Doing color
Yeah,
work?
definitely. Definitely. Color design is really, really interesting to me, so I think I'd love to explore that a bit more as well.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find some other stuff. So here is some more character design work, and you can see there's like a lot of exploration as well, which you know, maybe you did do the exploratory things, but you just didn't show it in your portfolio. If you did, it'd be good to see that as well, like how you came across these designs, what kind of iterations you went through, what kind of considerations there were.
Yeah.
You can see like, and at the same time, something you might notice is that it's not just one pose dressed 6 different ways. Every pose like has like, there's maybe like 3 different poses here, but it's not just like the same pose dressed in a different way. I think sometimes people will tend to just use the same pose over and over again. I think it's a bit better to draw different poses as well.
Okay.
Which you do plenty of, so I think you'll be fine with that. Did you say that you were... Oh, you've already graduated?
Yeah.
Okay. So now might be the time for you then to really hone in on one thing over another. Because you're not really going to have time to do other things, if that makes sense. It's not really possible. So you don't have to make the decision today, but you might want to make it pretty soon.
Yeah. I do have an upcoming gig as a junior background artist soon.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but until then, I do definitely want to rework my portfolio a ton and just really try and figure out what it is I want to do.
So one thing I might suggest is that you could start in backgrounds. Backgrounds is a great start that can lead into like background painting, background design, and then visual development. And then visual development is adjacent to character design as well. So maybe, you know, you start in backgrounds and you just keep working on backgrounds. In your free time, you keep working on characters. So like while you're at work, you're practicing backgrounds. In your free time, you do a bit of characters. And then maybe after 2 or 3 years working in the industry, you have like a full repertoire of like doing backgrounds and characters and color, and it sets you up to be a really good biz dev artist, you know? That's something to think about. Like, you don't have to decide on something right now and have it be that for the rest of your life, you know? If you have that opening right now for backgrounds and you want to focus a bit more on that to better your chances of more roles after this current gig that you got, then that's not a bad idea either.
Okay, cool. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah. But I'd say like keep up with the character work, because I think it's really quite strong, and you got a really good base. Like this is really very expressive, and it's not something that comes easily to people. So and like line works are so excellent as well. So if you have the skill right now, like don't let it rust, like keep working on it. And if opportunities pop up, then you'll be ready, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Did you have any other questions?
Yeah, well, I suppose when you start doing backgrounds, especially if you're a junior artist, would they be very understanding if say like your skills just aren't up to the like complete bar yet, but you're still learning on the job?
Yeah, that one's a bit tricky. You will be learning on the job. I'll show you some of my work. My first job was on Lego Monkey Kids Season 2, and I only included one background in my portfolio, but this is kind of where I was at that point. And I thought that the other ones were just okay, so I didn't include them. I would say, like, in my experience, like my first job where I'd never done anything related to animation before and I never studied it or anything, it was kind of overwhelming, but I really tried to learn as much as I could from everyone. I might have worked like a bit more than I was supposed to. Like I was working through like my lunch breaks maybe. I had a sense that I had to catch up because, like I said, I didn't study animation. I didn't know anyone who worked in animation. I was really fresh. So I had this feeling that I had to catch up, and so I worked really hard to do so. One could say that maybe it's on the studio to make sure that they train you up, but also like if they don't and they kind of leave you out to dry, hang and dry, like you got to look out for yourself. So my recommendation would be, if you feel like it's really difficult and you're lagging behind a bit, get as much help as you can from the supervisors and other artists. Ask as many questions as you can. When you get drawovers and feedback and like you're a bit confused or there's something that you're still struggling with, like really ask questions and try and get as much as you can out of them, because it really is a great opportunity when you first break into the industry to learn so much, because I certainly did. And this wasn't my first background on the job. This was after like 2 or 3, 4 weeks maybe. And I really learned a lot in just about 4 weeks. Yeah. Hope that answers your question.
Okay. Yeah, that does. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And thank you for submitting your art, and good luck. And congratulations
Thank you
on
so
the
much,
gig.
Renji. Oh, thank you. I hope you have a great day, and thank you so much for your time.
You too. Take care. Okay.
Thank you. Bye now.
Who do we have next? This is good stuff. I love these. Oh, hello. Who is this?
Hi, this is Ollie.
Ollie, beautiful. I'll bring up your portfolio right now. Do you want to just introduce yourself?
Yes, so I am an animation student and I'm around the Atlanta area, but I'll be graduating in 2026. So I haven't had any experience working on anything yet, but right now this is the portfolio I'm trying to use to get into internships.
Okay.
And I want to focus on background and layout designs, although I don't have as much of that, but I'd like to focus solely on that or get to that point.
Awesome. So is there like a local studio or local studios, a few, that you could be applying to?
I know that CNN and Cartoon Network are around our area, so I've applied to those places. And there's also advertising type of stuff for cartoons in Atlanta.
Cool. I'm not really too sure what people are looking for internships. Because really with internships, like anyone who's studying and shows like a lot of effort is kind of a fine pick. Although the question is like, how do you stack up against the rest of the applicants, which is the issue. Because maybe they only have like 3 spots. They can only choose 3 people in like the entire state, you know. So it can be quite competitive, and I've heard that almost that internships are more competitive than real jobs, which I can see that being the case. Every student wants an internship. There's always lots of students, so it might be tricky to get an internship, but if we were to increase your chances, I would say to work on your perspective drawing. So these right now, they do follow some form of perspective, but I'm going to assume you didn't use a grid.
No, not in that one, no.
Have you used a grid before to draw backgrounds?
Yes, in the first one I have, that's the most recent one that I've done.
I would say,
but I used a grid.
Yeah, I would say use grids whenever you draw backgrounds, whenever you draw anything, really. Because it just helps solidify everything and gives it a base. Another thing, this is all kind of perspective based. I'll think about like different kind of angles. So all of your angles kind of have like a high eye line. Like you're kind of looking down on things a lot, but it's also very straight. It's kind of like a CCTV camera angle, which is it's fine, but it's also kind of a bit strange. You normally want an angle that's more of an establishing shot that you might see in the film or the TV show. So
Okay.
See if I can find. So here's some examples from my portfolio. If you just watch like a show that you like and see what kind of angles they have. Like you have a normal angle of the character standing and you're at the same eye level as the character, or you maybe have an up shot where you're looking at something that's really monumental, or you have like a down shot where you're looking at like the entire scene. You'll want to have more variety in the kind of angles of shots that you have for your backgrounds, and that will also require you to have a strong knowledge of perspective. And so I will suggest this video, which I've been suggesting everyone, about using perspective grids to draw backgrounds. So like you'll have something like this where it's like you've kind of sketched it. It's like cool, and then you'll jump in, you'll add the perspective grid, and you'll follow it and get a really solid layout. Like, and you know, when recruiters kind of see that you can draw really solidly in perspective, that will increase your chances, because it just means that you know how to draw, which is always something that they want to see.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Do you have any questions?
I mean, maybe other than the perspective, is there any other mistakes that could be corrected?
I think for now that would be like the strongest thing to work on, because honestly, you have some really nice set dressing ideas. You've put it together quite nicely. It's like really solid. You're kind of lacking the most in fundamentals, because like I'm looking at these and they're like really nice as well. And I just think with stronger fundamentals, it'll allow your designs to shine more, because I think you have a good knack for design. The problem is kind of the execution, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because I think if you had a better knowledge of perspective, you could sell these like establishing shots a lot better, you know? Like knowledge of like camera lens, like lens length, and like where would your camera be in this kind of scene? Like, do you want to be up high? Do you want to be down low? Maybe studying a bit of cinematography, you know, watching movies and being aware of how the shot is being framed and how it's staged and how the lighting is staged as well. Because you have to remember in the end that these things are staged, right? You're making a setting for a character, and you're trying to tell a story through it. And so I think there's like no real staging in your pieces either. Like what kind of story is it trying to tell? I think these pieces have better staging, like especially like this establishing shot, or this one as well. Yeah, I would recommend that you flesh out some of those thumbnails. I'd say if you want to, you know, really go hard on some of these, try this one with the sun coming up, this one with this cool sunset lighting, and then this one, this like snowy town. With this snowy town, maybe I'll find some examples of. Have you seen Klaus?
I've seen art from it, but I haven't seen the movie.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to watch the movie. Good. You can look at the art. The art's really good. But you can kind of see how they're staging the scene. You can see that there's an obvious intention to kind of how the shot is being framed and the camera angle. Right? You can kind of imagine like, oh, maybe this is a shot where it's like the character walking through, and then you can see their footsteps in the snow. You know, maybe you watch this and you're like, maybe there's a car coming through, or like a horse and a cart, you know. So have a look at Klaus. I'll drop this in the chat.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's extremely helpful.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
And like these thumbnails are really good because they're like not fully fleshed out, but you can see how they've their focus really is on storytelling with these scenes, and they're using simply value and like perspective to make it work. But
Alright.
yeah, if you don't have any more questions, I think that's about it. I do think that you have a good knack for kind of design and set dressing, and so supporting that with your fundamentals. I'd start with perspective, and maybe next you can get into value. Would be really helpful. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you for submitting your work, and good luck.
Thank you.
I like Leo, your occasional expressions of approval. It's like, yes. Hello. I think you're a bit low. If you could speak a bit closer to your mic, and I'll turn you up a bit as well. Phoebe,
Can
right?
you hear me?
I think I've got to max you out and try and speak a bit closer to your mic.
Hi.
Awesome. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Phoebe, and I am a illustrator. I want to work in the animation industry, either feature or like show. And right now, I'm a generalist because I don't really know what I want to specialize in. On the form, I said I'm interested in background paint, prop design, viz dev, and character design. And yeah, that's what I'm interested in.
Cool. Let's take a look through. Okay, nice. I feel like you don't need a full separate tab for these. If you're only going to have 2 images, I think it's fine to just have a VizDev tab and just have each of these images on there. That way we can see all of them at once and don't have to click too many things. And, you know, maybe a recruiter might be looking at it on a phone and they click in and they only see 2 images and they're like, what is this? So I would consolidate all of these images onto one page, and, you know, you can have a little description on it, or you don't have to. It's fine.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. One thing I'll note is that I've been noting for everyone is perspective. I think a lot of people need to work on their perspective drawing, and if you've been in chat, I've already linked the BAM animation video 100 times. Do take a look at that and see what you can take from that, and really hone in on your draftsmanship when it comes to perspective. Prop design, character design.
Oh, and prop design.
Yeah, prop design's good. I think that the most important thing for you would be perspective and like volumetric drawing. So like something like this, it's very simple. It's a bucket, but ellipses are very tricky. And looking at this, most kind of directors and recruiters would probably be able to tell immediately how good you are at drawing just based on a bucket like this, right? You might think it's simple, but ellipses are one of the most trickiest things. So, you know, it's hard to tell, like, if you're not quite there yet, like what's wrong with it. But, you know, I can see that if this is angled the way it is, I don't think we should be seeing so much of this, the top part of this opening, maybe, should be like quite a bit thinner, and the bottom here, it's not too bad, but like the way it's kind of connected at the bottom here makes it look like there's a bit of like this lip. I think yeah, a little bit more of a focus on draftsmanship and perspective would be good for you. Are you currently studying or anything like that?
I'm in my 4th year at
Alright,
school, so I'm gonna be graduating.
Okay. My recommendation to you is that after you graduate, pick something that you want to do and really hone in on it. And my recommendation in general would be to stray away from character design, because it's a very difficult and competitive role to break into, especially at entry level. And if you want to be, if you want to be practical about it, I'd recommend focusing on backgrounds. And when it comes to background, I
This
would.
one's not done.
Okay. When it comes to backgrounds, do you have a lot of painted stuff? Would it probably be accurate to say that you prefer painting over drawing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So if you prefer painting over drawing, that's fine. Do more color studies. So gotta find the work that I was showing before from Linden. Can't find it. Oh. Okay, so this is Lyndon's work, and these are his personal work. And you can tell that, you know, he knows what he's doing with color, right? And if you like to paint, you don't actually have to be like fantastic at layout. So this is what I would recommend for you, is do like photo studies, plein air paintings, and you're focusing on capturing the color relationship and capturing the effect of light. So studying things like there's a video from Marco Bucci about the sphere, and there's probably a lot more on YouTube, but elements like the specular highlight you can see here, you can see the key light, you can see a bounce light here, it's a cool bounce light, and the form, what's it called, the terminator of where the shadow is, and stuff like that. So be kind of aware of these things as you're doing these studies. Use a 100% opacity brush that doesn't have any texture or opacity. You'll notice that these are painted with basically a square brush, which is not a bad thing to do either, to just get you to focus on paint. And yeah, if you like painting over drawing, this is my recommendation for you for how to study.
Thank you. Can you like show the link to the YouTube video you mentioned? Because I don't really know how to spell his name.
Oh, the
Like
okay,
one-
the Marco Bucci one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Find that video. There's probably a ton of videos online about this because it's like a painting fundamental. But this video, I'll put this in the chat. So I think he has a diagram here where he talks about it. But yeah, he's basically gonna be painting it and just talking about like how everything works. He's like, okay, here's the yeah, I think you have to watch the video to get the most out of it. But I can show you an example from myself maybe. But yeah, definitely like those photo studies. You can kind of start nice and simple. These are some of the first few that I personally did, of just like houses. They're kind of rough around the edges and not the best, but just get yourself started. These are actually some of the first studies I did because I wasn't confident with color. This is just like values. I'd say that I would go back and tell myself to not use this brush because it's got too much kind of fuzz around it. Definitely like using lasso tool and stuff like that is better. And I'll show you the example that I was just talking about there with the ball in a second as I open this file. Yeah, so stuff like this. Let's see what's going on here. So here's an example. So we have a ball. It's just a ball, and then I'm adding the shadow.
I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, you're not saying. Oh, you're not saying. Oh, you have to watch my stream. I'll share this screen. Hang on a second. I close that and then I open it back up. Okay, here we go. Okay, can you see that now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So here's just like a sphere, and then here's like the fundamentals of painting, right? We start off with like a shadow, and then immediately it gives it form. And then what do we also have? We have a bounce light from the ground, because the light bounces from the ground and then up towards the underside of the ball. And then we also have like ambient lighting, which comes from maybe the sky. The sky is blue, so it will reflect blue light. Then we have key light, which is warm in this scenario. And then ambient occlusion, which happens when two objects touch, so that there's like very little space for light rays to bounce through, so you end up with a very dark shadow. And then specular, which comes from basically a reflection of a light source. So like understanding these things and recognizing them as you're studying and painting, being aware of like, oh, this is the fill light, this is like the bounce light from like the table, or this like box next to it, or this is like the specular. That's kind of stuff to think about well, if you want to be a painter, which I think you said that is what you prefer.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah. Right off the bat, when you see my portfolio, what do you think is like my strength?
I think from everything we've seen, it's probably color. Like I said, because yeah, I think your colors can be quite evocative and tell stories in that way. It just kind of lacks a little bit of support from your fundamental kind of drawing and composition, if that makes sense.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just need to focus on my fundamentals.
Yeah. So like perspective drawing, like painting fundamentals, and you know, maybe you can also study a bit of film as well if you want to be like kind of composing these scenes. I think you seem to like telling stories. Studying film will help you with telling stories through like a visual format.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Next is April. They got the first one. Ooh, nice.
Wow.
Good, right? I think for the previous person, this might be a good portfolio to look at.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, April.
Yes. Hi,
Welcome.
thank you for doing this. I so appreciate it.
Of course, no worries. Thank you so much. Would you like to share a bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm a background painter slash biz dev artist, just trying to like break into the industry. I've done a couple side projects here and there, but I haven't had studio experience yet. So seeing where it goes.
Nice. I think this is quite good. Do you have any thoughts, Leo?
Yeah, really strong work. I think if I were to say one feedback would be like for visual development, I think it's already there, like the storytelling aspect, but maybe you could push that a little bit more. But yeah, everything's there, I think.
Thank you. Would you recommend more prop work or like a specific type of art?
You can definitely do more prop work, that's fine. I think at this time, the props are actually quite nice. I think they're quite detailed and well painted. You can tell the materiality. Maybe you could push the materiality a bit more, because it kind of feels like a lot of it is like this matte material. Maybe there could be like a little like texture on like the trigger, because normally they have like a little texture on it, so it's more grippy and stuff like that. Try to look into stuff like that. These I think could look nice if they were textured as well. At the moment though, with these kind of pieces, the screwdriver, the pliers and stuff, like they don't really stand out from in a design standpoint. They just look like ordinary pliers and screwdrivers, you know? Same with this guy. I think you could maybe play a little bit with proportions, because if you're going to be doing biz dev or, you know, feature film or 2D animation, typically the stuff is going to be a lot more kind of exaggerated with like more fun and appealing shapes and proportions. Like think of stuff like, have you seen Inside Out?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, like when you watch something like Inside Out, it's got like these crazy like contraptions and they're like really wacky and stuff like that. So see if you can find some like prop designs or enviro design or character.
Right, so maybe like focusing more on shape too, just like
Yeah.
pushing like a silhouette or something like
Yeah,
that.
definitely like pushing the silhouette for sure. Because like if I silhouetted your work, it would just look like an ordinary like screwdriver, right? Like look at these light bulbs. Like that's so interesting. Like the light bulbs are expressive and evocative of emotion, you know. And that kind of energy can be translated into backgrounds as well. Like you look at these backgrounds, and it's like, oh, that's a really cool and interesting, like headquarters tower, you know. So that kind of stuff. I think your stuff at the moment is kind of, where did you go? I lost you. I have too many tabs open. Hang on a second.
Oh, do you want? No, if I'll just.
This is stupid. I lost you.
I think what's successful is like when I see your visual development stuff, I immediately got like the kind of world that you're trying to create. So it's just pushing the design thing, like what Orangey said exactly. So, and to do that, you gotta push the shapes and textures a bit more, and a little bit of the smaller scale details as well to sort of support what you already have.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Solid foundation.
Do you think in that case, if I wanted to do like larger scale environments, like the first two in that page, but have like small details, I could have
Yes.
what's it called, like breakdowns?
Yes.
Just include
Callouts.
concepts, or would that be too much?
Yeah, you can definitely have callouts. I mean, you've kind of done callouts here of like this like control panel thing. Like it'd be cool to see some of that maybe, or even just like a different angle of the set, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah, you really need. I think the next step is to really push the design aspect of everything. Like it's all about design, right? Making things that look appealing, interesting to look at. Have interesting shape language, because at the moment it's all kind of like realistic looking. There's no, which is fine. I mean, depends on what you're going for. But are you more interested in maybe games or animation?
Oh, that's the thing, I haven't decided. So I kind of came here to ask, like, oh, like which direction I should go in. Because recently I've been trying to get more into background paint, so I painted the ones from Brittany Thorson.
Yep.
But I was unsure if that was like the right path for me.
So that's good, but I almost think that your studies here are stronger than like those background paints. It looks like those background paints you kind of limited towards like a certain style, whereas I feel like your work is really shining more like this. Like out of like these, let's say 3 different styles you're painting in, this one, as well as this one is definitely the strongest. And there's definitely work for you in this style. I think I just closed Lyndon, but I'll open him up again. So I'll show you some work that Lyndon's done on Marvel What If. And this is kind of a bit similar to some of your painting, you know, like something like this. It's got a more graphic
really
look,
cool.
and yeah, like you definitely can do something like this. I think the thing at this point is maybe storytelling. So what I've been saying to a lot of people about studies versus like a background design is that background design is staging for a character and a story moment. And so you could definitely modify some of your existing kind of studies for that and add story to it, you know?
Okay.
And think about how the lighting is being staged, and like I think something like this is like not quite as strong as something like this one. Like this one is quite intriguing, you know? I think something that could be interesting is like, is there a shadow of like some character overlooking this, or is there like some kind of interesting, maybe there's like a brooch in here or something, like just something that kind of gives it a bit of story. And think about like what the story is that you want to tell, and that'll help drive like the way that you compose an image.
Okay.
Same
that
with
sounds
these ones
good.
is that like these kind of look more like just kind of like generic environment designs for games, which are more about designing the set instead of telling like a storytelling moment, if that makes sense. And I feel like because you're so good at painting like this, you should definitely lean into it, you know?
So maybe that, but for like visual development more, or like background paint, because I'm just not sure like if I can continue to make paintings that kind of overlap into both, or if I should just lock down and decide like to do one or the other.
I think this is appealing and makes you stand out a lot more. So if you can kind of apply the same kind of way that you paint here towards pieces like these, that would be good. And then for pieces like these, sorry, I keep clicking. For pieces like these, if you could head a bit more towards like a storytelling kind of moment, that would be really good.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
What was this person's name? Oh, Lyndon Lee.
Lyndon.
Okay.
I'll post it in the chat. I mean, you can find like all the people that like worked on Marvel's What If. Has a really cool style. What other stuff? Like maybe Intergalactic. Yeah, you can look at Rob Ruppel.
Yeah, that's it. I like the intergalactic style as
Yeah.
well, and I've also thought about like ideally I'd want to work in like a Overwatch or Valorant type of environment where
Yeah.
you create like a map design or something.
I'd say
But
look at Rob Ruppel's stuff. His website kind of sucks to navigate, but he's got a lot of good work in it, and he's worked on a lot of games as well, so you can see like the kind of work that he's done for games. Oh, like on Tron as well. He worked on Tron. That's really cool. See if it loads. His website is so crap. Yeah, look at this. Like this is really nice.
Oh, wow.
I think it's not outside your capability to paint something like this. The tricky part is designing the layout, which I think is the part that you're having a bit of a struggle with, but your painting ability is there. And so I think you're definitely capable, I think.
okay, so focus on storytelling, and then what was the other thing? It was just like apply my VizDev style to So like apply the study style to like visual development if I want to go towards that field.
Yeah, I think your painting style is good, that the ones that you use for your studies, and for those kind of game design kind of backgrounds that you do, focus a bit more on the design. So it's like kind of two attacks at once. Like you apply two things towards it, I think they could become very strong pieces for your portfolio.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions?
Oh, I can't think of any on the spot right now, but do you have a recommendation for like how much I should add before it becomes too much to scroll? Like if I
Okay.
ever just want to like pile on more studies.
Honestly, like if I saw an image like this and it was like a storytelling moment, or like if you combine these two and did what I'm envisioning in my head, you could do like I don't know, like 4 of these pieces, and like that would be enough to sell someone, you know? And then maybe do like some call outs. Like you apply this also to the props, so you give the props a bit more character, give them some beautiful rendering, and you know, you're on your way. And then obviously along the way, you're probably going to do plenty of more of these as well, because this is kind of necessary as you're designing things and coming up with compositions. I think just as you get started with everything, like everything will kind of come together, and you'll have like a good little portfolio in no time.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear it's like everything is kind of doable. Like things are easy to like overlap and be like, oh, I work
Yeah,
in one
of
spot,
course.
and then automatically it all
Yeah,
works out.
I think Rob's stuff, like he started off mostly in games as well, and like transitioned towards animation. I think most of his old stuff is like game concept artwork. It's really game concepty. But then over time he's kind of transitioned more into like the stylized animation look. I hope it's low. Yeah, like look at this. Like the style is so different.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just shows like how, you know, if you have the fundamentals, like you can move with the times, you know? Like this is probably a style that was more popular back in the days and more modern looking. And nowadays like he's moving with it, you know?
Yeah, that's
so
interesting.
different. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's crazy.
For you, I'm wondering, did you transition from, because you work in games and animation, right?
I've only worked in animation. I haven't worked in game. So yeah, for me, I just like animation a lot more, and I kind of like the styles in animation a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
So, for you, since your art is like is very colorful, do you also do color keys for animation, or is it?
I haven't done color keys yet, but it's certainly something that I'm interested in doing. I've done a bit of background paint, not color keys quite yet, but that's something that you can definitely be doing. Like if your colors are as good as like the ones that you're showing, like definitely capable. Like the example I showed you of Lyndon, he's done some color script work. If I can find it.
There's just so many.
I put it in chat. I'll click it open. BG. We could maybe you put it in BG. So he started off doing background paint, and then on a further season he went on to okay, I don't know if I can find it, but he was on color script. I think if you Google it, you'll be able to find it.
Okay, nice. Yeah, it looks like he's been everywhere. That's that's really cool. All over the pipeline.
Yeah, like he can do layout as well. It's cool. But yeah, there's nothing more. I think that'll be it. Yeah, here you can see like some cool kind of like prop design that has a bit of personality to it.
Absolutely. I'll definitely reference the artist that you mentioned.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate this.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that everyone? I feel like we did everyone on the list. Are we done? Is there anyone on the wait list? Like there was the reason why I really wanted to do the people on the wait list is because I think I saw some really good portfolios. So if anyone's here from the wait list, I think we can fit them in. But if not, that's fine. Yeah. Waitlist call out? Yeah. Waitlist call out. Anyone waitlisted for today? Come on in. We got time. We don't really have time, but we have time. Leo, do you have a portfolio example you'd like to share? Who's your favorite VizDev artist?
Ooh. On the top of my head is like Alberto Mielgo, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I was on Alberto's website the other day, and I feel like I couldn't find his Spider-Verse stuff. I don't know if he took it off.
Maybe he took it down. Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
I think it was there at one point.
It definitely was. I was definitely looking at it, but it disappeared. Man, he
Maybe
really...
he's bitter about...
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Sarah is next. Cool, we got another one. Nice. Is this Sarah? Hello? Feel free to say anything. Do we have mic problems? Do mods want to drag them in and out? And that's kind of weird. Like, we'll do a mic check and then the mic will be working and then they'll come in and then it won't be working. It's a 3D. Discord SMA. Anything happened to me yesterday? Sorry guys. Avocado. Something that
Oh, that's 3D. Nice.
yeah. Dude, doesn't it remind you of that assignment we did?
Yeah. If only we could do stylized stuff like this.
I reckon we could. I reckon if someone pulled out something like this, the computers would be very impressed. I love how it's pulled. Bin chicken.
Is that an elongated rat?
No, that was
The
a bin,
bin chicken
that was
one?
a bin chicken. You know what a bin chicken? You've been to
Oh,
Sydney.
yeah.
You've been to Sydney. The
I thought those are ears or something on the right.
This thing? What is this?
Yeah.
Yeah. See if I can like. No. Didn't we turn off the? You know what? Can we jump into the waiting room? Mods. I'm gonna jump into the waiting room if the mic is working, and I'll drag the. Okay, we're coming in. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're in here now.
Hello?
We can hear you in here. Amazing.
Oh,
Okay. Do you want to speak a little bit closer to your mic?
Hello.
Beautiful. Okay. That works. I don't know why the other one's not working, but here we are. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sarah. I'm currently a student, so I'm currently just a generalist at the moment because I don't know what I want to do with my career.
Looking at your stuff, I don't know a whole lot about 3D, but it looks to me like this is your strong suit. Would you be interested in doing 3D stuff primarily?
Yes. I'm mostly interested in surfacing stuff, so
Yeah.
you'd probably mostly see like a lot of texturing and surfacing stuff for my portfolio.
I think it's really cool. Did you draw these concepts as well in the top corner?
Yes.
I think the formatting of this page is a little strange. I feel like you can format it a bit better to showcase how you've translated the 2D design into the 3D asset. So just think a bit about that formatting. I'd like to see that. This is really, really good.
Yeah.
So you do the modeling and the surfacing. Nice. So I'm not super... Well, you can definitely do 3D layout, I'd say. 3D layout is a position. Currently, the production I'm working on at Flying Buck, we have a lot of 3D layout artists. Are you aware of these positions in animation pipeline?
Yes, my lecturer, she's a recruiter at Flying Buck. She told me that I should try a 3D layout.
Yes, I agree.
Do you know Patricia?
I don't believe so. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know everyone. Anyways, your work made me think of this artist. They do like some pretty cool and interesting 3D stuff as well. They kind of use it more to facilitate their painting because their painting is really good as well. But I'm just wondering like what the applications of this style of 3D are. I'm not super sure.
Like painterly?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know what the application in like a studio setting would be. Really nice. Definitely like pre-production kind of stuff for animation, and definitely for games as well. Which I assume is also one of your considerations for working games. Oh, you could do look dev as well. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
Since you're interested in surfacing, look dev could definitely be a thing. Commonly, a lot of look dev stuff is like realism related, because that's like the tricky thing. I guess people are really trying to make realistic looking things. Typically, if you can make something look really realistic, they'll want to hide. Yeah, sorry, we don't have too many insights. Not our area of expertise, but I think it's good. I like it quite a lot, and I think there's lots of opportunities for 3D artists. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't think so.
Sorry, I couldn't help out much.
It's okay.
Did you have Leo anything to say?
Yes, I think it's quite hard to translate character into like 3D models, and I feel like you're really good at that. Just want to say that. Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see this one surfaced as well. Have you had a go at that?
No.
I think that'd be quite tricky, right? I think this is quite advanced, but if you could, like, it's a very sought after skill, I think. Anything that's really technical in nature is quite sought after, and pays quite well, so something to consider. But yeah, I think you have lots of opportunities ahead of you, so keep it up, and yeah, really great work. Thank you for sharing and joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, turn on stream? Oh my goodness, I haven't even been. Oh, that's so bad. My bad. Okay. Okay, we're coming back in here. Tangy here? Yeah, do you want to join us, Tangy? Six-hour mark. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I think this is maybe the second time.
How long do you usually stream?
Normally stream about 3.5 hours. I think
Oh.
average time these days is 3.5. I was normally stream just like after work and before I go to bed.
Yeah. 6 hours, damn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming in the morning. Never stream in the Whoa. Man, I feel kind of weird. It's kind of weird to do a 6-hour stream in the morning and then end. Should I come in? You can come in if you want, Jay. Yeah, this is a weird time to finish stream. And also, chat, if you guys have any questions, I can't check YouTube chat. I don't know if anyone's said anything. No one said anything. Great. That's not great. I mean, it's great that I didn't miss any. Dave Zakon, welcome. Jay, do you wanna? Where are you putting your link? Are you linking it somewhere?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm gonna try and screen share.
Oh, okay.
Because it's still in Figma.
Oh, so I'm not allowed to show people?
You can show.
I can show it? Okay. I'll try to do that.
I tried to block out anything that's exposable or something.
I don't know if I can show it. I don't. Let me. I'm not even sure how I would show.
Maybe a display source Discord on OBS, and then mute the audio for that.
All right. Let me try that. Watch stream. This will pop up. Actually, I think I can do this. Hang on. There we go. And then I do this. All right. Is this working?
I think so.
Beautiful. Let's take a look.
Oh, this
You're
is
using?
weird.
Do you say you're using Figma?
Yeah, I'm just layouting first.
How does that work? Is it like you code it and then you can like push it to a server or something?
I think there's a process for if you want to convert this layout into an actual working website, which is through Framer.
Mm-hmm. Is this
Yeah,
free,
so
by the way?
Figma is free, but I think Framer isn't. So, but
okay.
there is like a free website like Wix, where you can see wix.com still in the domain because it doesn't have custom domain.
So
yeah.
So the hosting is free, but the domain is not. Cool.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll through and then you just yap.
Oh, nice. Wait, can you go back to the second image?
Oh, nice.
I'd say the second image is quite good, except it doesn't look like what you would see in like a show or a movie, like a frame. Looks a bit more illustrative still. I think this is the main thing I see from a lot of artists, is like their stuff looks more illustrative than kind of like concept biz dev.
Yeah,
I feel like it's because
to ask.
Yeah, I feel like it's because the light side on the left side is kind of taking a bit of attention away, so that it becomes like almost two focal points, which is not so desirable when it comes to framing a composition. I would say try and look at like some Makoto Shinkai stuff or something like that and see how he handles like this transition, and how he keeps like the focus on the characters. Yeah, you can keep scrolling.
It's under construction.
Yeah, fair. I think that third image.
The third one is more successful, I think. Yeah, in
I
terms of like a composition.
I think you should
yeah.
I think you could decrease the kind of spread of the yellow, but intensify it, and then increase the spread of the green. So there's more of like a 70-30 kind of split. So then maybe the focus is more on the character because you have a more intensified yellow, but then you have that nice kind of big broad green on the left.
Do you think I should darken the sky a little bit, or?
I don't think the sky has to be darkened. I do think that you can bring a bit more kind of highlights in the foreground. I think this is... I think you can look at like some arcane backgrounds to see how they kind of distribute value to this, and keep it interesting.
Yeah, this one, I think the shadows does look a little bit clipped, if that makes sense.
Yeah, were you going to move on to another tab? Alright, background paint. I mean, you did the layout as well for these, right?
Yeah, I did just for the Pandora Hearts one. I fixed this one, like you said. I added the molding to like...
Yeah. Yeah, I just think it wants a bit more specular highlight. I mean, it's kind of fine though. Like sometimes the background can be pushed into the background. Doesn't have to stand out too much. Like this would be a fine kind of production background.
I do notice sometimes in anime, the highlights are always like missing or something.
Yeah, like matte. It kind of makes sense to let the characters stand out. I can see why. That's why I think it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
This for the Goodbye Area one, I didn't do the layout. I just kind of like took the manga and extended it or added things.
Yeah. Oh, that's excellent. No, that's nice. I think a bit more detail. So like the boxes to me are standing out as being like kind of strange, and the wood kind of feels like the wood would have like more like patina, more aging, more chips and cracks and flaking and stuff like that. And then same with the boxes. Like the boxes look like someone put them there yesterday.
Right.
It's cool though. I really like the rendering on the door. That's the best part of it. The door and the handle is really good. Kind of like very juicy.
Then this one still ongoing, and then I'm gonna add more original story stuff.
Yeah, okay.
And
that's cool.
That's it.
Yeah, nice. I feel like that red in background paint, the red scene. Strongest. I would like that. Personally. I think stands up. What do you think, Leo?
Yeah, I think because it evokes like a more specific story compared to the DIY one, maybe.
More, and it's also very
more
striking.
emotional.
Very solid piece
yeah.
as well. Whereas like the first piece is kind of like a generic daylight scenario, so it's not as striking. I mean, you're gonna get that generic daylight scenarios all the time, so it's fine to include it. But as like a first kind of eye-catching image, I feel like this one would be it. Yeah. Did anything else you want to share or ask, Jay? I know that kind of came in for fun, not for a legit review.
Do you think I should add like more wide shots or like cityscapes or...
Definitely some wider shots would be good. I think most of your shots are from the ground. It'd be good to see like an establishing top-down 3/4 kind of shot.
Yeah, I think I'm missing some foliage too.
Maybe. I don't really.
Yeah, I think one last thing with regards to color and stylization, because I know my color choices are almost often like very safe. It's not very I don't know how to say. It's like you don't often see very vibrant colored shadows or other something like that. So how do I stylize?
How do you stylize?
I don't know.
Watch like good shows. You know. Do you have any specific shows that you were referencing when you were painting these?
I do reference the work of Studio Kusanagi, which did work on Attack on Titan, Mashal, and other shows. I do also check or like study the work of Lorenzo Lanfranconi
Yeah.
and Steve Stark.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that. Arcane. Makoto Shinkai. Should definitely look at some of this stuff and try and channel some of it. I think what you'll find is that they have a lot. I think it's not that you have safe color choices, it's that like you're kind of missing color variation. So like be aware of like the subtle kind of like, I don't know, in here there's like some subtle like greens and blues in the shadows and stuff like that, and how they're being used to help kind of accentuate things. Give like visual interest. These highlights are like pinkish, and these shadows here are really blue. It's like a lot of good stuff that you can take, and I don't think I think they're like actually more subtle things than you think. It's not like you're going to change your style completely. It's just being aware of some of these techniques that are implemented, being able to like subtly introduce. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else?
I guess if an example I could think of like someone on the extreme end of pushing colors for like backgrounds is like cat size work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like on the extreme end, I would say, in terms of pushing like how colors represent the actual colors of the object and stuff. But yeah, that's not necessary, I guess. But at the same time, but if it is an option.
Yeah, I think like this image is quite successful in showcasing like a lesser seen kind of color lighting scenario. Yeah, like that, like this little orange in the background at the end of this hallway is like very choice, very nice. Could be very easy to just push the red in here, but I think leaving like pushing it down as like this orange is great choice.
Yeah, I did. It was all red at first, and I was like, "This looks ugly," so I added the orange.
Yeah. Yeah, cool, man. Thanks for sharing, and yeah, it's looking good so far.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Congratulations, and you both free now.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Thank you, Leo, for joining us. You're welcome to leave.
Thank you for inviting me. Sorry, I'm not saying that much.
Yeah, no
stuff,
worries.
but...
I think I didn't let you say anything. I was like speaking for 10 minutes at a time. But yeah, thank you so much, man. And I'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Everybody, thanks to Leo. And if you guys want to check out his work, Loving Key Art, I think we have a command. All right, see you, man.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Okay. How did we go, everybody? I hope you all had a good time. Once again, I'll answer any questions that you guys have right now. Such an interesting question of how to develop a style. I'm cooked when I say... am I cooked when I say that I feel like a lot of aspects I developed from trying shorthand detail because I'm lazy? It's not cooked, but it's good to be aware of it, and it's good to be aware of when you're using something as a crutch to kind of hide flaws. Yeah. We're done. I'm going to go watch Look Back now. So if there's no questions, I'm going to end stream and go eat dinner and watch a movie. No questions? I was yapping all day. I don't know if... Okay, I see a question here. Do you stream every day? Sorry, new follow from yesterday. I don't stream every day. I typically stream during the week. If you followed me from yesterday, that's the time I usually stream. I don't normally stream on that day though. Yesterday was a Friday for me. I normally stream anywhere from like Monday through Thursday. Normally about 3 times a week. Can we view your website? Yes, you can view my website. Come take a look. Stay on the credits? Okay, we'll do. I mean, this is a short AF movie anyway, so I'll be sticking around to the end. Not like I have anywhere to go. Will you do the final thank you message? Brother, I'm tired. I'm so bad at this. Like, after I go to a convention, I'll come back and I'll flop around for like a couple of days and then I have like some work to do. And then like I just forget to do a thank you message on my stories. I'm so bad at it. I'm just so tired. Like I feel so tired. If you want to draft a thank you message for me, that would be great. And then yeah, I might come back tonight and type one up or something. Did you get a lot of support during your first job? I will say like I did get quite a lot of support. It didn't really feel like I was left like out to dry or anything like that. I'm very, very thankful and very appreciative of my leads and supervisors that first got me the job, because they were the ones that looked at my portfolios and basically hired me. And yeah, they helped me out a lot. I still work with one of them to this day, and yeah, like it was honestly like the greatest thing that ever happened to me. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but the part that it led me on after I got that job was nothing I could have ever imagined. So yeah, it's really good. I'll do a day 2 only thank you message. Yes, please do. And then I'll do a full thank you message afterwards. Thank you, Jay. Thank you to the mods. Thank you, Jay and Delphi, for the carry today when we have other mods not available. I think I saw that that Viv was here but muted, so hello. How's everyone going? What kind of social media do you think is good for getting your art out there? I'd say like just Instagram and Twitter is like the 2 main ones. Instagram is honestly like not a bad way to like quickly look at someone's art. And recruiters are often browsing Instagram as well. Twitter is good because I think a lot of animators are on there. It's not bad for background artists either, but Twitter also recently has had that kind of recent policy change, so pick your poison. Thank you for the session. Really nice insights to help on reworking my portfolio. No worries at all. Good luck to you, and I'm glad that this was helpful. Do we have anyone in YouTube chat? No one's in YouTube chat, but if you're in YouTube on YouTube right now, hello. Thank you for sticking around. Man, this is crazy. I think I reviewed like 50 portfolios. Orange, yeah. Gonna be late. Okay. Surprised you don't seem burnt out at all. I'm a bit tired, but this was fun and I liked it, and I like to help people. So, I hope this helped a lot of people. That was my hope. This was a lot of work to organize. So, yeah. Otherwise, if you guys are new here and you haven't really been here before, you've been here over the past 2 days. I do typically stream here on Twitch, not typically on YouTube. So follow the Twitch and you'll get to watch me just paint things and make artwork as I usually do. And you know, during a regular stream, you're welcome to ask questions. I won't do stuff like this regularly, but I'm always free to answer any questions you guys have about anything and give my insights. Grandpa Ethan, RNG is father now. Enough to review. Oh my gosh. Nico Legal, thanks for following Orange Gang. If you guys have followed over the past couple days as well, thank you so much. I've had the alerts turned off, just for sake of not being disruptive. So I've missed all of the follows over the past few days, but thank you so much if you've joined us recently, and you've been watching and chatting. Really appreciate it. Will you be doing this again? I feel like I won't do this again until next year. Next year I might actually be at Lightbox, so I'm not sure. This was fun to organize though, so maybe sometime again soon. I should roast my own website. My old website, I could probably roast, but it's got my name on it, so I won't do that. This website, there's some problems with it. I'm not sure if it counts as a roast, but some of the images take too long to load. I think that's an issue. Like, gotta wait like 2 seconds for it to load. My background paint tab kind of sucks, and my VizDev tab also sucks. I need to like rework all of these pieces, but I just put them here for illustrative purposes, just to be like, oh yeah, here's a VizDev tab. Like I reckon some of the students have better VizDev portfolios than me. Like some of the people that came through over the past couple of days have better VizDev portfolios. I will assure you though that no one had a better background layout portfolio than me. Slay. Okay, if there's no questions, I think we'll raid you guys off. And then I will go and have a bit of fun. Who's streaming at this time? I've never raided anyone at this time before. Gang Feather. Oh my goodness. Chat, we're gonna raid Gang Feather. We never get to raid Gang Feather. Let's go. I'm going to raid and run, so you guys go have fun. Alright, oranges are out of stock. Come back and watch Extreme Fun. Thank you. See you next time. Oh my gosh. 6+ hour stream. It's Jova. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. It's been a great couple days. I'll be back. I don't think I'll be back on Monday, but maybe Tuesday. Bye.